HasanAbi on the beat. Yeah. The people they won't leave. What is threatening about divesting and want a piece? The problem isn't the protest, it's what they're protesting. It goes against what our country is funding. Block the barricade until Palestine is free. Block the barricade until Palestine is free. When I was 7, I learned a lesson from Cuban Easy-E. What was it again? Oh yeah, fuck the police. Actors and badges protecting property in a system that was designed by white supremacy. But the people are in the streets. You could pay off Meta, you can't pay off me. Politicians who serve by any means, APAC, Kufi, and all the companies. You see, we sell fear around the land of the free, but this generation here is about to cut the string. You could ban TikTok, take us out the algorithm, but it's too late. We've seen the truth, we bear witness. Seen the rebel, the buildings, the mothers and the children, and all the men that you murdered, and then we see how you spin it. Who gets the right to defend and who gets the right of resistance? It's always been about dollars and the color of your pigment, but white supremacy is finally on blast, screaming free Palestine to their home at last. We see the lies and claiming it's anti-Semitic to be anti-Zionist. I seen Jewish brothers and sisters out there and riding in solidarity and screaming free Palestine, with them organizing and learning and finally cutting ties with the state that's gotta rely on apartheid system to uphold an occupying violent history been repeating for the last 75. The Nakba never ended, the colonizer lied. If students' intents posted on the lawn, occupying the quad is really against the law, and a reason to call in the police and their squad. Where does genocide land in your definition hot? Destroying every college in Gaza and every mosque, pushing everyone into Rafah and dropping bombs. The blood is on your hands, Biden, we can see it all. And fuck no, I'm not voting for you in the fall. Undecided, you can't twist the truth, the people out here united. Never be defeated when freedom's on the horizon. Yet the music industry's quiet, complicit in their platform of silence. What happened to the artist? What you gotta say? If I was on a label, you could drop me today. I'll be fine with it, cause the heart that my page. I want a ceasefire, fuck a response from Drake. What you willing to risk? What you willing to give? What if you were in Gaza? What if those were your kids? If the West was pretending that you didn't exist, you want the world to stand up, and the students finally did. Let's quit it.
That's right. That's right. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from gloomy California, Los Angeles, folks. It's cloudy out here right now in California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live at Alive, though, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day, despite the fact that it is a gloomy day. Hassan, you're a hidden talent. Keep it hidden. That's messed up, man. That's messed up, man. Listen, we are officially now in that one particular season in California where it gets very gloomy in the mornings. Okay, you can't see the sun. It's doomy, it's gloomy. The weather is nice. It's like 60 degrees right now, but it's the June gloom, baby. The June gloom is upon us. All Los Angelinos know it's devastating out here. However, I will not allow that to take away personally from the phenomenal vibes.
It's almost like it's...
What is this? What is happening? The phenomenal vibes. You've already ruined the phenomenal vibes. I will not allow that to ruin the phenomenal vibes. Why, you might be asking me? Why are the vibes phenomenal? Because it's a beautiful day. It's a special day. It's a fantastic day, ladies and gentlemen.
You know we finally here, right?
It's Friday.
It's Friday. Then.
That's right.
It's Saturday, Sunday.
It's freaking Friday, son. It's fucked up Friday. It's fuck a fan's mom Friday. It's flat fuck Friday. Okay. It's Friday, baby. A beautiful moment to cherish every week that signals the end of the goddamn work week, that tells you, hey, listen, you get a little bit of sense of autonomy in your life, a sense of humanity. Feel like a human being again for approximately 2 days. It's the shittiest work day, the least productive work day of the goddamn week. Of course, we got a lot of other work-related stories that we will be talking about, specifically the UAW. But before we get to that, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. Okay? And yes, I got the disturbing Diddy images. Don't worry. we will cover it. That just dropped. But before we get to all of that, and it's pretty bad, Diddy drops will be for the rest of our lives, I feel like. You're looking good, by the way. Motherfucker. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, calling himself HasanAbi like he's Iron Mike Tyson or something. That's right, baby. I am Iron Mike Tyson. Let me tell you, I am. HasanAbi Piker. I got an animal in me. I got an animal in me. It makes me want to cry when I think about it. All right. Twitter turned into x.com. Oh yeah. Ew, gross. He's gonna kill you, bro. Stop. He's a Maoist, bro. He will not. Mike Maoist Tyson. Excuse me. No, he won't. Anyway, folks, let's do it. I got that dog in me as well. Spinal. Okay. I gotta stop. Folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. Let me tell you, there is so much happening. Let me tell you. Okay. Last night I ended the broadcast, and what did I do? I watched Warrior because I'm in a content hole right now. I'll be honest with you. I watched Warrior, the HBO show. I'm on season 3, and it's been a bit of a trek because it's been kind of not as good as season 1 or season 2, but it's fine. Yes, I know Shogun has been renewed for season 2 and 3, so we'll see what happens there. I am not exactly super stoked on that though. X-Men 97, people are saying it's pretty good, so I will definitely tune into that as well. Anyway, bro, watch Twin Peaks. I have already watched Twin Peaks. I guess maybe I can watch it again. I don't know. They're dissing our boy.
Meet the grams.
Anyway, ayo, 17th of May, my man. Where are my Norways at? Norwegians? X-Men 97. I never noticed, but HasanAbi has freckles all over his face. Yes, I do. We're gonna do, don't worry, we're gonna do the AOC Marjorie Taylor Greene shit as well. But hey, listen. Hey, this is the first time I write in the chat of a streamer that has more than like 100 viewers, and I must say I have no idea how you guys can have a conversation in here. Chat's going so fast. That's why you gotta like lean into it. You gotta lean into it, and personally, I think you gotta lean into it and just spam. Twitcher Badger. Yep, no one knows we're gay around here. Yeah, say all of your deep darkest secrets. Okay, it's Free Palestine Friday, baby. It's Free Palestine every day, baby. Anyway, we will talk about some of that stuff. What was I gonna say? Personal news. What has happened in my life? Not really much. I've mostly been spending every waking moment with Kaya. I have missed her quite a bit. Very excited about being with her again. My wonderful daughter, my little lady. I do feel like me leaving her behind for a couple days, it seems like she did not like that. She was a little mad at me, I think, but it's fine. But other than that, I woke up this morning early and I went to work out. Upper body day, upper decky day. And honestly, the kid's brolic. You didn't take up that dude on smashing puss in Miami offer? What? I have no idea what that is, but it's so funny. He's Diddy images? I don't like this one bit. That is such a funny way to write in the chat. I don't know why. Diddy images? I don't like this one bit. So yeah. What the fuck? Did you pin this? Chat so fast no one will notice I'm gay by Turtle Pool? Oh no. Anyway, where the heck was I? What the heck was I talking about? Oh, personal news. Yeah, I gained 2 pounds, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. Over the course of 7 whole days, eating a bunch of hoagies, or also known as Subway sandwiches. A lot away from the sodium, probably. Yeah, that probably is. Are these the new sub badges? I can't tell. No, not yet. Subway sandwiches, not like from fucking that awful institution Subway. And I have 1 slice of pizza when I was out there. I realized like it's a submarine sandwich. You're right, dude. I'm so far removed from motherfucking New Jersey that I call the Subway sandwiches a submarine. It's a sub. I had subs. Anyway, what was I saying? I'm having a hard time gathering my thoughts. I need to lock in. I'm having a definite hard time locking in right now. I had the thing I did when I was in New York was this new way of trying to cheat, where I just basically will be like, I'm not ordering anything. If we're going out to eat, I'm not ordering anything. And because like half of my family has lap bands, like they can't eat too much, you know what I mean? So I'll just like pick at their food. But the problem is But the problem is I end up, I think, eating more than I normally would that way. Cheap ass motherfucker. Bitch, I'm paying for the food anyway. What do you mean, cheap ass motherfucker? The dieting mother strategy. So you become like us ladies. Yeah. Hasanam tax. Like, I'm just scavenging out there. I'm on the fucking table like a goddamn crow. But I feel like it's not helpful, and it ends up hurting. You know what I mean? But in any case, you lose track of how much you eat if you do that instead of having one plate as a barometer. Yeah, that's true. Bro, sampling the table like it's Costco. Yeah. What is this? Old white men were lined up at my Equinox AM this AM, shaking their heads and wringing their hands at the Scotty Scheffler arrest. We're finally gonna get police reform, baby. What the fuck? Scotty Scheffler was arrested? I don't know who the fuck Scotty Scheffler is, and I just Googled it and I found out he's a golf guy. Scotty Scheffler arrested in alleged assault on police officer outside a PGA championship, then returns to play. Dude, wow. He said ACAP. Respect. World's #1 golfer. Hey, that's what I'm talking about, baby. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Hey, that's sick. That's pretty cool. Anyway, correction, he's a golf god. Okay, I don't care, man. That is like, that unironically is like too Caucasian for my taste. Like, that actually is literally the one area where I feel like that might be too Caucasian of an activity for me, which is crazy to say because y'all have seen my dance moves. I also don't even like nature. Yeah, golf has got too much of that for me, for my taste. Thank you to Macy's for the playlist. They already have his mugshot on shirts. There we go. That's sick. Read it. The officer went to the hospital because his pants ripped. That's so funny. No one is saying don't resist about him. Yeah, I wonder why. Perhaps because he is white. But yeah, there's a lot to cover today, so I'm just gonna dive right into it. There's not too much going on. There's not too much going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker beyond the fact that like I said, I gained 2 pounds, probably mostly water weight. I am gonna crack back down to like the 230s. Okay, I'm gonna get down to 239 again. Golf is watered down, corporatized nature. You stuck a nerve. But yeah, how tall are you? Well, I know EDC like a hip zoomer. Bro, are you kidding me? I'm 32 years old, man. Are you out of your fucking mind? What do you mean EDC? Okay, at my age, the only EDC I know is electronic device correction. Oh, that would have been better. My EDC is called everyday carry, baby. And guess what? You know what I got? An officer service weapon right here, dude. It's called a Glock. Hair trigger on this bad boy. You feel me? That's my goddamn EDC. Everyday carry. Will's going. Yes, bro. Will's a fucking degenerate. Anyway. Yeah, I got the blicky. Will is out of control. Yeah, he is. He's a degenerate. He's out of fucking control. He's out of his goddamn mind. Love him for it, but like, let's be real, you know? I can't do that shit. Yeah, March is also a degenerate. Do you see Suella Braverman get absolutely blanked by Cambridge professors? No. But anyway, show your Glock. I just did. I think you want to see something else though. You definitely can, you just don't want to. Yes, I don't. You've nailed it. I mean, but that is because I'm 32. Nick Esque, thank you for the 10 tier 1 gift of subs. Like you're not wrong when you say, oh, you're you know, you just don't want to do it because you can. I know I can. Yes, I have the freedom. I have the financial security to be able to go to EDC if I wanted to. But I personally don't think I can engage in that kind of like raucous activity. Okay, what is this? Oh. You look cute today, bro. No homo. Thank you. I hate that I had this fucking crazy zit on me this whole time, you know? Oh my God, I'm literally wearing the same fit. That's right. Where the fuck was I? Anyway, yeah, so have you seen that girl Fiona on GB News owning Suella Braverman? No. Same shirt, same glasses. The only thing that's different is my chain. As someone not from America, this level of racism and the fact that it has 10K likes is crazy. When the Congress gets so ghetto, this is embarrassing. Bro, you think that's... Chatter, I love the world you live in and I wish I lived in that world. Especially because, like, you think this is racism, except it's on Twitter. And Twitter literally has, like, full-blown 14 words white supremacist shit getting like 100K likes on a regular basis. This is like the most entry-level racism. This kind of shit in and of itself is like maybe even considered permissible at this point, because like the racism metrics have moved so far into the other direction. Japanese TikTok is fighting gamers for slandering Yasuke. Yeah. AOC claps back at Fetterman. Fetter bitch. Yeah, we'll do that. Casual racism, not even rank racism. Yeah, that shit is like, this is casual racism, dude. This is not even competitive racism. This is not even ranked racism. And then beyond rank racism, we got like way higher levels of racism out there that we haven't even arrived at that shit. Anyway, JP Morgan Chase has cut his investments in Israel's largest arms company, Elbit Systems, by 70%. The fuck? Damn, that's base, bro. JP Morgan and Chase, more like JP Morgan and based. Yeah, this has all the interactions between them. We're going to be covering that. Obviously, it's like fucking insane. It happened last night. You guys wanted me to cover it, and I just didn't realize how bad that shit was. But yeah, let's do it. Let's get into it. Let's dial it in. Let's lock in, baby. AOC MTG duke it out in congressional hearing. What am I? I'm blanking out a lot today. New Diddy abuse vid surfaces. Probably because their weapons suck and haven't beaten Hamas. Yasin rockets. Lol. JP Morgan is going to invest in Hamas military complex. Lol. I don't know what Elbit Systems like weapons look like. I'm not gonna lie to you. I have no fucking idea. I'm sure it's you know, it's whatever. Oh, we're gonna talk about how billionaires demanded Eric Adams sick the NYPD on Columbia campus. Students. Crockett really struck a nerve with the palm-colored people at that hearing. Lamal. UAW Mercedes vote is today as well. Happening. Did you see my blast off meme? Sorry for the spam. I didn't. Send it again. When you watch that Diddy video on stream, please mention trigger warning. Thank you. Sure. I mean, it's already in the title. It literally says abuse. What is this? POV, it's 17th of May. Is 17th of May like significant for Norway or something? I don't understand. What is it? Why are the Norwegians going, it's 17th of May? Constitution Day? Okay, well, we shall celebrate. Okay. Thank you for the information. I'm forgetting the worst fucking news story that I haven't even covered, that I will cover, of course. We haven't even talked about Daniel Perry. Governor Greg Abbott has pardoned Daniel Perry. Greg Abbott pardons Perry, BLM shooter, and more. Get in now. Are Milena and NMP IRL streaming? Bro, I don't know why you're asking me that question. Why don't you go and check on your own? What the fuck? It's so funny when streamers, when chatters will come in here and be like, bro, why are you guys watching Hassan play this fucking bullshit ass game? Go watch Kai. Is Milena and Nick streaming? I don't know, man. I genuinely don't know. I mean, I love those guys. All of them. Go watch them. They are great content creators. I just don't know why you're coming in here to ask me about it. Meanwhile, we had tornadoes in Houston and he said nothing. Yeah. Before serious news, race to the bottom. Maybe he wrote it in the wrong tab, honestly. I am willing to make a bet that, and like no disrespect to everybody, but I'm willing to bet that there were more community members in my community watching Kai than watching me play Disco Elysium. And, you know, that is the state of affairs here. A lot of you are very vocal about what kind of games you want me to play on stream. And then when I do play it, you're like, maybe not so much. Maybe not as interested or as invested. So, I mean, I would never be able to do what he's doing. I would never be able to put my body into that position. I am not young like he is, going for like, what, 200, 300 fucking hours at this point, literally sleeping on stream, not leaving his goddamn room and playing 24/7. I personally think that is admirable. I love what he's doing, especially considering that this is a gaming platform. And when he does shit like that, it shows that it's still a gaming platform very much, you know? And that makes me very happy. You literally do that every day. Yeah, I know, but I can't do that for gaming. I do that for something else. I do that for something yucky and gross, politics. It's crazy because the game mechanics are so simple that it's not as annoying as other games. Also helps that you've played DE before. But yeah, I was planning on playing Elden Ring before the DLC again, but now I'm a little bit insecure about doing it because, like, how can you follow that? As you guys know, I finished it on stream, but I did finish it with the cheese. But anyway, this is a new Elden Ring DLC enemy, by the way. What the fuck is this? Fearsome foes, unfathomable power await you in the realm of shadow. Dude, listen. Elden Ring brought in a lot of new people to the FromSoftware franchise, and they are going to learn something very interesting about FromSoftware DLCs. As a person who mainlines the regular games and rarely ever participates in the DLCs, I will tell you this much. The DLC is always unhinged. The DLC almost always is going to be way fucking worse. If you think that, like, Melania or whatever the fuck, Mikola the Blade, I forget the name now, is like a devastatingly hard opponent. Now imagine if there are, if all of the bosses in the DLC are like that. Sekiro DLC wasn't so bad. Did Sekiro have a DLC? I don't remember that. Did Sekiro even have a DLC? No, I don't think it did. She is Melania, Blade of Mikola. So here's the thing. Sekiro, to this day, I will still stand on this, is the hardest FromSoftware game and also perhaps the best. And that is because there's only one way to operate. You can't overpower. The amount of cheese that is available is incredibly limited. It's just pure skill. Okay? It's just pure skill. It is the most pure skill related, most rhythm related game out there. And Melania, the Blade of Mikola, is basically, like, FromSoftware does this thing where they will take bosses and plant them in these games that basically operate on the mechanics of the other games. They had this in Sekiro as well. There was like a Bloodborne style boss in Sekiro where the entire game you've like basically formatted your brain to operate a certain way. Sekiro's a rhythm game, right? And then all of a sudden now you're like trying to do fucking iframe dodges on this demon of hatred boss that is like a Bloodborne boss. And so for me, I think the fact that you can't farm and the fact that you can't overlevel, and this is something I've talked to with like other much better FromSoftware players, and they have agreed with me on this as well, like people who literally do this professionally. I think that that makes Sekiro the hardest one in the franchise, in my opinion, and also it makes it the best one in the franchise, in my opinion, as well. It's my favorite one, as you guys know. Having said that, however, Elden Ring was incredible, and I'm glad that more people are really enjoying it. I'm glad that entire new communities are getting invested in FromSoftware. It's great. Do you remember Your Name is King, Kill Unk? Yes. It's stuff like that, like my Nameless King battle that took over a year for me to even get back to it. And things of that nature, honestly, are great. Like that is something that this platform will always like celebrate. You know what I mean? No matter what your political opinions are, no matter where you're coming from, I do love personally the fact that everyone will get together and cherish someone having a real gaming moment and will give you your flowers. You know, like me fucking playing Sekiro, quitting and then taking an entire year to get back to it, and then playing it all the way to the end. This is one of those instances, like, and Kai's doing that right now in front of a massive audience and doing it in a very like grand way. And I love that. I think it's great. Gaming is great. I love games. Would you ever run back Ghost of Tsushima? Not really. Probably not. Sekiro DLC was the boss rush levels and a new version of Al. Wait, what? Oh, here's you defeating Melania after 2 days only. Yeah, but I dude, come on. I did Mimic. Like, yeah, I was over leveled. I mimicked. Over leveling is fine, but I did mimic, and that's a huge. That's genuinely helpful. You know what I mean? What is this? Oh my god, that's insane, bro. That's actually insane. Mimic over leveled bleed. No. The fucking over level or bleed is like valid. Get the fuck out of here. But mimic is like. Mimic in and of itself, you said it was skill based. Now it's mimic cheese. We're not talking about Sekiro now. We're talking about Elden Ring. Okay. And yes, Mimic is like definitely in there to make the game easier. And I definitely used it. And at the time I advocated that it was valid. However, having said that, it was still a relatively difficult game. It made it easier. The Mimic made it easier. But also remember, I beat Radon before they fucking nerfed him. So I had my own difficult moments. So that is something you can't take away from me. Because like when you first play the game, sometimes they do end up changing the dynamic quite a bit. And Malekith killed your Mimic so quick, so you had to learn that fight. I mean, no, my Mimic is still alive here. Look at this. My Mimic is the one who kills it.
Yelled at, like it just doesn't even feel good.
It wasn't even. Oh, I mean Radon. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's true. Radon did fucking clap my shit. Either use Mimic or fingerprint shield to beat Melania. It did feel cheap. I should play this again now that my hair doesn't look as fucking awful. I don't know. Radon, especially before the nerf, pre-nerf Radon was fucking insane. Remember, when the DLC comes out, I need to start playing again because I want to play the DLC and I want to get prepared and ready for the inevitable fuckfest that I'm going to engage in once again for every shit talker that I murked. Because remember, okay? Remember, never forget, every single person that talks shit in the chat, I rip them, okay? I 1v1'd every single chatter. I 1v1'd every single fucking chatter and absolutely destroyed them. Play on PC, pussy? No, because that is how you get fucking owned, okay? And I don't mean get owned by like 1v1 on PC, but that's how you literally get destroyed by hackers. And which I have done before, and I have gotten fucking destroyed by hackers playing other games, if you remember. I'm good. Copium hackers? What do you mean? It's 100%. Suck equals hackers. You'd lose the deed to your house playing on PC? No, I wouldn't. No, I fucking wouldn't. And also, oh my God, you guys are doing the cope. This is exactly what people said. They were like, bro, you're fucking talking shit. I'll destroy you. And then I did. I melted chatters. Like it was like a 35W run. I died like one fucking time. It's so funny. And then they were like, oh, you're cheesing. Okay, you were also cheesing. This is exactly what it's like when you play. It's just funny because like I thought that would have put an end to this conversation, and yet motherfuckers are still chirping because they forgot about it. Anyway, let's get to the goddamn news, chat. Let's get to the goddamn news, okay? Chatters had Moonveil too, and they would still talk about it. They would be like, oh, Moonveil cheese. It's like, bro, so are you. You were using Moonveil too. You had like 3 days of only PvP because nobody believed you were good at the game. It was so funny. Yeah. It was pretty funny that every single person would be like, no, dude, you suck. And it was like literally I died one fucking time. Some of your chatters, you got so angry playing Elden Ring, you spat out your gum. It was so
Asshole,
funny.
are you shitting on my dick? What is happening right now? I had it again. I almost had it again.
Oh my God. Remember when I had a legendary run where I 2-tapped Margit and then literally died like 12 times to this like overpowered spirit that I wasn't supposed to fight at that point, and I did that over and over again? Okay, anyway, let's go. Let's watch Marjorie Taylor Greene clashes with Ocasio-Cortez in chaotic hearing. I gotta pee.
Recognition.
Mr.
Chair
Chairman,
recognizes Ms. Greene.
I'd like to know if any of the Democrats on this committee are employing Judge Merchan's daughter.
Please tell me what that has to do with Merrick Garland.
Is she a porn star?
Oh, Goldman. That's right. He's advising. Okay.
He's advising who? Do you know what we're here for? You know we're here about Edgy.
I don't think you know what you're here for.
Well, you the one talking about.
I think your fake eyelashes are messing up.
No, ain't nothing.
Hold on.
Listen.
Order.
Mr. Chairman,
That's beneath
would
even
you
you,
please
Mr.
regain
Beneath
order
even
of your
you.
committee?
Order.
Please.
There's a point of order.
We have a point of order. Mr. Lynch, state your point.
Mr. Chairman, I would just like to ask the parliamentarian if your conduct here in raising money in connection with this hearing is referable to the Ethics Committee within this hearing. Is a motion in order to refer your conduct and your abuse of
It's not a
process.
point of order. not a
Mr.
point
I
of
do
order.
have a point of order, and I would like to move to take down Ms. Greene's words. That is absolutely unacceptable. How dare you
meeting will
attack the
suspend,
physical
meeting will
appearance of another
suspend.
person?
Are your
Move
feelings hurt?
her words down.
Are your feelings hurt? God, she's so gross, dude. She's so gross. Are your feelings hurt? It's the classic. It's the classic. I just pissed and shit in my diapers. Aren't you owned moment? I've destroyed you by the classic gambit. I right here have pissed and shit in my pants, and now you are overcome with the smell of dookie coming directly from my diapers. And here you are complaining about the dookie smell. It seems to me like I have owned you with my dookie smell coming directly out of my diapers. Ha ha! Once again, a masterful gambit by me. And it's just like, what are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? Anyway.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
Oh, really?
Don't even play. with
Baby
me.
girl?
We're gonna,
I don't
we
think-
are gonna
Oh my God. By the way, this conversation is so funny because she is absolutely white trash as fuck here when she's the one who like breaks decorum first. But it doesn't matter because both AOC and her other target, I forget her name, she's actually very cool, are you know, black and brown. So obviously white supremacists look at that and don't even think about Jasmine Crockett. Yeah. The white supremacists look at the situation and don't recognize that like Marjorie Taylor Greene is a gross monster and immediately fucking hit the aesthetics of Jasmine Crockett and AOC being like, in their words, ghetto, right? Like this is what the fuck they're saying here. It's like, oh yeah, what has happened to our Congress, which used to be white? The comment about fake eyelashes is so Midwestern white racist too. It's like, bro, you're Marjorie Taylor Greene. You look like a goddamn Attack on Titan. You look like the smiling Titan. You can't be talking about other people's appearances, dude. Like, what happened? You literally look like the manifestation of evil. Like, you look like you did so many horrific things in a past life that God punished you by making you look that way. You are hard to look at. Physically, you are literally hard to look at. You're hard to be around. You're hard to look at. It's wild to me that she's out here talking about the appearances of other people. It's like, dude, what are you saying? Like, in her position, I'm never bringing that shit up, okay? If I'm in her position, I'm running that classic like, well, you know, when you body shame me by calling me a Titan, I might not be able to hear your words, but your best friend that also looks like a Titan from Attack on Titan will hear your words instead, and they will be very upset, to which I would always say, nobody looks like that. Only you do. You know what I mean? But if I'm in her shoes, I'm constantly like, do not body shame me, please. Do not body shame me, please. Jasmine Crockett said, so Marjorie Taylor Greene want to talk about my appearance in committee. It's against the rules to do. She refused to apologize. The chairman ruled it was okay. And I asked for clarification about what qualifies as engaging in personalities and basically wanted to know if I could talk shit about her appearances as, well, you know what she looks like, right? People in glass houses. This is what happens when mentally deficient people who can't read and follow rules or just give a damn somehow end up in Congress. Oh my God, she cooked. Let's watch the rest of the clip.
We're going to move and we're going to take your words down.
I second that motion.
Ms. Greene, do you wish to strike your words?
I have 4 minutes and 21 seconds to speak.
I think we have to do the motion first, and then unless there's another motion, then you'll be recognized again. But I believe there's another motion coming. So you agree to strike your words?
Yeah. I'll
Okay.
agree.
Ms. Greene agrees to strike her words.
I believe she
Chair
should apologize.
recognizes
No.
Mr.
She
Perry.
should apologize.
Okay, hold on. Then after Mr. Perry's going to be recognized, then Ms. Greene
I'm not
has 4 minutes and
apologizing.
21
Well,
seconds.
then
Okay,
you're
reserve
not
the right to
striking your
object.
words.
I am
Mr.
not
Perry.
apologizing.
Now let's go. Come on, guys.
Why don't you debate me?
Mr. Chairman, the
it's
minority.
pretty
No,
self-evident.
You're not.
Yeah, you're
out
not.
of order.
You don't have enough
You're out of order.
intelligence.
Chair recognizes Mr. Perry.
Okay, move to strike
I'd like to
I
strike
move to
those
strike the
words
lady's
as well.
words.
I would like to
Strike the
as
lady's
well.
words again.
Ms. Greene, do you agree to unanimous consent to strike your words?
I repeat again for the second time. Yes, I'll strike
right.
my words,
That-
but I'm not
all right.
apologizing.
Without objection. So Ms. Greene asked unanimous consent to strike her words. Mr. Raskin objected. I'm going to recognize Mr. Raskin for his objection. No, we're not counting against, Ms. Greene has 4 minutes and 21 seconds left. This will not count against her time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I reserve the right to object because the understanding of the minority is that the gentlelady from Georgia would move to take her words down and strike her words and to offer a sincere apology for having engaged in personalities against another member, offending her personal appearance and insulting her. We don't do that in this committee. And I think the
It's crazy, dude. Where is that fucking Marjorie Titan Greene? Hold on, I'm tweeting this. I'm gonna do that again. Marjorie Titan Greene looking ass. Wait, when you Google Marjorie Titan Greene, this is the first tweet that comes up. You know what? I'm just gonna quote tweet this. I said Marjorie Titan Greene talking about the appearance of other congresspersons is wild. You literally are uniquely ugly, looking like God punished you. Which one should I use? MT Green or Rep MTG? MT Green, right? All right, I'll do both. I don't want to get blocked on both, though. She can't block you on her government account, I think. Like, this is the person we're talking about. Just to remind everybody, like, the person who's, like, talking about other people's, like, looks or whatever, she was even hard to look at 30, 40 years ago. Wait, what? That's not that bad. I mean, she looks normal. Is that actually her? What happened to her? There's no way that's her. There's no way that's her. That looks like a normal human. She like, bro, she literally, what does she eat? The ugly fruit? Like, what happened? She actually unironically looks like shit. I don't know how. I don't know why. The Uggo fruit. All right. Anyway, probably the divorce. No, man. Haas, you are mean. Guys. Okay. There is not another person that looks like her. Okay. You can't be like, bro, don't body shame her. Don't body shame her. Like what's the counter to that? What's the counter to that? Are you going to be like, Marjorie won't hear your fucking words, which I hope she does because I tagged her. But like your friend that looks like a fucking smiling Titan will? What do you mean? Like there's no one that looks like her. She is so uniquely ugly, bro. I don't know how else to explain it. She ate the ugly no me devil fruit. She's going to tweet this bag at you. Yeah, except I'm fucking jacked, okay? Yeah, that's right. I'm the motherfucking Beast Titan. That's a dub. Post my dubs harder. I'm fucking jacked. I can control all the other Titans. Suck my dick. You know what I mean? She looks like the patient on Grey's Anatomy that had her head crushed in the ferry accident, but before she healed. Oh, what the fuck? She's aspiring to be the only other type of woman Oda knows how to draw. Yeah, exactly. You know how we talked about Oda knows how to draw women only as like the insane proportion babes, or just the ugliest woman you've ever seen in your entire life. And Marjorie Titan Greene just looks like the second kind. I fucking love this video, dude. She is such a freak, dude. Oh, it's awesome. No shot. Your chat says she looks like this. It wasn't my chat. It was MHUD that said that. Yeah, bro. She's a victim of a fairy crush incident. Okay. Ay. It's just like, I can't believe it, dude. Like I said, it's just like one of those sequences where you just don't expect someone who has such a valid opening in that regard to turn around and fucking pop off on this front. It's like Marjorie Taylor Greene complaining that complaining about other congresspersons like not knowing how to read or some shit. You know what I mean? It's like Marjorie Taylor Greene being like, well, guess what? Your marriage failed because you cheated with your CrossFit instructor. It's like, no, bitch, you did that, actually. Like, that was you. It's a weird aspect of you to just like you, I guess what we hate in others is what we see in ourselves, and we hate ourselves, you know, that type of shit. It's like, I can't believe you have ugly feet. You are also kipping in your pull-ups, okay? It's like, no, dude, that's you, man. That's you. Someone has sex with her. You. She fucked a lot, okay? It's like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Your relationship failed with your life partner because you cheated on him with your Maoist CrossFit instructor. Yes, this is an oddly specific term of... this is an oddly specific thing that I am referencing, and certainly do not Google that for me. Okay? Do not Google my name, Marjorie Taylor Greene, with CrossFit instructor and infidelity. Do not do that. That was actually other people.
major problem was that we allowed pornography in this committee, and we've gone down a bad road. But in any event, we should not allow face-to-face ad hominem insults. It's totally contrary to the rules of the House of Representatives. And I would ask Ms. Greene...
Why are we fuck-shaming her? Honestly, I'm not even fuck-shaming her. I think it's impressive that you are like a horrific monster, okay? You're a monstrous-looking person, both inside and out, and you're still running that shit, okay? Like the fact that Marjorie and Taylor Greene gets dick on the low and also all the time, while there are still chatters out here complaining about how like women don't understand me, blah, 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 blah. It's like, bro, look at her, okay? Look at her. She is a gooner through and through. Think about that. Don't act like you wouldn't. I'm telling you right now, like, shoot me in the fucking head with that No Country for Old Men cow gun instead in a video game. That is the worst thing, like the worst punishment of all time. Can Marjorie Taylor Greene be a 7? No. Marjorie Taylor Greene is a MILF. I guess she's a horrible person, but I cleaned up. Okay, stop, chat. You're lying to yourselves, and it is truly unconscionable. Like, it is unacceptable. Lying to this degree is not allowed, okay? I will ban you. I'm gonna start banning you motherfuckers, actually. You cannot be that horny, man. That is illegal. That is not allowed. That is not good for you. Get fucking help. Subscribe for $5 at the top of the hour, okay? Start moisturizing. Go to the gym. Put down the computer. No more fucking being on your phones, okay? Go work out. Don't go to a CrossFit gym where Marjorie Taylor Greene is at, though, because it seems like you're real horned up. You really underestimate your chat, bruv? That is crazy. Hasan never been in the middle of Kansas and his shows? Yeah, man, I'm good. You know, I'm good. I'm not going out there. Bestiality is wrong, chat, and illegal. You're right, actually. It is wrong. It is illegal. And chat is over here participating in that shit. It's not even bestiality at that point. It's like interspecies shit. Like beyond species that normally fucking exist in the world. Yeah. Get some skincare going. Get gifted a sub if you're lucky at the top of the hour. The 3-minute ad break is coming for you. Do some self-care. And, you know, pray to God, I think. I don't know. Go to church. Go to the mosque. Go to the synagogue. Pray. Pray immediately to save yourself, okay? Here's the 3-minute ad break now. But you'd fucking alien be consistent? Yeah, a hot alien. The fuck do you mean? Like, when I say I'll fuck an alien, I'm talking about, like, Mass Effect, okay? The fuck? Like, when I say I'd fuck an alien, I don't mean, like, I would fuck every alien, okay? Calm down.
She would just make the apology. It's not that complicated. We don't want to get into face-to-face insults.
You will never get an apology out of me. I don't owe
then
you
I
one.
object. Then
I hate Lauren Boebert too. I hate Lobo too. I think those, look, the thing is, like, I don't understand. I don't understand how people don't see this. Like, people that say like, oh, Lobo's hot. Like, you guys are just so horny. Like, for me in particular, like, obviously physical appearance like plays a role in everyone's understanding of attraction, but like both of them are so awful. Like, it just, like, they are so awful. I don't know how else to describe it. Like, they are just ginormous pieces of shit who are also incredibly fucking stupid. That, like, there is no way, like, there is no attraction there. They are truly repulsive individuals. Like, I don't understand it. Like, in order for someone, I'll keep it consistent, okay? In order for someone to, for me to be able to overcome their truly heinous viewpoints, like, they have to be above and beyond attractive, okay? Like, we're talking like Gal Gadot or some shit. It's not happening in any other circumstance. Like, you're insane. Like, Lauren Boebert is just like your average lot lizard, and you're over here being like, oh, she's so hot. It's like, bro, she's like an Oklahoma 4, okay? Like, what are we talking about? Like, I'm not saying it's impossible, but in order for someone to be able to overcome their horrifyingly bad point of view, they have to be like a once in a lifetime beauty, like unimaginable. Some of us are in Oklahoma, you coastal elites. Yeah, well, then you can fucking confirm. Actually, she's not an Oklahoma 4, but like, she's probably higher in Oklahoma. All right, let's continue with this dumbass clip.
Object, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Askins objects.
You know, I think we don't want to see a complete dissent of our committee. And the verbatim quote of the gentlelady was, I think your fake eyelashes are messing up your reading. That is what she said. I think your fake eyelash. And That's obviously engaging in personalities. It's an ad hominem attack, and I would just ask every member of this committee, in a fair-minded way, would you want to be talked to in that way about your personal appearance by another member of the committee? Because what we're doing is we're setting standards going forward.
Yeah, I mean, this is unironically the exact same thing, but this time like the misogyny edition, which, by the way, I'm leaning into, and I apologize to all the female watchers right now. I apologize to the women HasanAbi heads out there for the many instances of my of me being misogynistic today. But the reality of the matter is, this is basically the misogyny edition or misogynoir, and the same exact like white supremacist overtones that you see in Congress when Tom Cotton will be like, that's right, this is why we must execute everyone who's pro-Palestinian. Those Arab dogs must go away. Or he can fucking turn around and be like, what kind of Chinese are you, boy? To the fucking Singaporean TikTok CEO. And like, that doesn't require any censuring whatsoever. But Rashida Tlaib will say, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, an emancipatory slogan. And immediately they're like, shut the fuck up. That's it. Marjorie Taylor Greene, as a white woman on the Republican side of the fucking Congress, can turn around and be like, yeah, it's like your wig sucks. Your fucking eyelashes are long, or whatever the fuck, right? Well, actually, for her to shit on a black woman's hair would require her to like at least know a little bit more reading about black culture. And I think she's like way too racist to even know anything about that. That's why she just like immediately went for the eyelashes. But regardless, like she hits that line. It's obviously not appropriate at all. Okay. It's obviously not even remotely fucking appropriate. And yet they think it's okay. They think it's all right. Every other day of the week, if anybody else from the other side actually fucking reduced Marjorie Taylor Greene to her dog shit looks, which, by the way, I am doing because I am being a little bit misogynistic, okay? But like any other day, they would be like, well, that's not allowed, especially if it's coming from a brown woman, especially if it's coming from a black woman.
Just curious, just to better understand your ruling, if someone on this committee then starts talking about somebody's bleach blonde, bad built butch body, that would not be engaging in personalities, correct?
A what now?
Oh my God. I'm going to run that again.
This committee then starts talking about somebody's bleach blonde, bad built butch body, that would not be engaging in personalities, correct?
A what now?
Chairman, I make a motion to strike those words.
I don't think that's
Hold on.
I'm trying to find clarification on what quality.
Chairman, motion to strike those words.
I had no idea what you just said.
We're not gonna do this. Look, you guys earlier literally just
You just voted to do it.
Y'all did it first, so you don't want to talk about it.
Voted to do it.
Order.
I'm trying to get clarification.
Now all of a sudden it's like, oh, excuse me, we need decorum in this house right now. And by decorum, I mean you can be as white trash as you want to, but the moment a black woman speaks out of turn, all of a sudden we got some fucking problems, okay? Can't believe you.
Look at, calm down.
No, because this is what y'all do. So I'm trying to get
Ms.
clarification.
Crockett, you're not recognized. Ms. Crockett.
I can't hear you with your yelling.
You don't want
calm
me to
down.
Be,
Can you please calm down?
Don't tell me to calm down.
Calm down.
Because y'all talk noise, and then
You're
can't
out of
take
control.
Because if I
Look,
come,
Chairman,
if I
can
come
we
and
send
talk
out
about her, y'all gonna have a problem.
Mr. Chairman.
Bro, dude, every day that goes by, we get closer and closer to my dream of having people in Congress basically fucking throw hands. Like, that's awesome.
Calm down.
And then
You're out of control.
Laura Boebert locking her car door spiritually.
Because if I
Look,
come,
Chairman,
if I
can
come
we
and
send
talk
out
about her,
for 5
y'all
minutes?
gonna have a problem.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, let's hear what Raskin said when she hit that bar. Hold on.
Ad hominem attack, and I would just ask every member of this committee, in a fair-minded way, would you want to be talked to in that way about your personal appearance by another member of the committee? Because what we're doing is we're setting standards going forward.
I'm just curious, just to better understand your ruling, if someone on this committee then starts talking about somebody's bleach blonde, bad built butch body, that would not,
Look at Raskin.
not be engaging in personalities, correct?
A what now?
He cracked a smile. It's all right, brother. You fucking defeated cancer, okay? You can laugh at that, a little bit. All right, you got.
Chairman,
You're allowed.
I make a motion to strike those words.
I don't think that's
Hold
a
on.
I'm
parliament.
trying to find clarification on what qualifies.
Chairman, motion to strike.
Oh no, he's like, oh god, bleach blonde, bad built, butch body. Oh god, it's great. I mean, listen. I'm not gonna sit here and say two wrongs don't make a right, you know, because it makes me feel good. I don't give a shit. It's awesome. Now, of course, obviously, the way this will be perceived by a lot of people will be, oh, an angry black person, like, and no one on the other side will take into consideration that, like, Marjorie Taylor Greene is literally the one who's, like, breaking decorum. What is this? While claiming Jewish heritage, Anna Paulina Luna forgot to mention her Nazi grandfather. Wait, what? What? Hey, yo, what? You covered this before? No, I did not. Did I? I don't remember this person at all. Bober shut up to not catch smoke during this, but still got caught thinking none of the cameras were on her. Oh yeah, I saw this. We were just looking at it. Yeah, well, because she's a fucking fake Christian, by the way. Phony Christian. Can't even do the cross right.
No
those
idea
words.
what you just said.
We're not gonna do this. Look, you guys earlier literally just.
You just voted to do
Y'all did
it.
it first, so you don't want to talk about it.
Voted to do it.
Order.
I'm trying to get clarification.
Look at calm.
Remember, this is coming after. They said it was fine for Marjorie Taylor Greene to say that, like, her eyebrows, Miss Crockett's eyebrows, are causing her to not read correctly or something.
Down. Calm
No,
down.
because this is what
like
y'all
to get
do.
through proceedings.
So I'm trying
Hey,
to
Miss
get
Crockett,
clarification.
you're not
Y'all wanna
recognized.
play
Miss
games.
I can't hear
Crockett.
you with your
And you
yelling.
don't want me
Calm
to be-
down.
No,
Can you please calm
don't
down?
tell me to calm down.
Calm down.
Calm down. All right, not eyebrows. Sorry, eyelashes. I apologize. It's just like, it's classic bullshit. It's classic bullshit. You say some unhinged shit, and then you get, like, you say some unhinged shit that has, like, racial undertones as well. That's, like, very undermining. You get protected by the institution while simultaneously saying that. And then when the other person obviously understandably gets, like, emotional about it, then you go, oh, why are you being so emotional? It's like literally the same exact fucking principle behind how debate lords operate. Haha, you have been destroyed. It seems to me like you got quite emotional about my very obvious baiting.
Because y'all talk
calm
noise,
down.
and then you
You're
can't
out of
take
control.
Because if I
Look,
come
Chairman,
and
can we
talk
send out
about
break
her,
for 5
y'all
minutes?
gonna have a problem.
Mr. Chairman.
Who wants to take a whack at this? I mean, these are people are elected. Like,
This just goes to the whole thing we're talking about all day.
I mean, anyway, by the way, Jasmine Crockett's response, Congresswoman Texas 30, Jasmine Crockett's response to this was, so Marjorie Taylor Greene wanted to talk about my appearance in committee. It's against the rules to do. She refused to apologize. The chairman ruled that it was okay. And I asked for clarification about what qualifies in engaging in personalities, and basically wanted to know if I could talk shit about her appearance as, well, y'all know what she looks like, right? People in glass houses. This is what happens when mentally deficient people who can't read or follow rules or just don't give a damn somehow end up in Congress. Now, one thing to remember is that Jasmine Crockett is literally a fucking attorney. Okay? Before she was a representative, she was an attorney. Marjorie Taylor Greene, on the other hand, is a failed daughter who is a real estate developer. Obviously, because she is black, she's a black woman, people will refuse to reckon with Marjorie Taylor Greene's idiocy and will openly just call her ghetto. Okay? Oh, Congress got so ghetto.
You don't want to talk about.
Which is crazy to me. It's crazy. Bro, you are literally between her and Marjorie Taylor Greene, who has gotten more than, like, third grade reading. Like, what are we talking about here? Immediately, it's like, oh, she's black. Marjorie is white, so obviously she's reduced to a lower class of human being for her behavior, for her getting emotional. When white people get emotional, and this, by the way, this dynamic exists amongst women and men as well. When women get emotional, they're hysterical. When men get emotional, they're oftentimes seen as, like, championing a cause, right? So that's something you always have to consider. And of course, that same dynamic exists between white women and black women. When a white woman gets emotional or says some shit, obviously, depending on the circumstances, if she's going up against a black woman, she's not going to be seen as, like, ghetto in the same way that a black woman responding to that will be seen as aggressive, maybe even violent. So it's something to always remember. Men are assertive, men are dominant, men are alpha. When women get that way, they're hysterical, they're emotional, they're not able to control their emotions. This is something that I have talked about before, way back in the day. A lot of edgy, nihilistic, out of touch teenagers and people who are mentally and emotionally stunted and behave like teenagers, despite the fact that they're like 45-year-old divorced IT specialists or whatever online, will oftentimes engage in discourse. They love discourse in the way where they'll say something that is like obviously racist, right? Like the N-word or whatever. And then if a black person on the other side responds in kind, okay, and says things that are incisive, says things that are explosive, then nobody hyper focuses on the starting point of that conversation, okay? And everybody goes, look at how aggressive and violent this black man is. And that's it. It happens all the time. What is this? It's over, buddy. I knew you and Lud were buddying up.
Let's go.
Wait, what?
9/11. Let's go. Two more. I thought once again.
Oh my God. 2 more? Demanding 2 more 9/11s happen? That's crazy. Even I haven't said that. I said maybe 1 more might happen. You know what I mean? So that we could get those recruitment numbers up. This motherfucker said 2 more 9/11s. Hell yeah.
That's life, Evan. Let's go. Two more.
Wow. This guy's out of control, dude. This guy's out of control. What is this? Video explaining what happened to John Fetterman? Bro, this is a channel with 2.96K subscribers with 36 views from 16 minutes ago. Are you the person who made this video? How did you find this video? It has 36 views and 7 comments. There ain't no fucking way, dude. He's cool, be nice. No, I mean, I have no issues with this content creator. I don't know. No shade to the smaller content creators. No, I'm just like shocked that you were able to find this. No, it's just a podcast I listened to. It's a re-upload. We'll take a look at it maybe later. HasanAbi head is condensing your stun locks. Oh, I saw this. Content condensed. I watched this one, the 4 breaths Asmongold debate. I thought this came up on my fucking YouTube For You page, and I thought it was a great video. Anyway, let's finish this and then we'll look at this. It's actually pretty funny.
Day to day, but how far have we come? And like, why are these people even acceptable? This is like it's disgusting that this is how they're behaving. And why are they attacking each other personally? They have enough to attack each other on their views. They don't need to attack each other on their eyelashes and their hair.
Here, what's depressing?
What do you mean attack each other on their views? Like the Omar Hirsch show you promoted is now over 700K followers. Hell yeah, baby. Yeah. Decorum, people. It's like, who violated the decorum? Who violated the decorum first? Who violated the decorum first? In an obvious way to invoke emotional reactions out of the other person, and then got defended by the institution. Who did that? Don't you think that that's important to acknowledge?
Pressing about this is that it's not that unusual for the House these days. I mean, whether it was Kevin McCarthy's many rounds to get elected speaker, people getting in each other's faces, they almost started hitting each other during that. And so it's not just these 3 women. I've watched the men behave unbelievable, calling each other names. The House is in absolute chaos, and we have been electing a lot of clowns in this country, and we are getting a circus.
I'm sure that it has always been true that there are clowns in the House of Representatives.
Yeah, there's clowns in the fucking Senate too. It is wild that they're saying, you know, everybody's out here being clowns. Wait, what the fuck? Der Spiegel hit the fucking nichts gelernt. 75th Jahre Bundesrepublik. Spiegel cover for Germany's 75th anniversary is quite striking. Doubt that they're talking about Israel, though. They're probably talking about the AFD. Anyway, this is once again, God, I'm all over the place. This is once again civility politics in full display. You got a motherfucker who is like a bloodthirsty war criminal talking about civility on a fucking panel, being like, yeah, there's so many clowns in Congress. It's like, I would rather have, and I don't even give a shit about Marjorie Taylor Greene. I would rather have every single congressperson use bad words, okay, get emotional in either direction, as a matter of fact, as long as they were all vociferously anti-Iraq war, okay? I don't give a shit about the civility. I don't care. I don't care at all. The reason why I don't like Donald Trump is not because he is uncivil. The reason why I don't like Donald Trump is because he's a racist piece of shit, okay? He is a right-wing reactionary monster. For these liberals, the only thing they give a fuck about is that, like, Donald Trump is so gross. I hate it. Oh, God. Like, I like that Donald Trump is uncivil. That's why that's one aspect of him that I like. He's funny. I don't give a shit about the optics of it.
Also used to be a career path where you put your head down, you did the work, you amassed some seniority, you build a staff, you build a reputation, you build partnerships, and you pass laws, which is what you were there to do. And
this is why I always say baboon in a suit, talking about like Western officials, because they wear a suit and tie, which obviously is supposed to showcase, like, you know, some level of like elitism, some level of superiority. Like, look at us, we're so well put together, while they advocate for some of the most violent, uncivil actions of all time. David Frum's existence is a perfect representation of that.
This is the comic and eye-catching side of the problem with the Congresses of the past few years, which is they're remarkably unproductive. And, you know, when you think about problems that Americans have, from the cost of nursing home care to how do you get health insurance to climate change to are the taxes too high, to the debates as we have this all-party consensus that is building in favor of more protectionism and trying to enrich ourselves by keeping out foreign goods, that these are things that you would think that the House of Representatives should be having a voice on, but laws don't get passed, this stuff happens. And so this you can see, and it gives you an idea. I mean, it's important as a clue to all the things that you don't see because they're not happening.
One thing about this, too, is that it does come down to leadership. I mean, James Comer, this was his committee that devolved into this back and forth. Here was how he tried to explain what happened.
I don't know if you've noticed it. I have 2 hearing aids. I'm very deaf. I'm not understanding. Everybody's yelling. I'm doing the best I can. Can we not recognize Ms. Greene and let her
We cannot because of the rules of the committee, Mr. Chair.
I sort of wonder how he didn't hear this piece of it. Watch.
We're not gonna do this. Look, you guys earlier literally just
You just voted to do it.
Y'all did it first, so you
just voted to do it.
Order.
I'm trying to get clarification.
Look at yelling.
You don't want
Calm
me to
down.
Be,
Can
no,
you please calm
don't
down?
tell me to calm down.
Calm down.
Because y'all
Please
talk
calm
noise,
down.
and then
You're out of control.
Because if I
Look,
come,
Chairman,
if I
can
come
we
and
send
talk
take a
about
break
her,
for 5
y'all
minutes?
gonna have a problem.
Megan?
I mean, it's like a circus. And like it's a circus where people are screaming at each other. I mean, I guess Comer couldn't blame his wife because he didn't think of that excuse fast enough to solve this problem. That seems to be what we're blaming people for today. I just don't understand how this is like acceptable behavior from our lawmakers who need to be passing laws. People actually have issues in this country, and we need to have actual laws.
You know, one of the things that's been interesting about voters, we ask about Congress a lot.
Yeah.
And it's funny, they very much want results, but they do not want compromise. And voters in this country seem to have lost the plot that it requires compromise to get results, which is, I think, why you now see people reaching for sort of the strongman authoritarian types, because they have forgotten that actually
If a black woman started it, she would have the sole responsibility, but because a white woman started it, it's always them, they. Ugh, I hate this world. Yeah. No, for sure. If Jasmine Crockett was the first person to fucking pop off on Marjorie Taylor Greene in that exact same category, in that exact same way, you know they would be like, oh, it's really, really unacceptable the way that she's behaving, so uppity, you know, something like that. Just like fucking racially loaded terminology. Because it's a black woman who responded, they're basically fucking saying both sides. But like I said, I don't personally give a shit. Okay, I don't care. I don't care that they like pop off. I think it's great. Yeah, I mean, there was a woman who, I mean, there was this person who called it ghetto, like literally. I think I tabbed out of that, but
the way this body is supposed to function is by doing the hard work, putting their heads down, reaching a compromise that makes everybody a little bit unhappy and a little bit happy, and ultimately you get something done for the American people. And so people want things done. They don't want them to compromise. They want them to be in opposition like that, and that's why we have all this dysfunction.
Yeah, well, I mean, and to what you were saying, David, too, when celebrity seems to be the goal of coming to Congress, you end up in situations like this.
Well, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is sort of an example of this because, look, Marjorie Taylor Greene has no choice but to be Marjorie Taylor Greene. That's just, there's no upper floor of the building there. But Ocasio-Cortez has potential to go in a number of different ways in her career. And that the incentives are pulling her toward the Instagram influencer, the viral moment, the no big bills path.
I will say Ocasio-Cortez is not always like this in committee hearings. I mean, she was jumping in defending someone, and she actually was the one who knew the rules of the committee, was using them to her, and she's usually very prepared for these hearings. But continue.
Okay, so she has a path. I mean, I think what we're also coping with is this is a Congress that doesn't have a majority in the House of Representatives, the inhibitions, what might happen under a different political culture is the speaker would put together a working majority, half of his party, a third of the other party, and build a majority from the center out. But that is completely prohibited by the culture of the modern House of Representatives. That's how actually things were often done in the past, especially in the 50s.
Bro, you advocated for the Iraq war. You literally personally added Iran to the axis of evil speech. That was David Frum, right? I don't want to get my fucking white dudes in the Bush administration mixed up, but I'm pretty sure he was literally the guy who personally added Iran and North Korea into the axis of evil speech famously. And is he also Canadian? I thought Brett Stevens was the Canadian one. Was he also the fucking Canadian guy? Oh, we got to shut down. We got to shut it down, dude. Canada not sending their best, as always.
50s and 60s, when the partisanship was a little more blurry, you would have this functioning coalition of the center of moderate Democrat, usually with a Democratic speaker, or in those days, always with a Democratic speaker. Yeah. But putting some of the Democratic members out to the margins, putting many of the Republican members out to the margins. But our political culture doesn't allow that middle-out coalition anymore.
It does not.
Tonight. All right, before we get to Governor Greg Abbott, AOC had the smoke for John Fetterman as well. Fetter bitch. In the past, I've described the U.S. as the U.S. House as the Jerry Springer Show. Today, I'm apologizing to the Jerry Springer Show. House committee meeting devolves into chaos as Greene and Ocasio-Cortez trade barbs. AOC responded with, I understand you likely would not have stood up for your colleague and seem to be confused about racism and misogyny being a both sides issue, but I stand up to bullies instead of becoming one. And to the women of Pennsylvania, I'd stand up for you too. Enjoy your Friday. A black woman was assaulted by a racist and AOC defended her, and you are pretending like it was just drama. Pathetic fence sitter from friend of the show, Michael from Pennsylvania. Oh, he's just like, I think John Fetterman is personally invested in just like making himself look as bad as possible. I don't know. He's just like doing Kirsten Cinema shit. But here, this is, like I said, I'm just gonna play this one more time so you guys get a better understanding of who we're fucking dealing with here. Okay. Come on. She's such a fucking CrossFit Andy, dude. Like, the kipping on these pull-ups is insane. For those of you who don't know, this is just typical CrossFit, okay? This is typical CrossFit bullshit. It's pretty funny to be like a CrossFit guy in like whenever 2023 when this was originally posted. I just, Anyway, of course, mainstream media would understandably jump on this and talk about the aesthetics and the civility of it all because they're ghouls and that's all they care about. So, typical bullshit. Oh, here's another funny aesthetics civility thing. Here it is. New York Times did a report that an upside down flag, a symbol of Stop the Steal, flew over Justice Alito's house after January 6th. This is such a funny ass thing to do a news article around, a news hit around, and I have to cover it because I feel like it perfectly pairs with the rest of the conversation. Little column B, a little column A. Okay, watch.
We have new reporting in the New York Times that I find absolutely staggering.
Absolutely staggering, guys. I can't believe it. I cannot believe it.
That for days in and around January 17th, 2021, Neighbors told the New York Times that Justice Samuel Alito, one of the 9 justices on the Supreme Court, had an American flag hanging upside down outside of his house. That inverted flag was being used as a symbol of the Stop the Steal movement. This is a justice who is very engaged, continues to be, in and around issues concerning Trump's role in the January 6th insurrection.
Guys, you mean to tell me that Justice Samuel Anthony Alito Jr. is a Trump supporter? Guys, I'm sorry. You know, we were going to talk about, people were in the chat asking me to do a trigger warning for the Diddy abuse video. And I forgot that the real trigger warning, your Johnny Somali take is fucking dumb. What is my Johnny Somali take? What are you talking about, dude? We're talking about democracy falling apart. And you're over here mentioning Johnny fucking Somali. It reached Reddit clips. And they're mad. Ignore chatter. Someone keeps posting a Reddit post. They try to degrade it again. Oh, guys. Democracy is falling apart here. Justice Samuel Anthony Alito Jr. flew an upside down American flag on January 6th, and you guys are talking about some fucking kick streamer who should have been permanently jailed and institutionalized for the rest of his life. Meanwhile, you know who actually should be permanently jailed and institutionalized? Justice Samuel Anthony Alito Jr. Not to be a conspiracy, Andy, but it feels like the shitters always come in when you start talking about real shit and try to derail you. Exactly. Please bend over so I can eat your scrumptious poop pie. Okay? I see it now. The D community is trying to push another hate thread against you. What else is new? This is what I say to them. Johnny Somali and Destiny are the same person in so many ways. So it's odd that they hate when he does it, but they love when Destiny does it. I guess because he's white and Johnny isn't. It's probably what it is. They're both gross, disgusting little freaks. They're little gremlins. I'm too normal for this. Who is Johnny? He's just like some fucking weirdo who like goes to other countries and is just like a ruthless monster to people. Let's continue. Back to the fall of democracy, a very serious story that we're covering. Nominated to the High Court by President George W. Bush on October 31st, 2005, who served on the Supreme Court of the United States of America since January 31st, 2006. Justice Samuel Alito. Can't believe he did that.
Apparently had a Stop the Steal flag flying outside of his house. He says in a denial, I had no involvement whatsoever in the flying of the flag. It was briefly placed by Mrs. Alito, Martha Ann Alito, in response to a neighbor's use of objectionable and personally insulting language on our yard sign.
It was briefly placed by Mrs. Alito. Damn, he immediately said it's the wife. he pulled the ripcord. It's my bitch wife, dude. You know how it is. Yeah. Also known as the Clarence Thomas response. It's great. Good stuff overall. The old ball and chain. She did it. It was briefly placed by Mrs. Alito in the response to a neighbor's use of objectionable and personally insulting language on yard signs.
This is nothing but a...
This is extremely white people shit, by the way. I love this argument. And I love this conversation as well. Like, this is what white people are doing. They're duking it out over like lawn signs and you know, flipping the flag over and stuff. Who gives a shit about any of this, man? Like, actually, this is objectively one of the dumbest stories I've ever heard. Yeah, dude, I knew that he was a piece of shit, okay? He's a Bush appointee Supreme Court justice. Of course, he's a reactionary monster. The fuck are we talking about? How is this news, man? What are we doing right now? Democracy dies in the darkness. And that darkness is when we don't cover Samuel Alito 4 years ago having a fucking upside down flag on January 6th. The Supreme Court of the United States of America literally rolled back one of the most significant civil liberties in terms of women's bodily autonomy. And we're over here talking about this shit? Are you fucking insane? Bro, you're a homeowner. You're supposed to get in on this shit. I know. I should be getting very mad about this. We're doing HOA convos, dude, from 4 years ago. I don't know if you know this, but your edges were not trimmed appropriately according to the Homeowners Association rules guideline. So I flipped my fucking flag. Like, who cares? Brother, it's a big deal because Alito voted to take up the 2020 election case and is currently deciding whether Trump is going to be a God king. Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but I didn't need this this upside down flag story to know how he was going to how he was going to go on the 2020 election case. It's so funny to be like, yeah, this actually spells trouble. It's like, bro, do you know how the Supreme Court operates? Come on, guys. Like, what are we thinking here? You think the people on the Supreme Court that don't have this kind of situation going on at their houses 4 years ago are also going to rule in defense of democracy or American principles? No. You all right? Down? Good girl. Good girl. Then talk about something else. Yeah, but it kind of spoils the ruling a little bit. Guys, I don't think you understand what I'm saying, okay? Right-wing Supreme Court justices do not operate on anything but ideological boundaries. Every Supreme Court justice operates on ideological boundaries. It has always been the case. The notion that this like taints their judgment is the notion that this instance is a further proof that like his judgment is tainted is idiotic. Every single one of them is going to basically calculate two things. One, how far can we go in our right-wing sentiment that we express in all of our decisions without basically destroying what remains of the Supreme Court's, institutional, what remains of the Supreme Court's institutional legitimacy. That's it. That's the only thing that they care about, so that they can keep making these decisions without people burning the fucking Supreme Court down.
You know, a neighborhood snafu, a little battle between neighbors. Rachel, do you have thoughts on that news coming against the backdrop of today?
It's unsettling. It's gross. First of all, everybody has different marriage rules, but it's my wife's fault is probably never within the marriage rules when you are talking to the New York Times about something that you've done that has brought enough scandal upon you and the institution you represent that it's on the front page of the New York Times. It was my wife. Like, I just don't, even if it was, like, just, I don't know. I don't want to give you any advice. But I feel like, the upside down flag, it wasn't like he had a Trump 2024, Trump 2028 flag up there. It was the American flag upside down, which is a traditional symbol of distress. Unless Mrs. Alito, I guess, was signaling her distress and calling for help. The explanation makes no sense. That was something that people were doing around that time to indicate that the country was effectively under siege in some way, which is what Trump supported.
Why did you say this is a bullshit news story, but continue to cover this bullshit news story? Because I'm talking about something broader about civility politics, and how liberals care more about the aesthetics of a certain thing rather than the actual intent and the actual impact. That's what this is about. This coverage is not simply about this news story. This coverage is more so me making fun of liberals caring more about the symbolism of an upside down flag. I hope that clarifies it for chatters. I don't know why you're so mad at me covering this, by the way. Calm down, I think.
Reporters were making the case for when they were describing the election as having been stolen when it wasn't. Justice Alito has become increasingly unembarrassed about displaying himself as a partisan, as a consumer of partisan narratives and media, and in ruling in ways that is just kind of out loud, all caps disdainful toward a majority of the country in some cases, or certainly against people who disagree with him. And this fits with that, but it's also something that I've never heard anything like this in the entire history of every controversy I've ever known about with the United States Supreme Court. I think Chief Justice Roberts has a problem on his hands in terms of the behavior of some of the more aggressive justices and those who are really flouting ethics concerns and equanimity concerns with their behavior.
Anyway. Yeah. Those neighbors who did not report the flag knew exactly what kind of person Alito is, and knew that Alito and his wife were linking themselves publicly to violent extremists by displaying that flag. That's why the neighbors feared reprisals and stayed silent. If you see something, say something. Okay, guys? If you see something, say something. Please. It's unacceptable. Oh, this is where the Johnny Somali thing is coming from? Hassan on why Johnny Somali is racist against the Japanese. America bad. Wait, so they agree with Johnny Somali? Like, I'm confused. They keep posting this over and over again, apparently, and trying to like updude it. They've tried posting it multiple times. What is the anger? Repost thread. So going to repost my comment. What critical race theory does to a motherfucker? These guys' entire worldview is based on white people bad. It is hilarious. The kind of shit they come up with to stick to that. Are you okay? Do you need help? Nothing you said has anything to do with the clip in the pose. What is this? He was being incredibly fucking racist. What the fuck? I said racist? Yes, dude. Yes. Are you going to say that like, oh, but Japan is 98% Japanese. How can you be racist to the Japanese? Because when he was being racist to the fucking Japanese, he was being racist to the Japanese by screaming Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So Johnny Somali wasn't being racist to the Japanese on the virtue of him being black and them being Japanese. He was being racist to the Japanese on the virtue that they were fucking annihilated by American atomics. Once again, tying this back to historic violence, colonial violence or imperial violence, but violence nonetheless, that an entire nation was subjected to. If it's tied to systemic violence, then yes, there is an adequate reason as to why this would be considered racist in the way that you understand racism. Okay? So that's it. That's literally, it's that simple. It is. Wait, I'm confused. What are they like? What is the, at no point did you use the word white? Yeah. The main point of contention seems to be that Japan was imperial, and you say imperialism, colonial violence. Yeah, it's really interesting because if you actually watch the full clip, I actually get into that as well. But of course, that part is not in this clipped out of context. I almost immediately after this 58-second clip is done, unironically start talking about how Japan was obviously a fascist imperial entity itself, and the nuclear bombs, the atomics that we used on Japan had absolutely nothing to do with its like rape of Manchuria. But you know, that's it's a days old clip. The original OP got so horny to post, they posted a random YouTube VOD of it. It's nothing. Even the normal LSF commenters aren't buying it. Comments are funny. That's literally, it's that simple. It is unironic. Yeah. Seems reasonable, level-headed, and ideologically consistent. If you want to disagree on the structural element of racism, sure, go ahead. It's clear from the numerous clips in the past few days that Hassan does believe there's a structural element. What's the gotcha moment here? Am I missing something? Yeah, after watching it, none of the raging responses in here don't seem to be relevant to the video at all. They're reacted to their own hallucinations. Well, out of curiosity, I just had to look at your YouTube account. Basically, all your comments are on threads about Hassan. I mean, I find the guy annoying, but this level of seething obsession can't be good for you. I just don't get it. You think I do it for karma when Hassan maulding is more than enough enjoyment? Yeah, I'm maulding so hard, man. Doesn't this whole point of theirs imply that they think Japan deserved to be nuked? Yes, they are in agreement with Johnny Somali to own me, I guess. I just don't think they understand the words you're saying, and instead of looking it up, they just assume it's bullshit. Yeah, I don't think anything I said in that clip is like is wrong or goes against what I believe. Yeah, Japan was a fascist imperialist country that was doing their own version of the Holocaust in China and Korea, and yet that still did not justify using atomics twice, not one but twice. Like, they keep posting my dubs. These fans' hatred of you is irrational. Nothing you say or don't say will have any impact on how they feel. Yeah. It's probably one of your most benign, least controversial takes I've heard you say. It makes complete logical sense. Yeah. I agree the atomic bombs were not justified. However, they did probably save lives overall. Yeah, that argument is also bullshit because the argument is literally because America was firebombing Japan, which was going to kill more people in general. And it's like, there's another option there, which is to not do that. You know what I mean? America is not like an uncontrollable force. Like, it's not like a natural disaster. It was a calculated decision made by American generals to continuously firebomb all of the civilian areas of Japan. Not only was Japan ready to surrender before we dropped the bombs, but the Japanese conditional surrender came with keeping the empire intact, like keeping the emperor in a position of power, which we gave them after we nuked them anyway. Like, we literally nuked them and then we're like, yeah, you can keep the emperor, it's fine. The fuck? Anyway, yeah, America just wanted to try out their nukes, so sorry to the Japanese, RIP. I hate when people repeat that talking point, especially when almost everyone in charge wrote memoirs about how they dropped the bombs for funsies. Yeah. We also push Japan to colonialism. Yeah, that's fucking bullshit. Okay. I'm sorry. Like Japan getting fucked over by the global powers after World War I, when China is literally getting way more fucked over after World War I, and then the Japanese having their own imperial ambitions is ridiculous. We didn't push them into colonialism. They were definitely with that. Okay. They were on board with that. Imperial Japan absolutely was nutty with it. That's crazy. That's not correct. We dropped the bombs to show the USSR we had them and had to be and to be mindful. Yeah. So imperialism, not colonialism. Those are two different things. No, what Japan was doing was colonialism. Imperialism is the more modernized version of that. No, Japan absolutely had colonies. They were doing colonialism. The Japanese had, in fact, already sued for peace before the atomic age was announced to the world with the destruction of Hiroshima, and before the Russian entry into the war, the atomic bomb played no decisive part from a purely military standpoint in the defeat of Japan. Fleet Admiral Chester W. Nimitz. Yeah, Manchuria was literally a colonial project. And Japan was doing that before America even existed, and certainly after America existed as well. So the idea that like Japanese colonialism is something that the Western world pushed them into doing is completely incorrect. Anyway, Commodore Perry forced Japan to open, which led to the Meiji Restoration and the start of Japan expanding to match the Western powers. All right. That chatter is wrong. Japan did not try to surrender before the nukes. That wasn't a chatter. That was a chatter quoting a high-ranking admiral in the American military at the time. And no, you are wrong. Japan did actually offer conditional surrender before the nukes. One of the conditions that they considered unacceptable being the continuation of the Japanese emperor. And America was like, no conditional surrender, just full-blown surrender. Fuck you. Actually, we're just going to nuke you regardless. And then they did. And then they kept the conditional surrender, surrender that they put forward. So you're wrong. On August 10th, 1945, Japan offered to surrender to the Allies, the only condition being that the emperor allowed to remain the nominal head of the state. Look at that. You don't have to watch Sean's 8-hour fucking YouTube video to come to this conclusion. This is from the Manhattan Project from the U.S. Department of Energy and an interactive history. But even before the Hiroshima bombing, they had brought forward that there would be conditional surrender. After the Hiroshima bombing, they still offered to surrender to the Allies, the only condition being that the emperor allowed to remain as the nominal head of state. And then they were like, okay, that's fine. Planning for the use of additional nuclear weapons continued even as the deliberations were ongoing. On August 10th, Leslie Groves reported to the War Department that the next bomb, another plutonium implosion weapon, would be ready for delivery on the first sustainable weather after 17th or 18th of August. Following the destruction of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, only 2 targets remain from the original list. If you had to choose, though, would you pick no anime or nuke Japan? No, I know this part is actually after the bombs were dropped. The argument isn't even this anyway. The argument is that this was done. The argument is that this was done, like the defenders of America using nukes was to say the argument that Americans use in textbooks usually revolves around something along the lines of like, well, the firebombing of Japan would be far more devastating for the civilian population, which it was, than one big bomb or maybe 2 big bombs. And that is a ridiculous argument to make because we act like there is no alternative to the firebombing. Having said that, however, obviously I'm not, here running defense for Japanese war crimes in World War II. After all, I am not the American government or the Japanese government. People always point to the Japanese people saying that they will never surrender, that they're, that they had that dog in them. They would just die by the millions if necessary, and that they would kill themselves. I feel like it's Orientalism at play when people say that. That's bullshit and you know it, but then you're going to say some dumb shit like, oh, thanks, HasanAbi, and move on without addressing the argument. Buffoon in a suit. The only defense that you should be considering yourself with right now at the top of the hour is a $5 a month subscription defense. Walter Trohan, a reporter for the Chicago Tribune, reported that 2 days before President Roosevelt left for the Yalta conference with Winston Churchill and Joseph Stalin in early February 1945, he was shown a 40-page memorandum drafted by General MacArthur outlining a Japanese offer for surrender, almost identical with the terms later concluded by President Truman. This is well documented for the record. U.S. leaders knew we didn't have to drop atomic bombs on Japan to win the war. We did it anyway. Dying before surrendering is a common sentiment in Japanese militarism, though, is why kamikaze became a thing. It doesn't matter. There's also a top-down. There's also a loyalty to there's also a loyalty to the Japanese emperor, and if the Japanese government decides that they are going to surrender, then people are going to surrender. Anyway, the argument I was taught in school was the nukes were the only way to avoid a land invasion. The only way to avoid the top of the hour ad break is by subscribing, okay? For $5 or for free. Do not use Oriental, that is racist against Asians. I don't know if you know this. I said it, I think it's Orientalist, which is an academic term, as in Orientalism is the otherization of like those from the Orient, myself included as a Turkish person, Palestinians, and of course everyone in Asia, South Asia, East Asia. The idea that like they have a difference in opinion and different value sets and are not like those in the Western world. I said Orientalism. Don't say racism, it's racist. Yeah. Edward Said, racist against Asians. Anyway, I'm forgetting to run the 3-minute ad break, so I'm going to run it now. Have you watched that video where they surprised an atomic bomb survivor by having him meet the guy that dropped the nuke on a city? I did. It's fucking awful. Bro, how is this chat like your chat so stupid sometimes, like genuinely embarrassed? Well, that's because we let anyone and everyone speak. And that's why there are plenty of people who are maybe not members of this community or maybe not even paying full-blown attention to what's going on in front of them. Just kind of chime in and chirp a little bit for funsies. Yeah, Orient actually comes from the Latin for rising because that's the sun's direction is supposed to Occident. Anyway, why the fuck are we talking about this? Oh, I forgot. It's because there was a Reddit post. Yeah, before we move on to Texas Governor pardons man convicted of killing protester at the 2020 BLM rally, Daniel Perry, which was a fucking gross racist piece of shit who literally, even under the Texas courts, was seen to be judged by a jury of his peers and was found guilty beyond a reasonable doubt in doing an act of premeditated murder. I think that was the charge, if I'm not mistaken. And yet, Governor Greg Abbott had some different opinions on the matter. Wonderful stuff there. Before we get to that, though, I do want to cover this very funny, content condensed 2.5-minute Asmongold-Hassan debate on student protests condensed. If you want to talk about it, I'm down.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Asmongold posted a tweet about pro-Palestinian protesters making rest bases on college campuses that block students from going to class. Hassan responded that this wasn't happening. Asmon linked a video. Hassan said that the man shown was a known agitator who wasn't blocked from class but framed the video to make it look that way. They went back and forth until Asmon hopped on Hassan's stream. They have a couple of key disagreements that got very mixed together and lead to lots of repetition of the same points in different words. I'll do my best to give an accurate Steelman summary of the conversation. We'll start with how each of them views the universities. Asmon sees the campuses as private property where administration has no obligation to be held accountable by students, even if it would be better morally if they were. His analogies showcase people outside of a business or dwelling attempting to impose their will in on it. Hassan sees the campuses as public spaces where students, as contributing members of a public institution, do have a righteous say in holding them accountable. His analogies showcase people who are employees of a business or residents of a dwelling, voicing themselves from within this space. Asmon disagrees here, because unlike the government, these universities aren't democratic institutions. Agreeing with a cause does not greenlight any behavior to further it. You can't have laws where ends justify the means. Hassan holds that public institutions can be held accountable by their members, and he's glad that people have acted on ends justify the means mindsets and movements of the past. Asmon agrees that even destructive protests can be justified, but that it is dangerous for a system to have any sort of means testing of intentions to decide if actions are justified. He feels that the protesters today have not exhausted their opportunities to vent within our democratic system. In his words, if people want to protest, the best way to protest is to vote. Hassan posits that the state of the American electoral system makes change by voting impossible. That doesn't mean we shouldn't do our best within the system, but the reason that protests are so necessary is how unfruitful working within our current democratic system can be. They agree that the system is broken. Where they diverge is Asmon's belief that if people vote, the system will improve over time, and Hassan's belief that because lobbying overshadows the people's vote in the actions of our representatives, you can't work solely within the system to fix it. It's important to come away from this knowing that they agree on more than they disagree, and there's no animosity between the two.
I might disagree with you on kind of the methodology of the protest, but I agree with you about these problems.
I didn't grab no shoes or nothing, Jesus. I ran for my life.
Respect. This channel's gonna save me so much time. What the fuck am I gonna do? Go on a walk with my dog, read a book, What the fuck? I watched the whole thing when I could have just waited a random 800 sub channel to post this absolute banger. It's great. Finally, a way to watch all the Hassan drama without having to listen to Hassan. Yeah, daily dose of HasanAbi. It is public property. Yes, that is true. Anyway, the abridged debate drama. I love that. Even the haters like it. That's great. Problem is, I don't think haters fucking hear anything. They just like, I don't think they're responding to anything I'm actually saying. They're more so just responding to the feelings that they have and the hallucinations in their minds. You know what I'm saying? NMP asked a question about who to vote for. Oh, dude, I can't. I don't know, man. Vote with your heart. Vote with your heart, Nick. Anyway. All right. Still shocked that gamers are still mad about Yasuke. Dude, gamers have a lot to be mad about, okay? Hey, YouTuber I watch for fitness tips just posted a video about semen retention. Am I cooked? Anyway, all right. I'm not responding to that. Texas governor pardons man convicted of killing protesters at the 2020 BLM rally. Let's take a look.
Tonight, a man convicted of murder for killing an armed Black Lives Matter protester is walking free. Former U.S. Army Sergeant Daniel Perry was serving a 25-year prison sentence for fatally shooting Air Force veteran Garrett Foster in 2020. Today, Perry was pardoned by Texas Governor Greg Abbott. And just to remind you what happened, prosecutors say that Perry drove his SUV through a red light into a crowd of protesters in Austin. He was apparently approached.
Yeah. Remember, dude, this is like textbook, okay? It is, if you don't know anything, if you just like only know a couple things about Texas, you will probably come to the conclusion that like when a white man goes to a Black Lives Matter rally, okay, in his car and then shoots and kills one of the BLM protesters and then gets convicted of murder by a Texas court, okay, beyond a reasonable doubt, it probably is like pretty open and shut, right? It's probably pretty fucking open and shut. So in that situation, the fact that like, if you don't know anything else, like, come on, bro. Like this is a open and shut case. This is black and white as it gets. Okay. Even the concealed carry CCW subreddit said this was murder and half of them dream of being able to shoot someone. Exactly. And doesn't the pardon imply that they're guilty, but the crime is okay? The pardon can be seen as like someone who was falsely imprisoned. It doesn't always mean that, like, obviously you have to be convicted guilty to be pardoned. But in this circumstance, they're saying that it shouldn't be a crime. That's what Governor Greg Abbott is saying. Now, there was so much about Daniel Perry. There was so much in the court case. Investigations were obviously conducted, and they found that he genuinely did have racist intent. Okay. Openly saying that he was saying a whole bunch of anti-Semitic shit, whole bunch of Islamophobic shit, whole bunch of anti-black shit, trying to text teenagers in chat rooms. Like, this guy had it all. Okay? This guy had it all. And we will cover all of that in a second if CNN doesn't get to it. Okay? But the real reason why Governor Greg Abbott did this is because he wanted to say Daniel Perry did the right thing. Go to a Black Lives Matter protest in his car and then shoot and kill one of the protesters. That's it. The protester he killed, for the record, is white as well. He was armed, and he was pushing his, I believe she's quadriplegic. I don't want to get it wrong. His wife, who's in a wheelchair. He was also a veteran. He was pushing his black wife in a wheelchair. He was the caregiver for his wife. And this dude straight up fucking shot and killed him, got convicted in a Texas jury, and he still was pardoned by Governor Greg Abbott. Now, the reason why people in positions of power do stuff like this is to basically say, I mean, it's similar to the Kyle Rittenhouse case a little bit, is that we will defend you. The institutions will ultimately defend you if you go out and do stuff like this. That is what this is. Okay? He openly also showcased his intent, by the way, Daniel Perry. This is one page of the 76 that were just released. Here, Daniel Perry says, I will only shoot the protesters in front and push the pedal to the metal. I might have to kill a few people on my way to work. They are rioting outside my apartment complex. Justin Smith, can you legally do so? If they attack me or try to pull me out of the car, then yes. If I just do it because I'm driving by, then no. Yeah, right, law. Make sure to use only one shot on the protesters, so if they try to flood you, you got enough rounds for them all. I will only shoot the ones in the front and push the pedal to the metal. You got that much control over your bloodlust? Lol, boy, have you matured? All you would beat the fuck out of them, then rape a few. Look, I would probably barely have ammo left over with this tactic. I have to conserve my ammo for the trip back to home. No protesters go near me or my car. Can you catch me a N-word, the old school N-word, Spanish word, daddy? That is what I am hoping. Yay, says Justin Smith. That's the guy that was just pardoned. Like, there is no clearer. This is the reason why he got convicted, okay? It wasn't even like a Kyle Rittenhouse situation where they actually struck from the record Kyle Rittenhouse, the footage of him like looking at a bunch of black people outside of a CVS and being like, I'm gonna shoot them. Like, where they literally struck that off the record. This is not vague. Don't say pretty vague still. What do you mean? How is this vague? If this is vague, there is nothing that you will ever be convinced of. This is literally a dude saying, I am going to go to a protest and shoot and kill black people with racist intent. I have racist intent and I want to go and I'm fantasizing about killing black people and Black Lives Matter protesters. The idea that this is vague is insane to me. And you are wrong. It's not like a jury of his peers found that to be vague. A jury of his peers looked at that and went, okay, that shit's a little too racist for our taste. When you pardon a person like this, you're basically saying, yeah, no, I love what he did. I think what he did was good. And I want to make sure that, you know, if it happens again, I'll defend it again. Implying that you want it to happen again. Let's continue.
By Foster, who was openly carrying an assault-style rifle, which is legal in Texas. Foster then motioned for Perry to lower his window, at which point Perry shot Foster with a handgun. The defense argued that Perry's actions were justified as self-defense, but the jury, they went on to convict him. Now, Governor Abbott made an unusual request for the Texas Board of Pardons and Paroles to carry out an expedited review before Perry was even sentenced. Now, that board unanimously voted to pardon Perry and restore his firearm rights earlier today.
Like, that dude can now have his gun again, okay? There's, I don't know what to say about it. I mean, this is just white supremacy in action, in full display, okay? That's it.
I want to bring in Sheila Foster. It's Garrett Foster's mom, and the attorney representing her, Quentin Brogdon. Sheila Foster, thank you so much for joining us this evening. It is heartbreaking every time I hear about and remind the audience about what has happened to your family, to your beloved child. He was convicted of murder on Daniel Perry on April 7th of last year. The very next day, Governor Abbott was speaking openly about wanting to pardon your son's killer. What is it you're feeling tonight?
Reading the governor's pardon, it appears as though nothing that was done in trial and nothing that was reviewed by the pardon board was included in his pardon. That is all stuff that was said by the defense attorney in the beginning. It's not anything that the pardon board discovered. All of that stuff was debunked at trial. Everything the governor put in his pardon letter was proven wrong during trial.
Did you feel when the conviction happened and he was found guilty, how did you feel about losing your son and justice and accountability at that point?
When they announced that he was guilty?
Yes.
That was a relief. That was a relief. And I slept better that night than I had in nearly 3 years. And I woke up the next morning and it was so peaceful. And then I literally was basking in peace that morning and thanking God that we finally got justice. And then I got a text message from my friend telling me about the governor's tweet. And I thought, there's no way he would actually do that. There's no way he's actually gonna do that. And then here we are.
Is that how you found out? You mean this is the way that you found out through a tweet that the governor's office didn't contact you or you didn't have the advance notice?
No, it was through a tweet. When I found out that my son was murdered, I found out by Whitney's mother. The authorities didn't even contact me, his next of kin. I had to find that out from his wife's mother. And my daughter had previously already learned it on Facebook. So nothing involving this case is normal. Nothing is ethical. Nothing is right. Everything that has happened is wrong on so many levels. And I don't understand why it is so crystal clear to me that this man needs to be in prison for the rest of his life, not a mere 25 years. Why he wouldn't even have to serve a year. It doesn't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand. Governor
Quentin,
Abbott wouldn't pardon him.
I mean,
He wouldn't pardon him if this was a Trump rally. If this was a Trump rally and somebody drove into that crowd and gunned one of those people down, do you think Governor Abbott would pardon that killer?
Your question, I think, is swirling around so many people's minds, and I think they have their answers quite clearly. I want to bring you in here, Quentin. It's unbelievable to think of how this mother has had to learn about a pardon for someone convicted of killing her son. You were considering filing a civil case even before the murder conviction. Is she without any legal recourse now? Are you going to be able to pursue any legal action now that he has been pardoned?
Laura, thank you. We decided, Sheila and I, and Sheila's one of the bravest clients I've ever represented, not to go forward with the civil case because there was accountability in the wake of the conviction of Daniel Perry. But now the governor's turned the rule of law on his head. He seems to have forgotten a basic truth that our founding fathers knew well, namely that respect for the rule of law begins with respect for the will of citizen jurors. And in this case, there were 12 citizen jurors who gave up 2 weeks of their lives to consider the evidence. They heard from 40 witnesses. They deliberated 15 hours. And at the end of that, those same 12 citizen jurors voted unanimously to convict Daniel Perry. And assuming the governor or anybody else who would say this is a travesty of justice is correct, then there are 2 separate courts of appeals in Texas that can be allowed and should have been allowed to weigh in on this and potentially reverse it if it needed to be reversed. But when the judge steps in with 2 big feet and undoes the will of citizen jurors, a legitimate question arises. Is this based on the merits or is it based on some crass political calculation?
Yeah, it absolutely is based on crass political calculation. The calculation is, we like what Daniel Perry did. We actually think it's awesome that he went to a Black Lives Matter rally with racist intent to shoot BLM protesters. And he actually carried out this violent attack, which even a Texas jury unanimously agreed was guilty beyond a reasonable doubt for racist intent and murder. And Governor Greg Abbott likes that and doesn't think that that's a bad thing, which is why he pardoned this person. Let me be very clear. Let me be very clear. Governor Greg Abbott is saying this is good. What he did, what Daniel Perry did was good, and we want more of it. This was his statement. The Texas Board of Pardons and Paroles conducted an exhaustive review of U.S. Army Sergeant Daniel Perry's personal history and the facts surrounding the July 2020 incident and recommended a full pardon and restoration of full civil rights of citizenship. Among the voluminous files reviewed by the board, they saw that he was also like a far-right neo-Nazi furry, among other things. You know, they saw all of the text messages and were like, this is awesome. We like this. Okay? They considered the information provided by the Travis County District Attorney, the full investigative report on Daniel Perry, plus a review of the testimony provided at trial. Texas has one of the strongest stand-your-ground laws of self-defense that cannot be nullified by a jury or a progressive district attorney. I thank the board for its thorough investigation, and I approve their pardon recommendation. It's insanely dangerous to give people like this the idea that there is no consequence for murdering people. The thin veil of rule of law is falling before our eyes. Guys, that is the whole point. There is no difference. I mean, this is the most violent version of exactly what happened at California's University of California, Los Angeles campus a couple weeks ago at this point. Students were peacefully demonstrating at an encampment. The university sent the police as they stood idly by and watched the racist violence against the pro-Palestinian peaceful demonstrators unfold. And then the very next day, the university used that violence that the students in the encampment experienced as a reason to then do state-sponsored violence. Okay? The goal there was to show everyone and anyone, if there is a violent lynch mob, then that's great. We will literally conduct and commit the very same desires of said violent lynch mob. This is not new in American history. Okay? This is not new at all in American history. This is exactly the same shit that happened. This is exactly the same shit that happened time and time again in American history, both in contemporary U.S. history and also American history as a whole. What is state-sponsored violence you're referring to? Breaking up the encampment? Yes. Sending the police to violently apprehend and beat the shit out of the student protesters for peacefully demonstrating their First Amendment rights. This is fascism, by the way. This is white supremacy and it's fascism. Straight up. Make no mistake. And it happens in many different ways, but this is one of the most glaringly obvious instances of American fascism and American white supremacy. That's it. The conservative cheering this don't know what dangerous game they're playing. No, they're cheering this because they know exactly what the dangerous game is. Because if someone tried to do a stand your ground around Daniel Perry, they would go to jail. They would get the death penalty maybe. They know that. This is the dynamic. Okay? This is why I always say you have to be very careful with the way you conduct yourself if you are on the left, if you're on a progressive side, if you're against the government in a meaningful way and not in like an edgy teenager kind of way where they're like, you know, you're a progressive, you're woke. Of course, the government will never come after you because you're progressive and woke, and so is the government. This happened in the South during racist lynch mobs in general as well. Historically, the police almost always side with fascist demonstrators, defend fascist demonstrators, and rarely ever apprehend fascist demonstrators, no matter how violent they get. If you defend yourself against fascist demonstrators, and if you recall, this did happen under the Trump administration, just like this incident as well, Trump will send the marshals after you and execute you point blank and then flex on your dead body. This literally happened. The reversal of this already occurred, okay? In Portland, where an anti-fascist who also had a weapon, okay, shot and killed a Patriot Prayer Nazi, okay? After that Patriot Prayer Nazi went over, Michael Rennell was his name, yes. A Patriot Prayer Nazi went over with bear mace and was like attacking BLM protesters. Michael Rennell was hunted down by marshals directed by Donald Trump, who demanded his execution, and he got his execution. Donald Trump then turned around and said, look how awesome it is that we executed Michael Rennell. One day after his interview with Vice News. The idea that there is a equal standard under the law when it comes to fascist violence and anti-fascist defense against said fascist violence is ludicrous, is ridiculous. Okay? The reason why libertarians and fascists alike love posting the don't tread on me shit while simultaneously demanding that the police are more militant and more violent is because they live with the comfort of knowing that the state, which has a monopoly on violence, will always side with them when push comes to shove, will always defend them. That's precisely why January 6th was a unique moment. Not January 6th's immediate aftermath, of course, because the police didn't do shit on January 6th for the most part, with the exception of shooting and killing Ashley Babbitt, which I am still very critical of for the record. But they literally were shocked that there were any apprehensions after the fact, any investigations conducted after the fact, because they operated with the understanding that, like, what do you mean? This is my shit. Like, you're supposed to straight up be on my side. You're supposed to look the other way when I do violence, and you're supposed to defend me and join hands, as a matter of fact, when I do the violence. Daniel Perry bragged about killing a homeless man by accident. A review of Daniel Perry's cell phone extraction revealed native messages exchanged between Daniel Perry and a phone number saved in the device is Justin Smith. On or about March 30th. Outgoing message, I killed a homeless man by accident. Outgoing message, the police already know and they let me go. Justin Smith, huh. Here's another outgoing message. Am I racist for thinking the way Black Lives Matter movement is like a bunch of monkeys flinging shit at a zoo due to the fact that they demand white people give their houses to a poor black family and the way their protests always seem to turn violent? Outgoing message. For example, my parents own a 4-bedroom house and the BLM movement believe that my parents should give their house to a poor black family and pretty much live in a 1-bedroom house that they should buy with money they don't have. Once again, pure fantasy, but he believes it to be true. Here's Daniel Perry messaging someone named Rainbow about sleeping over together. Rainbow says they will get their driver's license on August 8th. Outgoing message, we can do that. How soon can you get ready? Rainbow says, like 15 minutes. I am on my way. Outgoing message, I am here. It should be noted that the review of Daniel Perry's cell phone extraction revealed messages between WhatsApp account Perry Daniel owner and WhatsApp account Rainbow on or about July 24th, 2020. On July 24th, 2020, an incoming message from Rainbow says, August 8th, I get my driver's license. There's an outgoing message back from Perry who says, cool. Some of the highlights. I'm trying to imagine the reaction from the right, and to be honest, from the media too. If a Democratic governor just pardoned a man found guilty of murder who had posted on social media, too bad we can't get paid for hunting Jews in Europe. Perry posted the above, but for Muslims. The New York Times also did an analysis, by the way, of how a U.S. task force killed an Antifa activist. That is what happens in this country. This is something to always pay attention to. Donald Trump, remember, for Mike Rennell, cheered his killing as retribution. Governor Greg Abbott, by the way, literally, again, the guy that he personally pardoned, okay, faces the question of whether to sign the pardon of a man who texted a 16-year-old, I am going to bed, come up with a reason why I should be your boyfriend before I wake up, to a 16-year-old. He was routinely texting explicitly with 16-year-olds. He hit the full Monty. Someday you only see. Anyway, here I want to show you guys
like
this.
The beginning of a war.
This is Mike Rennell giving an interview before he gets killed by U.S. Marshals. I got to go pee real quick.
It was a huge scoop, an exclusive interview with the Antifa activist wanted for shooting a pro-Trump supporter in Portland 6 days ago. But just hours after the promo aired, Michael Reinhold was killed in a shootout with U.S. Marshals.
They doing CPR on him.
We're now learning new details of the heart-stopping drama and how marshals tracked him down. Reinhold has been on the run for shooting right-winger Aaron J. Danielson, he claims in self-defense.
They're trying to make me look like a murderer.
He was identified by the black fist tattoo on the side of his neck. His whereabouts were a mystery until he gave an interview to Vice News.
You feel that it was totally justified? Totally justified. Had I not acted, I am confident that my friend and I'm sure I would have been killed.
Former U.S. Marshal John Muffler.
If you're using cell phones and laptops, anything with an electronic signature, it can be tracked. I would say that the interview he did could have been a potential lead.
Here's the timeline. 2 p.m. West Coast time. Vice News reveals that they have scored the interview with Reinhold. Freelance journalist Donovan Farley posts, I've been working nonstop for the past few days. I hope you'll check it out. 7:30 p.m. Reinhold leaves an apartment building in Lacey, Washington, where he had been hiding out, 120 miles north of Portland. U.S. Marshals and local authorities are waiting for him.
There was shots that were fired into the vehicle, and the subject fled from the vehicle, at which time there was additional shots that were fired.
It sounded like fireworks. That's how many shots.
8 p.m., the interview airs on Vice TV. Reinhold has been dead for half an hour.
I see a civil war right around the corner.
At 8:40 Pacific Standard Time, President Trump tweets, why aren't the Portland police arresting the cold-blooded killer? Do your job and do it fast. Everybody knows who this thug is. The president was apparently unaware that Reinhold was already dead.
Yeah. Here's Donald Trump gloating.
In the U.S. Marshals. We sent in the U.S. Marshals. Took 15 minutes, it was over. 15 minutes, it was over. We got him. They knew who he was. They didn't want to arrest him. And 15 minutes, that ended. Anyway, and they called themselves peaceful protesters.
Yep. So just remember that. Now, this person that I'm talking about that Donald Trump is gleefully cheering on the execution of, the state-sponsored execution of course, was an anti-fascist and not a fascist. The reason why I'm showing you this is because I want you to understand the double standard. When a fucking Nazi piece of shit goes to a BLM rally, openly states his desires to kill BLM protesters, fantasizes about it, and then acts out on those desires, the Texas governor, after a jury of this person's peers finds him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, pardons him. When an anti-fascist, on the other hand, is literally at a Black Lives Matter protest, providing security and fires at a Nazi, like an actual out and about patriot prayer Nazi, okay, who is attacking the Black Lives Matter protesters, he gets executed by the marshals. And then Donald Trump flexes that he demanded the execution of this person. This is the United States of America. If you are looking for some kind of consistency here, the only consistent principle is white supremacy. The problem is, at least for a brief period of time, America tried to act like there was equal treatment under the law for anyone and everyone that violates the law, right? Except there is no equal treatment. They want to go back to Reconstruction era Klan violence, okay? They think that that is fine. They find it okay to outsource the state violence to paramilitaries, to people who will take matters into their own hands. That's it.
I know this is really stressful. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, he's dead. Oh God.
Footage of Daniel Perry's police interview after he killed Garrett Foster was played in the courtroom during his murder trial. Former Austin Police homicide detective David Fugit was the one to conduct the interview with Perry. In it, Detective Fugit had Perry demonstrate how Foster carried his rifle.
How high did that barrel come up? We're not worried about right now. Was it aimed at you? I believe it was aimed at me. I believe he was going to aim it at me. I didn't want to give him a chance to aim at me, you know?
And then what?
He openly mentions that the dude is not even brandishing, by the way, or fucking pointing the weapon at him. That's the other part about it.
Perry did while he was sitting in the driver's seat.
It's like a big gun rusher. I don't want to get shot, so.
Perry said he shot 5 times. He believes the whole encounter was less than 15 seconds.
Saying he doesn't want to give him the chance. The dude he shot, by the way, the dude he shot, literally, the dude he shot and killed was pushing, moments before he shot and killed him, was pushing his quadriplegic wife at the Black Lives Matter protest. Okay? He had his safety on his gun. He was the caretaker of his quadriplegic wife. And this scumbag shot and fucking killed him and openly stated his intentions to shoot and fucking kill BLM protesters. It is such a classic case of open and shut racist murder. Okay? He had racist intent. The dude he shot and killed was white. His goal, however, was to go and shoot BLM protesters. Okay? Not paraplegic, quadriplegic. As far as I understand, due to medical negligence, they had to amputate her hands and her legs. Daniel Perry's wife, that is. Anyway, that was the not Daniel Perry's wife, sorry, Garrett Foster's wife. Daniel Perry is the shooter. I'm sorry, the victim's wife. Every part of this story has an element of white supremacy and is the reason why we say white supremacy is a systemic issue. Okay? You can try to individualize it all day, every day, whichever way you want to.
In February, who said this.
Going through all of this, and it's dehumanizing, you know, and just with all of this being everywhere, and it's just been like a whole 3 years of like not being able to grieve properly, not having any peace.
We are this afternoon getting a lot of reaction to this development. This from DA Jose Garza, who says, quote, the board and the governor have put their politics over justice and made a mockery of our legal system. They should be ashamed of themselves. Their actions are contrary to the law and demonstrate that there are two classes of people in this state where some lives matter and some lives do not. Perry's attorney, Doug O'Connell, said in a statement, quote, the action by Governor Abbott and the Pardon Board corrects the courtroom travesty which occurred over a year ago and represents justice in this case. We are anxious to see Daniel reunited with his family. Keep in mind, this decision is final. There is no legal path toward an appeal, and the case is now officially over.
Breaking news out of Texas. The Republican governor there pardoning a man convicted of murdering a Black Lives Matter protester back in 2020. As we're just learning in the last couple of minutes here, that he is now out of prison, meaning that 25-year sentence for former U.S. Army Sergeant Daniel Perry is now pardoned. Again, this is for shooting and killing Garrett Foster, a 28-year-old man at a protest in Austin. It is nullified. All of Perry's rights are set to be restored. Perry.
What are the chances of him reoffending? I mean, dude, what are you talking about? Why wouldn't he? He got the fucking clear. He got the go ahead. Why shouldn't he? You know what I mean? And it's not just him. I mean, they literally fully restored his civil rights, as in gave him his gun back and his gun rights. And that in and of itself is just like a clear-cut indication that the federal government, I mean, the Texas state government is basically saying, no, go off, King. Do it again. It is also a message to anyone and everyone that wants to take matters in their own hands. You see a fucking Palestinian rally going on? You know what I mean? Get in there. Stand your ground. You see another Black Lives Matter rally or Black Lives Matter protest going on? Get in there. Stand your fucking ground. Take matters into your own hands. Yeah, it's the Republicans that are letting out the violent criminals on our streets. But of course, the kind of violence that they're doing is against Black people and allies of Black people in general, people who are upset about the disproportionate violence Black people are experiencing in the hands of the police state. So killing them is perfectly permissible in the eyes of many in this country's positions of power. And now the messaging is people wearing masks are criminals and mass protesters are dangerous. Yes. This is basically open season. This is the American government saying vigilantism in the right-wing direction, of course, not the other side, as I showed you, because we saw what happens when we saw what happens when someone even actually self-defends in a situation while also simultaneously being a leftist or an anti-fascist. The government comes after you and executes you, and then the president who ordered your execution, your assassination, openly flexes.
Admits to shooting Foster, who you see right here, while driving an Uber in Austin. And his attorneys argue that because Foster was armed, Perry was acting in self-defense. Governor Greg Abbott saying in a statement just last hour, Texas has, in his words, one of the strongest stand your ground laws in the country. And
like if Garrett Foster actually had his weapon out, safety off, which he didn't, okay, and aimed it towards Daniel Perry and shot and killed him, you know his ass would be in prison right now, okay? Make no mistake. He would absolutely be in prison, despite the fact that it is obvious that Daniel Perry had criminal intent. He literally drove his car towards BLM protesters. What is this? The U.S. Department issues worldwide travel alert, warns of terror against LGBT events. What the fuck? Like he wasn't just like driving around in his Uber. He openly stated that he was looking for protests and that if given the opportunity, he would shoot and kill them because it would be a legal kill. Remember, this concept is basically baked into right-wing reactionary politics. That's why Kyle Rittenhouse and his case was seen as a pivotal moment for many people. That's why Kyle Rittenhouse is still celebrated as a hero by right-wingers. Okay? Perhaps the best indication that someone is a right-winger is if they say, no, what Kyle Rittenhouse did is awesome and it's great. It is the notion, it is the fantasy, the right-wing fantasy, the fascist fantasy that like you can get a legal kill by going to one of these fucking protests and counter-protesting, going to one of these protests and like brandishing a weapon and get a kill off, get to feel that thrill of killing someone who you perceive as your ideological enemy, okay? And then the state will defend you in that situation. It is a very common fantasy. A very common fantasy. So much so that if you remember, before Charlottesville, every single right-wing outlet from Daily Wire to the Daily Caller, all of them had compilations of right-wingers driving over protesters, things of that nature. Okay? Thing is it a fantasy? No, it is a fantasy in the sense that, like, yes, people do act out on that desire, but I'm just simply stating that, like, it is a wet dream for right-wingers to kill someone with a gun in a self-defense style situation. That is literally what they constantly talk about in right-wing forums. That is constantly egged on by right-wing media. Guys, Tom Cotton, a senator, literally said, you should throw protesters, pro-Palestinian protesters, off of a fucking bridge. Okay? Wait, the U.S. is so much like Israel? Yeah, of course. It's fascism. It's exactly the same. That's my point all the time. Except when I say America fucking sucks for these kinds of reasons, people don't immediately hit me with a you're anti-white, anti-Christian, except they do kind of. They do literally say that. So I guess in that sense, it's identical to Israel in that regard. They do say that. You're right. Note the intent is to chill protests and make us afraid. This is why Republican states encourage people to run over protesters and try to pass bills legalizing it. And yet they still have no people power. And we have it all. Our protests are always bigger despite them threatening to legally kill us. Yes. What do? I mean, it's simple. You keep protesting. There's nothing else you can do. Doesn't self-defense work here, though? No. You are engaging in an offensive act. You are putting yourself, you are driving in a car to go to a Black Lives Matter rally with the specific intent of shooting and then running over BLM protesters. You have stated this intent in text messages. There's a difference between you being at a Black Lives Matter rally as a BLM demonstrator who is armed, okay, which is legal in the state of Texas. I don't think it's a good idea to bring guns to a protest. I've talked about this even during this conversation, but in general, if he had a gun, he most likely still would have been shot. If he didn't have a gun, he most likely still would have been shot. It doesn't matter. This guy wanted to kill anyone that was at the BLM rally, at the BLM protest. Okay? And it's not even a thing that is controversial for me to talk about, because like a criminal justice system that is oftentimes openly white supremacist still found this man guilty in the fucking state of Texas too. How do you know his intent? It's not like he wrote it out or anything. He did. Just like your intent is probably to bait me at the top of the hour and try to get a 3-minute ad break serving, but it's failing right now. You're failing to do so because at the top of the hour, I'm going to use your bait to counter protest against you. It was a joke and I wasn't trying to bait you, but I'll do it. Smile. Yeah, you were probably being sarcastic, but it doesn't matter. I still used it against you. I weaponized it against you to serve the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. Now, of course, if you need a defensive posture against that sort of thing, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Also, we're going to move on from this conversation that is pissing me off to something that's actually kind of fun and cool. Kai Cenat finally beat Elden Ring after 166 hours and 1,701 deaths.
Is there no cutscene at the end?
No mimic tears. Is that it? No gimmicks. Pure gaming. Congratulations to Kai Cenat.
Go back to it. Oh my fucking gosh. Bro, we fucking did it, bro. Oh, change drip. Oh my fucking gosh. Where did you change the drip at? I'm not touching the statue. They said no, bro. Y'all trying to ruin my shit. Y'all trying to fuck up my flow, bro. I'm not stupid, bro. Y'all trying to fuck up my flow. I'm not stupid. Like, come on, bro. Already? I got the equipment or no? Oh my fucking gosh, I'm the Elden Lord. Well, put on the final drip that I want for the cutscene?
He maintained 100K viewers for the most part. Over the course of how many days now?
Where we started at, bro.
Over the course of 166 hours.
Let's finish how we came in, bro.
7 fucking days, 6 days. That's crazy. 1,701 deaths? No, I beat it with way less deaths. But to be fair, I did mimic tear.
123 times, bro. I didn't give up, bro.
At the pivotal moment, defeating Mikolai, I think he had like around 250K.
I didn't give up, bro. Sonny, what I do now?
Oh, mimic tier. Sorry, not tear. Whatever. Yeah. I saw in the morning he had 40K people watching him sleep.
My God, we actually did this shit.
For Melania, he had
Bro, we
300K.
actually did this shit, bro. But we actually
I do want to do another run, but like I don't know how to fucking follow this up. You know what I mean?
Ronnie was the girl. We did this shit, bro.
Before the DLC, I was planning on playing it as well, but the thing is, it's just like
We did this shit, bro. We did this shit, bro. Oh my gosh.
you paid $10 per death and died so little you felt bad and donated extra for Ukrainian charities. Yeah.
6 hours of my life, bro.
J Will 0921, thank you for the 10 community gift of subs.
Bro. Kids say, make sure this cutscene is in here too. Oh my God.
I mean, good for him, but also, why are people freaking out over this? People have beaten the game on fucking dance pads. Yes, bro, because he's like a normie who doesn't do shit like that. Okay? And also because he's insanely popular. Hello, welcome to twitch.tv. Yes, your favorite speedrun player defeating Elden Ring, unfortunately, is not going to get a fraction of the attention that the most famous Twitch streamer playing fucking Elden Ring for for 167 hours without stopping is going to be, of course, infinitely more popular. That's just how it works. It's also his first Soulsborne game. He did it with a lot of pizzazz, you know what I mean? He doesn't take half measures. Like, he does this shit pretty crazy. Yeah, he had Bandai Namco tweeting at him, bro, blowing bubbles on it. Brother, he has 200,000 people watching him in the fucking cutscene. Like, what do you mean blowing bubbles on it? I'm just explaining to you how things work. If I played Elden Ring tomorrow, okay, here, I'll give you an example. Ludwig did this exact same thing in co-op, okay? Ludwig was like, I'm not stopping until I finish Elden Ring co-op with Squeaks. How many people do you think watched that? And Ludwig is a relatively popular content creator.
Did not give up. Not one time I gave up. Not one time I gave up, bro. I kept going and kept going and kept learning and kept learning and kept going and kept going, bro. And I did my thing. Mog, Millennia, everybody, bro. Chat, I fucking love y'all, bro. Everybody who was here
he made
from
a
the beginning,
fucking marathon trailer, dude.
You guys are fucking amazing, bro.
With 608,000 views
you guys
on
are
it.
fucking amazing. If it wasn't for y'all, I would have never been motivated to even like continue. You feel me? So much people tuned in. We reached 300,000 one of the streams. Crazy, bro. Fucking crazy, bro. We did it, bro. We did it, bro.
Like,
we did that shit.
He did something extra, not stopping. That's number one. He's never played. You sound stupid as fuck right now. Me? Wait, why do I sound stupid as fuck?
We did that shit, bro.
Why is my teammate smoking me? I got so much Elden Ring shit on my timeline now. All right, shotgun's done. Let's go with the
Why is what?
blown it up that he's died like hundreds of times on the tree sentinel. People talk
This is not me blowing bubbles on it at all. I'm just describing to you why. Okay, I need you guys to understand something. A lot of people that watch me don't fully understand Twitch culture because you're in here not to like because you're a Twitch watcher, an avid Twitch watcher yourself, but you're in here most likely not because you give a shit about gaming or care about Twitch culture at all. You're just in here for the news, right? Which is why I am personally trying to be hyper rational and explain to you like what the appeal is if you're going to ask me what the appeal is. Okay? It's not me blowing bubbles on it. He is demonstrably an incredibly popular content creator. He's also very entertaining. Like, there is a way that he could have done this in an unceremonious fashion. He could have done this in an unceremonious fashion if he was just like, yeah, I think I'm going to play Elden Ring. He didn't like have all of the he didn't actually like do a trailer and promote it, get RDC involved, other content creators involved throughout this entire time. If he didn't do all of that, he probably would have had like 80K people watching at certain points. But he literally put a lot of effort into putting this entire thing together, had costumes the entire fucking time. Look at his goddamn room. He was like sleeping in here on camera. He made an entire event out of it. This is precisely the reason why so many people watch, because he's very entertaining. It is funny. There's a reason he's as successful as he is compared to some of the previous larger streamers in the past. He goes all out with everything. Yeah, exactly. He fucking spent 35 hours on the hardest boss in the game. 35 whole hours. It might not be entertaining for you. It might not be entertaining for you, but it's understandably entertaining for a lot of people. And I'm trying to explain that to you. Yeah. His clips also rack up 700K minimum likes on TikTok. Bro's an entertainer. Exactly. I do understand that I'm trying to do the unimaginable, the impossible, trying to explain fun and entertainment to leftists who only consider major blocks of text to be funny. The only thing that a leftist, a real die-in-the-wool, rugged leftist will ever laugh at is a block of text that describes American imperialism. Politics only. Jokes are bourgeois decadence. Politics only. Jokes and entertainment is actually counter-revolutionary behavior.
500,000. Let's prepare for DLC. DLC is next month. DLC is next month.
Anyway, but I most likely will never be able to put this level of effort and do a endless like stream such as this one for any gaming. And even if I did, of course, it wouldn't reach the level of this is why we lost. You laugh, you lose. Exactly. I don't think I'm Kai's audience, so I don't really get it, lol. He's obviously making waves, though. Exactly. Okay. The dick eating is crazy. This is not dick eating. It's just trying to explain to 20,000 neurodivergent leftists who find laughter and entertainment to be bourgeois decadence or counter-revolutionary behavior in general, who basically fucking place how little entertainment value they get out of things when awful things are happening around the world. A concept that is super simple to understand. He's very entertaining. He goes all out, and that's precisely why he's super popular. That's it. You know what I mean? Replace leftists with smarmy douchebags. I mean, it's true. It does come back. It loop back to that reality. But anyway, let's get back to shit that you guys. Explaining why 200K viewers is impressive isn't dick riding. Thank you. Your chat is mainly adults. Only kids watch that. No, I have young audience members in here as well. It's just that the adults are fucking constantly annoying every single person and making this community impossible to engage with unless they're just as hipsterish in their unlimited socialism beliefs. Okay. Yeah. You guys are in some ways just as smarmy and annoying as Divorcelli's community is when this kind of stuff comes up. Please be normal. 170 plus hour marathon of exchange versus used commodities soon. Yeah. Are you shitting on your own community? Yes, because I want my own community to course correct. Like, for example, I'm going to move on back to, regular news coverage in a second. And yet 1,000 people, even in the first sight of gaming and me describing why HasanAbi, probably one of the most popular streamers of all time, is popular, led to 1,000 people going, fuck this. Maybe we are normal and you aren't. No, I promise you. Please have fun. You say we need to have more fun, but listening to Sabrina Carpenter's Espresso is my fun, not HasanAbi. Okay, but you're one person. We are normal. Shitting on non-young shit. Shitting on young shit is the most normie thing since the dawn of time. Boomers have been shitting on the young. I know, but like, Hasan exists in an echo chamber. Why does Hasan yell at his chat? Crazy haters. I know. This is why I also laugh when people go, dude, just read the Critique of the Gotha program and I will watch. You'll have 40K to 100K viewers. It's like, no, I won't. Okay. Having fun should be, and being entertaining and being entertained in general should be a fundamental part of the way you present yourself to the outside world as a socialist. Doing the exact opposite of such is actually bad because most normal people don't think about things clearly and don't think about things thoroughly and simply look at whether something makes them feel good or not. And when you're constantly smarmy and annoying, okay, and woke scoldy, it might hit real well in a splinter Discord server that you operate. But unfortunately, in the real world, when you're trying to have a conversation with normal people, it's not going to play well. People are going to look at you and go, you're kind of weird. I love you all, and I want you to fake being entertained by things such as this so that you can be normal to the outside world. Okay? Now let's get back to, no, I will not be fake, sorry. Okay, be an unlikable person then. Most people know it's just a few neurodivergent people who don't know why it's fun. Yeah. To experience joy is the rebel against the anguish of life. People should seek joy. Thank you. Anyway, brother, you're insisting that the equivalent of junk food is legit and we should appreciate it because it makes big waves. We just don't like the vibe is all. No, you're failing. Your inability to understand the broader point that I'm trying to make is, of course, sad, but also expected. Okay? That's it. God, this is precisely what I was talking about when I said, like, this community is basically fucking so unimaginably anti-normie. It hurts my brain a little bit. And I don't know how to, like, you know, beat it into your minds. You have to be a little bit more normal, please. Please. I'm 35, bro. I'm not going to be entertained by Kai yelling, beating Elden Ring, but I'm not going to feign ignorance why some of the biggest demographics on the site will like it. Like, some of these chatters can't seem to grasp. Yes. Like, this community oftentimes says they hate debate perverts, and then every fucking 30+ month subscriber literally writes entire Reddit dissertations about why they find Kai's Elden Ring run to be abhorrent and junk food, and that they will not enjoy it, as though it's some brave proclamation. Okay, every streamer gets the chat he deserves. Yeah, you're right. I think it's a delicate balance, and for me, it's like if I clap everyone for microaggressions, okay, which many normal people have, this is the community that I am left with. That's what it is. That's what I'm beginning to realize, is that, like, every single person that I ban for any kind of aggression towards marginalized communities, and there's plenty of them, right? Someone can be super progressive on every other issue, with the exception of like one singular marginalized community that they don't fully comprehend, and I fucking ban them. This is what I'm left with: a bunch of fucking smarmy, woke scold leftists. Anyway, this dude you did go ban crazy last year, to be fair. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to the Israel-Hamas war. First Gaza aid shipment arrives from the U.S. PIER.
Floating lifeline, this makeshift US-built pier brought its first shipments of aid into Gaza this morning just after 9 a.m. A precise, if imperfect, artery, much slower than land deliveries. It's allowed offshore cargo ships to deliver supplies in by sea. Waiting for them, empty trucks, the smoke erupting behind them, a reminder of the dangers onshore. 640,000 people have now left the southern city of Rafah, where more than 1 million Gazans had fled. Its tent city, once declared safe, is anything but. It's the beaches of Dar al-Bala further north that are now crowded with its makeshift homes, and a population lacking in food, water, and basic medical care.
Woke scold is just the new SJW. Can we stop saying that? Like, it means anything other than not racist. Why I left the left, Hank Pecker. Yeah, no, I will continue saying it because it is exactly what it is. Here, take an hour off, okay?
The temporary furnishings of life on the move, strapped to cars and donkeys. The journey north is one made in hope of safety, but it's a tired hope for so many like Ibrahim, whose family has done this 5 times. Exhausted, he's decided to return to what's left of their home.
God willing, I can repair this hole so the children don't fall out. They did not say that this area was safe, but we returned because we had no place to go.
The World Food Programme is warning further escalation in Rafah could bring aid to a standstill, and all G7 nations bar the US have called for Israel to reopen the border crossing there to let aid in.
We've not been able to access our warehouse in Rafah for more than a week. We have very little food and fuel coming through the border crossings in the south, and we are always trying hard, but failing currently to bring in consistent volumes of food.
Today, Israel responded to...
You have to remember something very important here, by the way. The reason as to why this pier had to even be built, which is ridiculous, is because Israel has unjustifiably shut off humanitarian aid from entering the Gaza Strip through the normal crossings. Israel is continuing to control what level of aid gets into the Gaza Strip, oftentimes using ridiculous reasons to stop the food trucks. It's not like there aren't a shit ton of food waiting on the other side of the border wall. There is. The United States of America and Israel. The United States of America is not pressuring Israel hard enough to allow said aid to enter the Gaza Strip. Why would this pier be any different? It won't be, especially because the pier is simply a symbolic reason. The reason why the pier was built is purely symbolic. It's for America to say we're trying our very best. Except If you were trying your very best, you would be like, no more fucking aid goes into Israel, and we will put sanctions on Israel if you don't fucking open up the crossings and stop bombing Gaza while you're at it. That's what you would normally do. The PIER is just simply to say, oh, our hands are tied, but, you know, we had to do something. Ironic considering that the PIER was, according to Benjamin Netanyahu, I don't know if we believe it or not, it was actually his suggestion. The PIER is sus as hell. It seems like an attempt by the U.S. to make Gaza dependent on its own NGOs rather than UNRWA and the normal Rafah crossing. There were leaks that Netanyahu wanted this PIER too. Yeah. Netanyahu's own cabinet members actually, or Netanyahu's own people leaked to Israeli publications that they wanted the PIER originally. The PIER is also needed for reasons such as this. Another night, another aid truck was set on fire by a group of settlers. This time, not only the driver was attacked and injured, but 3 soldiers were attacked by the settlers and sent wounded to the hospital. While the right celebrates the burning of food and the starvation of people, all of us in Israel and in the world see the real battle that is taking place in our society. Fascism must not be allowed to win. That is Alon Lee Greene of Omdim Be'achad, also known as Standing Together. He's the co-director, I believe, of Standing Together. Anyway, the point is, the Israeli government can put a stop to this as well. They could prosecute the criminal settler terrorists, except they don't. They literally sit there and let it happen. Yeah, sometimes the IDF will literally stand next to them while they're doing such activities. Another thing to consider here. The Israeli government has also armed these settlers as well, with American weapons, mind you. Meanwhile, as the situation worsens on the ground and as Israeli fascism continuously grows and some of their more willing participants become more violent as they are learning all of the right lessons from America's inaction and the Israeli government's outward participation and support of said actions, the people of Gaza suffer. They starve, they're bombed into oblivion, and their life is hell. All while America looks from afar and goes, there's just simply nothing we can do. There are so many things that the United States of America could do. Basically, the reverse of all of the things that they have done.
An emergency injunction from South Africa, the UN's top court, the ICJ, one calling for it to order a stop to the Rafah offensive. This is part of South Africa's wider case.
This won't get the world acting unless a really shocking, extremely sad incident happens, gets recorded on video, and shocks the globe as a result. Until then, business as usual is fascist. What are you talking about? What you're describing has happened every single day since October 7. Every single day. So much so that Israel literally killed 7 foreign aid workers after killing 200 Arab, brown, Muslim aid workers from the region, including Palestinians in that number. 7 white people were shot and, well, not shot, but attacked with drone strikes, with missiles on a humanitarian aid convoy that actually had prior communications with the Israeli government and were operating with at the behest of the Israeli government in the region. That was a week of anger towards Israel, only to turn around and still give billions of dollars of weapons. It's been happening. Nobody gives a shit. Or rather, the people that do give a shit are getting violently suppressed in the Western world. The American government and Western governments have taken more severe action against their own citizens protesting against the violence that you are seeing unfold in front of our very eyes than the actual people perpetrating the violence. The American government, for a brief moment, said, we're going to sanction 6 fucking settlers, and then immediately ran it back. They said they might actually, sanction 1 IDF brigade that had done a litany of war crimes, and then they dialed it back immediately. The American government said, oh, yeah, well, 1 arms shipment with 3,500 500 munitions won't be shipped to Israel. And then a week later, $1 billion of aid is slated to continue to go and be shipped into Israel. Prage, this might get these genocidal freaks to feel something. Oh, FIFA will hold an urgent meeting to decide if Israel should be expelled from world football. I mean, yeah. I feel like America's going to fucking target FIFA next. FIFA is a notoriously corrupt institution. And if I know anything about corrupt international and foreign governments, the way that America operates is by opening up an investigation into some of the more prominent members only to get them to fucking back down from taking any sort of positions. So I just want you to understand that. This is exactly what happens with Erdogan all the time. Erdogan makes like Erdogan will make like a ridiculous claim that is like completely out of pocket, even if it is like perfectly valid for him to say such things. And then America will turn around and be like, okay, we're launching an investigation into your family's misdealings, financial misdealings. And the next day, Erdogan will back down. Erdogan will be like, we're not letting fucking anybody into NATO. And America will be like, oh, yeah? Okay, let's take a look into your banks. Manhattan Southern District Attorney will open up one investigation into the financial misdealings of one Turkish bank out of many that Erdogan has dealings with. And then immediately the next day, he'll be like, never mind, I actually just lied about my previous thing that I said. I'm so sorry about the whole NATO situation. Their corruption is a means of control for the American government. This is something to also take into consideration. And FIFA is an endlessly corrupt institution, as we know.
Case accusing Israel of genocide, a claim it today dismissed as heinous.
Only by bringing down Hamas's military stronghold in Rafah will Palestinians be liberated from the clenched grip of a murderous terrorist regime.
Thank you, Kira
Earlier
Horney.
proceedings were temporarily interrupted as one of its lawyers was heckled. This afternoon, the IDF announced that the bodies of 3 young Israelis, Ishtak Galarenta, Shani Luke and Amit Bouskila, had been recovered from a tunnel in Jabalia. Images of Shani's body being driven through Gaza, surrounded by fighters, were widely shared in the aftermath of the October 7th attacks. All 3 had been killed by Hamas at the Nova Music Festival. Today, a troupe of Israeli dancers recreated the attack at the site in honor of friends killed here. Relatives and survivors watched on, remembering those they lost so violently that day.
Amelia Jen there. Now, earlier, Maher Issa, the director of a non-governmental organisation in Gaza, spoke to me from Rafah, where internet connectivity was poor. I began by asking him what challenges his organisation faces trying to help people who are being continually displaced.
Most of the people live their homes without their personal things, without papers, without anything. So when they accommodate in certain area for 1 month or 2 months, they buy everything, and then the Israelis enforce them to displaced again. So they start from zero another time, several times. Everything very expensive here, people without money, and they are striving from everything. They need a lot of things, milk for children, they need turbulence for the shelter, they need wood also, which is very expensive, they need tents, and the current provided or required material for their dignified shelters, it's less than 10%, frankly talking.
Now, we know that the first shipment
attack at the site had been recovered from a tunnel in Jabalia. Images of Shani's body being driven through Gaza, surrounded by fighters, were widely shared in the aftermath of the October 7th attacks. All 3 had been killed by Hamas at the Nova Music Festival.
Bro, it's like doing a fucking 9/11 recreation, dude. Like going to ground zero a couple months after the rubble is cleared and just like dancing the techno music. I just don't look, I don't want to fault people for grieving in their own way. You know what I mean? But I did personally see that there was also a museum in Israel that was dedicated to the Nova Festival goers. And the museum had like material that they got from Nova Festival. And they did a similar thing there as well, like a recreation of it. It's just, I don't know. I don't know what they did. They also did an interpretive dance. This would be slightly less cringe if I didn't know 95% of these dancers will answer that they support the Gaza war. Yeah. And also, wait, what is this? They did a recreation of 9/11. I was wrong. 9/11 float to the Twin Towers, which billows smoke. The float was built by the Valparaiso Republican Party. What the hell is wrong with Republicans? That's awesome. Okay. See, this I can make fun of without people yelling at me and saying I'm anti-Semitic or some shit. This is beyond my wildest imaginations, dude. I would not even think of a thing such as this. And it's also 20 years later, too. They have little dolls falling out of the windows? No. Did they put Building 7 in there, too? That's very weird.
What are you on?
That's awesome. Okay. Oh my God.
Today, a troop of Israeli dancers recreated the attack at the site in honor of friends killed here. Relatives and survivors watched on, remembering those they lost so violently that day.
Amelia Jen there. Now, earlier, Maher Issa, the director of a non-governmental organisation in Gaza, spoke to me from Rafah, where internet connectivity was poor. I began by asking him what challenges his organisation faces trying...
Why would you want to see that? Like, I don't understand. Why would you watch this? They did it at the site. Bro, this reminds me of like 1 week after there was a demonstration in Israel where like they did a mass yoga session. Yeah, this was here. They did this. They did the Tesla light show in Israel. They did this as well. The music is by M. HUD.
Discrimination. Ain't right. I thought that I was gay. Today I feel gay. You are gay.
But yeah, they did the yoga thing as well. Oh my God, this was another one. The yoga thing. Oh, here it is. This is what they did to bring attention to the hostages. I don't know how, but like I remember this at the time. Yeah, they're fucking doing yoga on the hostages, like on posters of the hostages. Like, this is a cause I'm in support of, especially in Israel. Like, these guys are doing this specifically to bring attention in Israel to the hostages in Israel so that the government will literally facilitate a ceasefire in Israel. And even then, it's like, why are you doing this? Hamas actually said they released 3 hostages because of this inspiring video. Stop. I'm mostly joking, but this side of liberal empath soft touch garbage with your boilerplate genocidal fascism is somehow making this less digestible than if it were just doing goose stepping shit. Yeah, because it's also fucking cringe. Obviously, this isn't necessarily pro ceasefire. No, but this was too early for it to be pro ceasefire. The hostage protesters and ceasefire protesters aren't exactly the same. Fair, but like, I mean, this predates like the major mobilization and momentum for ceasefire. It predates that in general. There's a certain type of person this hits really hard. Like, thank God my mom is pro-Palestine, or should we eat this shit up? Wait, really? I don't know who this is for at all. Because I feel like even liberals would look at this situation and go, what the fuck are you guys doing? Like, on the aesthetics front, liberals care about civility. They care about aesthetics, right? And on the fucking aesthetics front, this shit is like a hyper-specific type of suburban yoga mom that will look at this and be like, wow, how wonderful that they're doing this. Most people are going to look at this and be like, what the fuck are you guys doing? It's weird. Like, there are a shit ton of causes that I care about. You know? Palestinian emancipation, ending homelessness, Medicare for all. You know what I mean? Just a whole bunch of causes. If you catch me doing yoga poses for Medicare for all, let me tell you something, okay? Imagine me out there doing yoga with like a photo of a patient that desperately needs insulin but died because he couldn't get it because he couldn't pay for it or some shit. And I'm just doing yoga on his photo. Like, what the fuck? What the absolute fuck, dude? It'd be ridiculous. Everyone be like, look at how fucking lame you are. Lol. Now I don't want Medicare for all, actually. Didn't you smash a watermelon for abortion or something, though? Yeah, that was after. That was literally after we raised money. We had raised money, and one of the things that people demanded from me, the women and the gays in this audience demanded of me, was to smash a watermelon with my fucking legs. Also, that shit wasn't goofy. It was hot. I mean, you did a pole dancing course? Yeah, but that wasn't like for a particular cause. This would be you if you had the face of a child forced to be born on the watermelon. Yeah, or I don't know, like if I put the face of a woman who died due to pregnancy complications, if I slapped a sticker of a face of a woman who like was a girl that was forced to give birth at the age of 14 or some shit and then died during pregnancy complications, you know? Yes, those are the victims' faces on the mats. They are the hostages. What? Okay, can you stop? No, don't fucking send me that shit, dude. It's gross for multiple reasons. Anyway, suburban white women who voted conservative until their sons came out and still describe themselves as socially liberal, fiscally conservative, eat that yoga protest type beat up in my personal experience. What is this?
Hey, yo! We want to introduce you to the most amazing destinations in the world. Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. It's young, sunny, colorful, diverse, and above all, it's incredibly tasty. Tel Aviv beaches are the best. Tel Aviv and Jerusalem have the most amazing nightlife.
It's so funny because like they put this up here. They put this woman with the multicolored hair, right? And then it's the same people that will literally make fun of people that look like this when they're like, aha, you support Palestinians? Well, guess what, sweetie? You are gay. Haha. It is so colorful and diverse. Unless you are Muslim or Palestinian, in which case, you know, you might be held up at checkpoints. But it's very colorful and diverse.
They have the most amazing nightlife. Jerusalem, the heart of the world. A spiritual adventure with 3,000 years of amazing history. See you here soon. We love you. Tel Aviv, Jerusalem. Book your trip now.
Anyway, you have to watch this, bruh. This is how they promoted Israel Eurovision.
12 points.
Jerusalem, 12.
Come to Tel Aviv with me, the parties will get ya. Jerusalem and all the food around ya. The beaches are so, the boys and girls so, and so much time to get their 10 desired baby.
Ready?
Yalla balagan.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, show you some more. What are you waiting for?
Like, this is from 5 years ago. Wait, what has this account been posting since then? Let your faith come alive in the land of Israel. Come to Israel and connect to yourself, your heritage, your future. It's from 11 days ago.
אנחנו נמצאים עכשיו בתקופה מאוד מורכבת, אבל היהודים ואוהבי ישראל מחויבים היום להגיע ולבקר במדינת ישראל. זהו הזמן שכל אחד צריך לעשות את חשבון הנפש שלו. הייתי כאן בישראל, ביקרתי, התחברתי. זאת השאלה של אלה שנמצאים עכשיו.
You're so washed up and out of touch, dude. I used to really like watching you, but you're so insufferable now and out of touch. It's pretty sad, actually. Is this guy trying to do a bait at like fucking... I just wanted to let you know that Bro, if they started giving houses to the homeless, I would just quit my job and get a free place to stay. I'm sure lots of others would do the same. You underestimate 4chan. He resigned from his position as a chatter. I think you are wrong. It's a mental health crisis. Spend money on mental health treatment. Another October 7 leaver, I suspect. Well, let me tell you, I hope you get a house and also get a therapist as well. I really do. I really do. I have both. Okay, well, I'm happy for you. No, bro, they were never a fan. No, I think this person was a fan. I think a lot of people failed to understand the point I was making during Russia's unjustifiable invasion of Ukraine and immediately moved away and were very upset. And then that resentment festered in all of the other communities. Like, he was doing fucking top of the hour ad break debates and shit. You know what I mean? And I think that they, instead of investigating further, they just leaned into that. And then October 7 was another moment of like, even if they were like, let me give this guy another shot. And then they came in. I have both. I was at one point. I left before. Wait, why are you still here? Tewa94. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Well, I'm glad you're back. Hopefully you can pick up on some stuff. I love how you always have to say unjustifiable invasion of Ukraine and pre-defend against pushing the accusations. I know. Even though I've repeated myself a million times over, people just refuse to reckon with it. I used to be a fan and now I'm a hate watcher. There are a lot of people like that, though. There are. And they just like, they keep watching every day, but they just like fucking hate. And I don't understand how. I really want to know. Like, I genuinely try to understand it because, I mean, I guess I was watching, I just think you're in a deep echo chamber, brother. I was watching LSF clips and you're just so ... lost. Yeah, the HasanAbi hate complex is real. No, I get why there's a hate complex out there. It's a way to make money for a lot of people who are just like, who want to, you're like one of the biggest haters out there, dude. What? I mean, there are definitely things that I hate personally, but I assume that if you engaged in a little bit of examination, you would probably recognize that you probably hate those things as well. I left over Ukraine. I still hate your Ukraine takes, but I simply stopped watching when you talk about it because I think your Palestine and most other takes are great, and I support Palestine because it's right. I think pushing back on Z would be helpful more because so many Palestinians are pro-Z, but I still appreciate the pushback you give. Wait, so you do recognize that I do push back on people who are pushing Z? Wait, what the fuck? What do you want me to do? Just spend every day talking about how fucking Russia sucks? Like, what do you mean? I was watching LFS clips and you're just so lost. Pushing Z is, I agree with you on a lot of things, man, but I think you get way too stubborn on some shit and want some things go. Won't let some things go is what I assume you're trying to say. You're also personally talking about how you agree with another incredibly stubborn person. I assume you mean Divorcelli, which is pretty fucking hilarious, considering if you agree with me on a lot of things, but you hate how stubborn I am and how I won't let certain things go, it would be very odd for you to also simultaneously say you agree with that other person who is also incredibly fucking stubborn, except he agrees on basically nothing that I believe and presents himself as a contrarian to almost every single thing I do believe. So you can just personally say that you agree with him and not me instead of how stubborn I am. Could be that, you know. Not agreeing with something on here must be a D fan, failfish. I mean, he openly said that, dude. So I don't know what you're talking about. He literally personally said that that's the community that he went to. Like, he's like, oh, it's scary. Hassan has never pushed Z. Holy shit, people are stupid. Yeah. Have you lost the majority of your viewers from a few years ago? I'm sure you have the stats. There's most likely a reason. Yes. We know what the reason is. And I don't know if you noticed it, but because you're washed, I know. See, the thing I never understand is that people that go, you're washed, bro, that's why you lost viewers. Bro, a day where your favorite content creator ever touches literally half of the number of people that are in here on a Friday would be an unimaginable dub for him. So I don't really understand. If I'm washed, what the fuck is, your favorite content creator in that situation? Like, what are you saying? I will never take for granted the fact that I have even 20,000 people. I have more than 1,000 people interested in what I have to say when I'm talking about fucking news and politics is unimaginable. When I started on this platform, I never thought that I would get there ever. But yes, post October 7, a lot of people who had never really examined their own personal biases towards Israel left this community. We went from 30K average to 20K average. Alex Jones has lots of folks watching. Viewership means nothing. I agree, except you're the one who brought up viewership as an own, which is why I retorted the way I did. Why is it that so many obsessive former fans that go to another community always engage in like really bad argumentation? You have to personally recognize this at a certain point, that like your intellectual incuriosity as a consequence of getting fucking propagandized in a specific direction is causing you to be worse at the thing that you care about more than anything else, making good arguments. I regret saying I went over to the D word. He's just as fucking bad. No, don't ever fucking compare me to Divorcelli's community. Get the fuck out of here. You think jerking it off to a debate stream at all time, something would rub off? Yeah. I am vehemently anti-genocide. Question for Hassan. Before October 7, were there people who left after the Ukraine war began? Correct? Yes. Every single instance where like people have left, and that happens for normal reasons. Obviously, people cycle in and out. But in every single instance, it's usually a major disagreement between my position and like the American State Department's position. Foreign policy is like literally the number one reason why people disagree with me. Most people ultimately, when it comes to domestic politics, are like, yeah, no, healthcare is great. I'm super fucking on board with that. I love when you talk about, I love when you talk about white supremacy, police brutality, things of that nature. I think that like your opinions on that stuff are sound. We agree. But the moment that I talk about American foreign policy being like incredibly devastating to the rest of the world, a lot of people go, oh, that's a bridge too far for me. But yeah, a lot of people cycled out, especially after October 7, because what they saw were gruesome acts of violence. And if they were unfamiliar with what Israel had done for 75 years to trigger such acts of violence, to trigger such violent retaliation, and they heard me talk about that, they probably understandably assumed, oh my God, this guy is out of his fucking mind. This guy's fucking crazy. He's justifying it, right? When I can repeat myself over and over again and say that analysis is not justification, it still doesn't change that reality. Most people are not thinking critically about these sorts of things at all. Check my last message. I'm one of those guys you are bang on. I even like your foreign policy takes for basically everything. Yeah. I'm not saying you push Z. I just don't like some takes on Ukraine because I'm closer to it and I know more about it, which is fine because your bread and butter is Palestine. So I ignore the Ukraine takes I disagree with and learn from the Palestine takes. Overall, I think you're one of the loudest voices for Palestine, and I came back specifically because of your takes following October 7. I think we all know the reason why people stop watching and you're afraid to admit it. No, it's not the top of the hour ad break. I got you. I got you. Don't even fucking come at me. Don't even come at me, bitch. So close. So close. But no cigar. Why is that? The U.S. propaganda about foreign policy is just stronger. Foreign policy in this country has bipartisan consensus because it is an existential threat. America has to justify taking the violent actions that it takes in an effort to... America has to cultivate this notion of an existential threat in an effort to try and justify the violent actions that it partakes in. And they do very good propaganda for it. That's why there's a different way that the American government and the State Department and also the media that basically operates at the behest of the State Department will find many different avenues. If you go on MSNBC, they talk about like, how bad the Taliban is to the women of Afghanistan. If you go to Fox News, they're like, those are, sand monkeys who are fucking, who hate America and they deserve to be annihilated. It's the same goal at the end of the day. The goal is to justify America's actions in Afghanistan, but it's different audiences, so they'll say different things. That's it. That's it. That's all it is. The ultimate goal still is the same, though. The people who deeply dislike you and spend so much time thinking about you honestly make me sad. Like, get a hobby or find something that brings joy. I want that too. Your Ukraine takes are so bad. Yeah. Don't worry. Give it a couple more months and you'll agree with me and you will recognize that maybe you were wrong and I was right for pushing for a ceasefire when Ukraine had infinitely more leverage against Russia, as I did. Don't worry. People are also coming to that recognition as well. Yeah, try say the woman thing of Fox News viewer. They'll probably agree with it. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they agree with that too, but they go beyond that, right? When Ukraine takes back their territory, you're going to be so sorry. No, I would not be sorry. I would be excited at that prospect. Why shouldn't Ukraine take back its territory? It's their fucking territory. Russia has no business taking over Ukrainian land. That would be great. Ukraine is going around the world asking governments to force Ukrainian men back to the country to be drafted to fight the war. Yeah, I assume that would be another. I assume that would be the final stage of desperation. Anyway, I began disagreeing with you on Ukraine, but exactly what you said would happen is happening. The U.S. is offloading old stock and trying to weaken Russia. Yeah. Remember, it's Nathan Tankus who said being a leftist is just about being right, just too early. And that's what it is. Why do people think you are anti-Ukraine? Is it because anything that isn't pro more war is seen as anti-Ukraine? Yes. That's why I say always the history will vindicate me. And that is the reason why post-October 7, you saw a lot of people leave only to return again because they started recognizing, okay, maybe there was some truth to what he was saying because what Israel is doing is unconscionable. Perhaps I was unaware of what Israel does regularly. Do you understand? I remember when you talked about the State Department salivating at being able to use old stock against Russia without directly putting boots on the ground. Yes, and then they openly admitted it time and time again for the record. NATO is worried that Ukrainian military lines are faltering and they're considering sending NATO troops as advisors. Exactly what ended up drawing. Yeah, this is the other aspect of it as well. They're sending trainers, which is exactly what they did, as I talked about yesterday, in Vietnam. Don't be obtuse. Crimea plays a big role too. Yeah. Notice how there's a difference with the way that the Ukrainian government reacted to Crimea's annexation versus the way that Russia's invasion is unfolding currently. By ceasefire, you mean surrender to the oppressor. Do you think that I have that exact same approach when it comes to Palestine? Because I do. I'm advocating for a ceasefire in Palestine as well. I'm advocating for a ceasefire in Gaza as well. Does that mean personally that I'm advocating for the Palestinians to surrender completely to Israeli rule? Is that what you think I'm saying? I don't know if you notice, but you are the inconsistent one in this situation. If you're pro-Ukraine and pro-Palestinian and you refuse to understand what is coming out, the words that are coming out of my fucking mouth, perhaps you need to re-examine your own positions. I was just pointing out that your disagreements there where a large amount of hate is coming from. Yeah, dude, I know. Chatters are really fucking invested in Crimea. They're going to go overtake Sevastopol themselves personally. Get the fuck out of here, dude. No. People don't really care about this stuff. They care about the drama. That's it. And there was a lot of drama to be had. And especially when it is like in line with the State Department. You are the worst news source I've ever seen. Well, considering that literally every single thing I do is basically look at valid New York Times and Associated Press and other kinds of news sources, I think that you most likely have an issue with a lot more than just me being a bad news source. I'm also not a journalist, but instead a political commentator. Okay. I don't consider war good, but I can consider war righteous. I'm not sure there's an inconsistency in wanting both Palestinians and Ukrainians to fight for their right for self-determination. I feel like suggesting the Ukraine war in particular should end wholesale is contrary to that. No. Ending Russia's invasion of Ukraine is objectively a good thing. It is. The issue, on the other hand, between Russia and Ukraine is that there was an opportunity to at least try ceasefire. I've said this back then, and I will repeat it again. It's been many, many years at this point. If ceasefire doesn't work out, nothing changes. We're back to square one. Okay? That's it. But is the invasion justified? What? No. I've never said that it is. What the fuck are you talking about? You just go back to war. A brief pause from that in an attempt to negotiate with the unjustifiable invading force is objectively good. This is the take I disagree with. I don't think that's how it works in this instance. It's not back to square one. It literally is. The idea that a ceasefire would give opportunity for Russia to recoup and recover and then be able to hit way harder is silly, because the very same thing could happen to Ukraine in the same process. Ukraine could galvanize its defenses. Ultimately, the only thing that would do is stop the further bloodshed. If it works, it's great. If it doesn't work, then you're back to square one. I think the answer to the Ukraine problem is to nuke Iran. I agree. At this point, I feel like people are just trying to farm a clip chimp moment. There's no way all of a sudden there's a bunch of weirdos just curious about these Ukraine takes. Yes. What is your take on the two arguments of retaking Crimea being a possible start to a greater conflict and ceasefire being a potential appeasement? What? I don't know who's making this argument. If you are personally, man, the country my family's from is being hollowed out and I'd rather stop than continue for some Pyrrhic victory. Which, by the way, is not beneficial at all. I mean, it's not guaranteed at all. Not beneficial. Sorry. What is your whole Ukraine take that the West, specifically America, was never genuinely interested in the sovereignty of Ukraine and relying on American aid to win and take down Putin or whatever is a false hope that will end poorly and that we need to facilitate peace as soon as possible? Not wanting a ceasefire means fooling ourselves that America would actually step up if Ukraine starts losing, which is copium. Yes. And also there's the secondary aspect of this, which is that if America does step in and step up, then there's also broader conflict at play as well, potentially nuclear brinksmanship. The point is, I think people should get more mad at their favorite content creators if they left this community to go watch someone else. They should be more mad at those content creators for presenting them with falsehoods, like making it seem as though Ukraine's chances of victory is any day now. You're not going to win this argument. Ukraine has broad support, especially when compared to Palestine. Wait, what? I am in support of Ukrainian emancipation. The irony that you will never hear from a lot of the naysayers is that this community raised money by hundreds of thousands of dollars specifically for Ukrainians in need of evacuation and humanitarian assistance. There's a reason why they rarely ever bring that up. Or when they do bring it up, they literally use some of the most disgusting things I've ever heard, which is, oh, they only did that. Oh, that community only did that for PR. Yeah. Meanwhile, what the fuck have they done? I saw this with a lot of D fans that think you support Russia's invasion. Yeah, there's never been a single fucking moment where I've said I support Russia's invasion of Ukraine. That's why they always have to go back to the annexation of Crimea as a reason why they claim that I am pro Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Of course I'm not. Why the fuck would I defend a kleptocracy, a capitalist, oligarchic kleptocracy like Russia? It's ridiculous. I do not believe that it's like I do not believe that it is a critical support that is required for their unjustifiable actions because it's like dismantling American hegemonic power or anything like that. I do, however, understand why they would have their own personal motivations to do unjustifiable actions in general. I do, however, think that there is a better way that Russia could have dealt with the potential American interference in Ukraine, and it certainly was not military action, which has been awful for Russia. Even if you are pro-Russia, you should be mad at Putin. If you're pro-Russia, you should be mad at Vladimir Putin, is a point I make all the time. Anyway, follow just to say that Assam fans are the most brain-dead loser, chronically online fans on the internet. Brother, you literally followed to say that. That is straight up brain-dead loser, chronically online activity. If they're fucking chronicle losers, you waited an entire hour, 60 whole minutes. You followed, waited for 60 minutes, specifically, not 10 minutes, 60. We upped the follow since we've been getting brigaded to 60 minutes. People that talk about my fans and how mad they are at my fans do something infinitely worse. At least they're like, you know, getting news commentary, enjoying my perspective. You, on the other hand, sat for 60 minutes, created a fucking sock account, used that sock account, waited for 60 minutes to come in here and say that. That's so sad. I need you to reflect, chatter. I need you to look at your actions. Look in the mirror for a brief moment and think to yourself, why am I doing this? Is this good for me? Is this good for my mind? Is this good for my brain? Is this good for my soul? But I guess we'll see what you have to say in the next 60 minutes since you unfollowed. So in order for you to respond again, you're going to have to follow for another hour. You do have chronically online fans, to be fair, but they're like the fan cam making, thirst posting stand types, not the hyper irony, poisoned, sexual assault, Kiwi Chan stalker types. Yeah, that is infinitely fucking healthier than whatever the fuck this guy is doing. Anyway, fictional. We're going to do the Assassin's Creed stuff in a little bit. Oh, SA is not sexual assault, something awful. Sorry, I forgot that even fucking existed. In the case of Israel-Palestine, you put pressure on Israel to come to a deal, which I agree with. But why in the case of Russia-Ukraine, you put pressure on Ukraine to take a deal? You seem very behind the Palestinians in their fight, despite the death, but not for Ukraine. No, dude. Dude, it's because Hamas has been fucking pushing for ceasefire since October 9. Okay? And the other side of this conversation that you're failing to acknowledge is we are the ones telling tall tales to the Ukrainians so they go and fucking die in the front lines because we are funding and facilitating the Ukrainian resistance, no matter how ascetic that is. You can only do things you can only influence people in a certain direction when you are giving them money and funds. You can't do that to Russia in the same way that you can do that to Israel. That's the whole point. And there's not much I can do in terms of like, you know, telling Hamas to do whatever the fuck it's doing. Okay? That's why it's so funny when people are like, why won't President Biden criticize Hamas? Like, what do you mean, bro? He's criticizing Hamas with fucking munitions. You know what I mean? Comparing a sanctioned country with a country that's getting billions in weapons packages is insane. Yeah, that's the other aspect of this as well. Anyway, let's continue. Can't believe we didn't even finish
to
this.
help people who...
Where did that first hater go? Because he seemed to be reasonable to a certain degree, despite being a hate watcher.
While being continually displaced.
Most of the people live their homes without their personal things, without papers, without anything. So when they accommodate in certain area for 1 month or 2 months, they buy everything, and then the Israelis enforce them to displaced again. So they start from zero another time, several times. Everything very expensive here, people without money, and they are striving from everything. They need a lot of things, milk for children, they need turbulence for the shelter, they need wood also, which is very expensive, they need tents, and the current provided or required material for their dignified
I have noticed this other aspect of it where there are people who go over, watch Divorcelli, pick up on a lot of the fucking hatred that he is like, a lot of the animosity that he has towards me, and channel that animosity in here, while simultaneously they fucking openly recognize that he's also like a, you know, monstrous piece of shit. So they leave that community, but the animosity that he has like baked into them towards me still remains. And that's what is like really shocking to me. Like there's obviously weirdos who've been in here for years and years and years, 64-month subscribers that have literally become permanent hate watchers. Maybe they were like fans of both me and Divorcelli at the same time. And then like in times when I do talk about him for the first time ever, they become like more rabid fucking hate watchers in that process. That much I understand. There's people who leave due to disagreements and look for someone who is like providing counters, albeit unjustifiable and ridiculous counters, but they're just like looking for someone to feed into their biases. But the thing I don't understand is how so many people, there are not so many people, but some people who literally fucking leave, go to that community, and their fucking animosity still stays. It's like even after they leave that community, and it's like, how? So you hate this guy, but you personally agree with like all the things that he's saying? Like, why do you hate him then? You know? Like, this guy doesn't even explain why I'm lost. He's just like out at the Riddler. Like, what is your disagreement? Just spell out what you think is wrong with what I have to say, especially because I have consistently talked about the same issues from the same perspective for the past 10 fucking years at this point. That's just what I do. That's what I don't get. People literally will always be like, yeah, dude, you've changed. That's why your community fucking left you or whatever. And it's like, no, I didn't. As a matter of fact, I did not. That's why I can point to videos from like 2016 or even before, articles that are written that say the exact same things that I'm saying right now. So that is what I don't understand. It's not that I changed, it's that you probably changed. Maybe you think you changed for the better. I don't think so, but I don't get it. No, I'm not talking about you as the hate watcher. Like, what is it? What is the issue that you have with me? You just won't say it. Perhaps maybe you're afraid that it's born out of a complete misunderstanding, and that's the reason why you're like, you know, trying to cook up a reasonable reply.
Shelters, it's less than 10%, frankly talking.
Now, we know that the first shipment of aid has arrived at this sort of temporary port that was sort of constructed by the Americans. 500 tons of aid is expected to be delivered over the next few days. How much difference will that make?
It does not solve the problem. We have to be sure.
Oh my God, you're comparable to Ben Shapiro. Seems like you're very understanding and actually have some good points sometimes. Wait, that's how I'm comparable to Ben Shapiro? Are you implying that Ben Shapiro is very understanding and actually has some good points? But your echo chamber and influence is making a perpetual fan base of stands, blind stands. This is still vague, by the way. Just say what you disagree with instead of fucking blindly posturing at random things like vague assertions. I don't understand it. He has an open mind just as much as you do. Ben Shapiro is not open-minded even remotely. Neither are you, brother. Okay. Well, I have made changes throughout time in the things that I believe, and at least I explain to you why I believe the things that I believe, and openly will recognize my biases. I will openly reveal what my biases are. I wish you didn't rag on white people and act so condescending. It's pretty transparent how you gatekeep culture. Okay. See, that I can work with. Okay. That's a real grievance that is laughable, but a real one regardless. At least he's like openly saying what his grievance is. It's silly and it's ridiculous. To be fair, there are definitely some weirdo baby leftists who just parrot opinions and vibes without having their own points. I think so too. That's a funny one. You used to be transphobic and have changed a lot there. Yes, exactly. Hasan, on a public broadcast, you were unable to say anything on October 6th, which most would condemn. It makes talk about the issues mute when the right will just nail you for that. Wait, what? I don't know what the fuck you're saying, but I didn't understand it. I don't rag on white people. I rag on white supremacy. I also am a firm believer that people can change for the better, and everyone is on their own journey. Okay? I don't understand what this dude's grievances are beyond that he just said, Ben Shapiro is not open-minded and neither are you. Yes, I am not open-minded to right-wing ideas, to reactionary ideas. Wait, you know what, Hasan? I don't have a list of reasons why I don't like you, nor am I smart enough to go toe-to-toe with your intellect. I just don't like you as a person, and I think a percentage of your old fan base think the same. Well, thank you. Thank you for recognizing that. I'm glad that it took us an hour for you to get to this point. Hopefully you'll get better eventually. At least it's honest. I respect the honesty. The reason why you arrived at that conclusion is because other people told you to, by the way. So if you recognize that, if you recognize, to be fair, I will probably sit here later tonight and think this Hassan guy isn't that bad. I mean, at least you recognize that too. Now I'm now interested as to why they don't like you as a person. Oh, dude, come on. We are brought up in a ultimately reactionary society. Social conditioning is very important to that. A lot of people will get mad at naysayers instead of engaging in a unimaginable amount of self-reflection to unlearn certain things that they take for granted their whole lives. That's why a lot of people don't like me, especially because I'm also very loud and very brash and very stubborn. I recognize that about myself. That's probably part of the reason why you like the commentary that you listen to here. I totally get why people fucking hate me, quote unquote hate me. They think I'm fucking annoying, arrogant. That is precisely the reason why they enjoy so many fucking very dumb people make really shitty attempts to say Hassan is actually stupid and wrong and engages in a lot of like misinformation or whatever. That's usually what it is. People also consider that to be inauthentic. They're like, he can't authentically be on board with all these positions. There must be a secondary reason. That's precisely the reason why they turn around and fucking make assertions about being a grifter. Not even trying to comprehend that if I was a grifter, then why the fuck would I be grifting against positions that people take for granted, themselves included? If I was a grifter, as many grifters are in this space, I would be grifting to the right. The right doesn't question the things that you say. The right doesn't constantly fucking present a counter argument. The right doesn't fucking constantly engage in purity spirals. That is precisely the reason why many people, including but not limited to Tim Pool, will oftentimes cast themselves as like progressives or center liberals and then, you know, do a shit ton of propaganda to the right. That's exactly what happened with Dave Rubin as well. That's exactly what happens with a lot of the people that were like saying that I wasn't fucking communist enough for them. And now they've become MAGA communists. That's why you only see grifting in one direction and not in the other, including but not limited to Jackson Hinkledink and many others. Do you understand? It comes from, it ultimately comes from not wanting to engage with themselves and think about why they believe certain positions and instead shooting the messenger. Okay? Being like, fuck this guy for telling me shit is fucked up. Fuck him. I think things are good, actually. I want to think that things are good. I came into this community with zero expectations. For the first time, started questioning the bigotry I was raised to think was normal. I just listened to your points and positions on policy and realized it makes the most rational sense. Yes, there are plenty of you. There are plenty of other people just like you, or maybe even people that were that had firmly held convictions on certain issues. And I've been able to exhaust those positions over and over again until, you know, they turn around and say, you know what, fuck it. Like, I think he might be right on this. I'm going to re-examine my previously held beliefs. That's a beautiful thing. That's why I do what I do. Okay. But the reason why a lot of the disagreements that people have with me purely just begin and end on aesthetics is for that reason. They don't want to re-examine the things that they hold firmly and take for granted. And considering that the systems that we exist under are, you know, broadly reactionary, at least to my positions, they then turn around and look for other people that will make what they consider coherent points against me. That's it. When it comes down to it, a lot of the other stuff is just like moralizing and posturing why you hate a particular person online. It's never the ideas that I am bringing forward. And almost always, especially people view themselves as progressives, it's almost always like things that they've misunderstood. Okay? Or how you talk too mean. Yeah. I remember when I was on my Gary V defending arc, so cringe. Yeah, I mean, people grow. It's fine. You have been nice lately. I've been trying my very best to be as nice as possible to people that I disagree with. A charm offensive, if you will, because I want to make sure that like people understand that the reasons as to why this community grew, unlike many other prior formations of this sort of political commentary, is because one, I'm not anti-fun, and two, I'm not immediately going to fucking shove you in a goddamn locker for personally having opinions that I disagree with. But like I said, people have biases. They are looking for someone who will say, no, your biases are correct. Okay? And there is plenty of people online that will give them that will feed them the necessary talking points that will cause them to recycle those talking points, and they go, no, I am right, actually. instead of interrogation, instead of self-reflection, I'm going to go further and further into the comfortable bosom of reactionary politics, as I like to call it. That's it. Your stream is an amazing off-ramp for people who fell into the right-wing pipeline like myself. I think it's the greatest utility you provide to the progressive movement. Yes. How do you differentiate between people actually trying to learn versus the just asking crowd? I've noticed you yell less at chatters asking questions that may be stupid nowadays. You still get the annoying types? Yes, I do. Still have a friend that doesn't like you because of the house stuff and swore nothing would ever change his mind on it. Yeah, it doesn't matter. That in and of itself is still ultimately vibes-based, right? The idea, the false understanding. I'm on the opposite side of the spectrum, leftist family and all. Thought you were too Slava Ukraina for my taste, but you made me rethink my position. You saved me from turning around and becoming liberal again because of how much I doom scrolled. A lot of new people in the chat goes back to the soda pop and take, scared to ask anything because they might get yelled at. Yeah, I know. The only way for the left and progressive ideas can grow is if we're more approachable. Some leftists are like Christian fundamentalists in their militancy. I know. And I shit on that all the time. I think that is not good. It's not productive. I hate that. That's it. Now that I think about it, I've never heard someone give a valid reason for thinking that you're an idiot outside of something that's extremely personal, reactionary, or dramatic. Yes. But because of the overwhelming amount of that sort of commentary, sometimes it's like anti-socialist tendencies masquerading as a personal slight. And, you know, packaged up with like a rehashing of Red Scare propaganda. Because that is so consistent and there is like a constant stream of that kind of thing refeeding into a new audience of people that will also arrive at that position, it basically becomes the truth. Sometimes that even has the capacity to change my mind about myself, make me question my beliefs. You've made me less reactionary towards Muslim people, something I didn't know was there at first. People weren't here when these people tried to say Hassan was a sex trafficker. No sympathy for these losers, man. Yeah, no, people just straight up lie. And in like incredibly fucked up ways too. Like unimaginably fucked up ways. Anyway, let's continue. Looks like CNN is loosening their copyright over the presidential debate. Oh my fucking God, let's go. Oh yeah, a new debate development. CNN will make its Biden-Trump face-off on June available for simulcast on any U.S. networks of the news division that wants it. Oh my God. I am two minds about this. Sometimes you got to challenge people a little to make them rethink things, so you strike a balance well. You can be harsh, but you can't a doormat either. Yeah, obviously, it's safe enough. It's not a perfectly safe space. It can't be, because if it's a perfectly safe space, then obviously there's no discussion to be had. That's not my goal. My goal isn't to, like, I don't know, do news coverage for people who already agree with me. My goal is to reach out to a broader audience and consistently grow this community so that there are more like-minded people on your side down the line. This is why, since I was a 35 viewer Andy or a 1,000 view Andy or a 35,000 viewer Andy, I have said the exact same things over and over again. And I've always yelled at people who want to maintain this, like, who want to maintain this sheltered rosebud ass attitude, which, you know, we joke about because they mean well, but, you know, the notion that, like, you can't fucking have fun, or you just simply should not allow any kind of reactionary sentiment to exist in the community. You got to fucking stop it. And this is why you respond to people saying you are dumb and who ignore your points. Yes. People call you a sex trafficker, then turn around and slobbered on a certain man in Romanian prison. It seems like they were just trying to lie and hit you on something your side would care about, even though they don't care themselves. Yes. I'm interested in the justification of the double standards you hold people in your analysis. You permit behaviors in one group that you don't permit in another, and you do it based on physical characteristics. Why is it too much to not single out physical traits? And please don't tell me that whiteness goes beyond that, because Julius Evola made the same arguments against black people. I find it really funny that you are invoking Evola when talking about anti-white racism. That's awesome. Congratulations, chatter. Yes, you're right. Anti-white racism is literally like esoteric Nazism. You're so correct. Like ideas that were formative in the Nazi movement. That's sick. I am the Evola of being an anti-white racist. That has to be a self-report, by the way, from someone who considers themselves to be LARPing as a centrist. Like, no one is invoking Evola in here if they're not a fucking die-in-the-wool Nazi. No, you missed my point here. I said that don't use the same argument he made. Yes, you're a fucking idiot. I'm sorry, dude. If you think that Julius Evola is a proper comparison here, you have to be an absolute dumbass. Okay? Anti-white racism and anti-black racism are obviously not the same due to the fact that whiteness as a socio-political construct is singling out an in-group that has power. In Evola's own argumentation, or at least his practical application in Nazi Germany, the in-group, the whites, would be Volk, the German folk, and the out-group would be considered non-white. That is ridiculous. Why do it at all? Because it needlessly alienates people. The reason why I do it is not because I want to alienate white people, but the reason why I do it is because I will take a firm stance on white fragility. I'm not going to capitulate the white fragility, which has an effect of delegitimizing white supremacy, or delegitimizing the violence that non-white people experience under white supremacy. That's the reason why I take a fucking stubborn and firm stance against it. Why would I ever capitulate to something that I genuinely think is abhorrent, that I genuinely think is ridiculous? Okay? You're disgusting, Hassan. Your Discord is filthy. Yeah, okay. Thanks, man. I don't even want to know what kind of shit goes on in the Discord servers that you're coming from. This is a safe space to ask about your position on the Armenian genocide. I've read on Twitter and other places. Okay, I'm not even fucking reading this. Come on, dude. Thank you for your input, chatter. Anyway, going back to the Evola conversation, I think it's ridiculous. The reason why, or going back to the person who asked me what my stance is, okay? The reason why I talk about cracker discourse so fucking much is it's laughable. It's a silly conversation, and most people in the real world would not give a shit about it. But there's clearly a lot of people in here, in this space that we occupy, the gaming space specifically, okay? The reason why I talk about it is because a lot of people personally use this as a way, either on purpose, deliberately, or inadvertently, to defend white supremacist principles. The starting point of said principles actually come from, first, neutralizing the conversation surrounding white supremacy and the systematic ways in which it does violence to those who are in the out group. You avoided questioning holding the double standard. Me mentioning Evola was to head off the fact that you're perceiving as a negative trait latent to white people. I'm white, you fucking idiot. No, I am not saying it is a negative trait latent to white people, you dumb fuck. Oh my God. This is what you don't understand. I'm white. Do you agree with the fact that I'm white or not? Okay. Am I white? Am I a self-hating white if I am white? Sure. Okay. Good. Do you think that I personally am saying it's a negative trait to be white? Or do you think that I personally believe that given the socio-political construct surrounding white people, which, by the way, can change, you can not be considered white by many people, for the record, including many of those who literally have called me everything under the sun, saying that I am not white, in an effort to say that I'm an anti-white hater, okay? That means that whiteness is a flimsy concept, okay? Because it's a socio-political construct. When people find things about you, like with Frogan is white too. But because she wears a hijab, it is unconscionable to consider Frogan to be white because she is signaling to the rest of the world that she is Muslim. And Muslims are not a part of the in-group, okay? What terms can we agree on in the spirit of white is cultural? Whiteness, white supremacy? Spirit of white is cultural? In the spirit of white is cultural? What? My position on the cracker discourse is that anti-white racism is the same as anti-hetero bigotry, is the same as bigotry towards the normalized identity group. That's it. And there's a reason why many do not engage with what the fuck I am talking about. Does Ludwig even care? No, that's the funniest part. He doesn't give a shit. Do you mean the cultural spirit of whiteness? The fuck are we talking about? There has never been a moment in time throughout history where white people have been subjected to endless amounts of violence that non-white people in the outside of the power core has been subjected to on the virtue of their whiteness. Okay? I don't know what you mean when you're talking about the spirit of white is cultural, whiteness, white supremacy. I don't get it. Bro, not in Nazi Germany, whiteness was literally removed from the disabled regardless of race. If people then can't recognize whiteness as a political concept, then I don't know what to say. Exactly. It's just when you are, I mean, same with Jewish people, Roma people, gay people, socialists. Whiteness in and of itself just simply means the outgroup in that circumstance. Just like the outgroup here at the top of the hour are people who are unsubscribed. The power structure in this community dictates that as long as you are subscribed, you are in the in group. You will not be oppressed with 3 minutes of ads at the top of the hour. You will, however, be oppressed if you haven't subscribed at the top of the hour. Here is the 3-minute ad break now. The ad break of oppression. Let's continue and go back to the U.S.-built pier that is operational.
Rare good news from Gaza, where a U.S.-built pier is now operational and trucks are rolling ashore to deliver desperately needed aid.
If there isn't a white culture, I've seen people make fun of white people. Wait, what? That is the whole point. People make fun of white people and like white culture on the boundaries of what it's not, on it having like a clear lack of culture. That's what it is. White people are not white people beyond. Oh my God. I need to go back to covering the news, man. I'm sorry. I've talked about this so much. If you want to understand what I have to say on this issue, I have a video called White People Don't Exist. Okay. It's on my YouTube. It's pretty good. It's pretty neat. It's pretty concise. I will refer you back to that video. Okay. Obviously clickbaity title. That's it.
But this breakthrough comes as we learn at least 20 American medical workers are trapped in Gaza after Israel closed the Rafah crossing. MTS Tayyab spoke to one of those workers, a warning his story contains disturbing imagery.
Black smoke rises above Rafah as Israel's southern offensive widens. And in the north, they're now fighting a resurgence of Hamas, fighting that didn't spare 10-year-old Samaya, who lost her arm in an airstrike and needs advanced medical care. I want the border crossings opened again, she says, so I can go and get a new arm and be like everyone else again. Also in Gaza are around 20 American medics trapped after Israel blocked all land crossings in the south, now doing all they can while they wait to be allowed to go home.
We see explosive injuries, burns, shrapnel wounds. So, and the problem with this is these are wounds that we don't usually see in America.
Among the trapped medics are trauma nurse Monica Johnson from Oregon and Dr. Mahmoud Sabha from Texas.
We came in with such good intentions, obviously, and wanting to help and save lives. We haven't had a single wound patient in the ICU that has made it out.
Not a single one?
No.
Most of their patients are among the youngest in Gaza.
She had glitter on her fingernails. She had discolored hair. It's these things like these things. It really affects you because the innocence. You really see the innocence.
Sabah and Johnson say they know their families are worried about them, but as medics, they had to help the people of Gaza.
I've always said to my kids, follow your heart. And in my heart, this feels like what I'm supposed to be doing.
Still, every day is a challenge.
Medical supplies, we are getting almost none because we bring in our own medical supplies and we're burning through it.
You've been working alongside your Palestinian colleagues for all these weeks now. How are they doing?
They're broken and they are empty. So the thought of leaving them and, leaving them while they're so empty is heartbreaking.
And we've just received this message from Nurse Monica, who's currently trying to leave Gaza, which I'll read to you. It says, "We're currently waiting at the Israeli-controlled border. It was a difficult passage. We had a tank pointing its barrel at us for exactly 1 hour before letting us through one of the checkpoints. We were so heartbroken to leave over half our team and the people of Gaza. I am so fearful for their safety."
Remember when they literally had to test out the doctors that are trapped inside of the hospital, had to test out whether or not Israel would kill the doctors by sending only one doctor out first, which, by the way, in a UN car, which Israel did shoot at. And then they were like, oh yeah, we have to like evacuate and then hope that, other doctors can come in from the other side of the border. Most moral army in the world, by the way. Anyway.
That's a message from Nurse Monica Johnson from Portland, Oregon, as she tries to leave Gaza. Nate.
Yeah, you can hear the pain in her voice, and we hope that supplies and safety is with them. All right, MTS.
I understand what HasanAbi is saying about white not being real, but I believe he's having trouble separating entirely from identifying as such. It really just comes down to him knowing the difference and trying his best. White people are many different races, German, Italian, Polish, Irish, etc. It all makes sense to me. Wait, what? That's why I said go watch my video. I address all of that. Okay? I'm sick of having this same fucking conversation over and over again. Here. My friend, this is it. White people do not exist. Also, German is not a race. Neither is Irish. Yeah, Johnny Harris did a fucking video on the Houthis 7 hours ago, and we'll watch it. Take on this? What? Muhammad Hadid, Israeli Jews have no genetic connection to ancient Hebrews. Hadid said the Israeli Jews should show their ancestry comparison to his. Yeah, I don't agree with what he's saying. He's wrong. Because ultimately, while obviously Ashkenazi Jews and many Jews everywhere else obviously have had, I just hate having this blood and soil argument over and over again, dude. It's just fucking sucks. It's so stupid. It doesn't matter. The point he's trying to make is simply that Palestinians that are being bombed by Israel right now are direct descendants of the same early first Jewish populations. They just happen to, to convert first to Christianity and then to Islam. That's it. That is factually correct. And the only reason why this is even a point of fucking contention is because Israel claims that those guys are not Jews and that Israel is the only defender of Jews. Like the ethnic, the genealogy is what we're talking about at this point. It would not be an issue or a point of contention. It would not be an issue or a point of contention if Israel wasn't an ethno-state anyway. But yes, this is the reason why I hate this conversation over and over again. Your genealogy doesn't determine whether you're justified in bombing people when there's better arguments to make. Exactly. It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what people's fucking ethnic background is or what their genealogy looks like when we're talking about ethnic cleansing happening. Oh, ridiculous.
Tayeb in Israel, thank you.
One man pulled from the ambulance, another.
Oh, here, this is Biden is going to attend Morehouse. Morehouse students are divided over Biden's Israel policy ahead of the president's commencement speech. So let's take a look.
Weekend, President Biden could face a tense reception at Morehouse College where he's due to deliver the commencement speech. The well-known historically black college for men has seen protests this spring over the war in Gaza. Nicole Killian spoke to students.
Bro, if you want to understand that like matrilineal heritage tracking is completely unimportant when it comes to Israel's demographic concerns, look no further than many of the people that came from the USSR, okay? I don't want to open up this can of fucking worms. It's idiotic. It is an ethno-state that doesn't even fucking abide by its own ethno-statist principles, okay? That's it. An open secret that not all of the people that came from the USSR were actually Jewish or even could trace matrilineal heritage. Not even talking about like no longer being religiously Jewish, okay? No, like culturally Jewish. I'm talking specifically about like straight up no connection whatsoever to Judaism with matrilineal heritage and whatnot, okay? It was specifically done to, make Israel more white. And even then, Israel still has a higher population of brown Jewish people of MENA background, regardless of that.
Who are now divided over Biden's Israel policy and his plans to visit the campus.
Free Palestine! Ahead of President Biden's commencement address Sunday, Morehouse College was fenced off as the school's president warned he will halt graduation ceremonies if demonstrations erupt.
If my choice is 20 people being arrested on national TV on the Morehouse campus, taken away in zip ties during our commencement, before we would reach that point, I would conclude the ceremony.
What do we want? Justice! For weeks, some students and faculty have pressured college leaders to rescind Biden's invitation over his support for Israel amid its war with Hamas.
President Biden's actions over the last 7 months, really since October 7th, have not reflected that.
of a people and a school and a legacy that is dedicated to severing out all of those forms of hate, of discrimination, of inequity.
Last week, the White House dispatched senior advisor Stephen Benjamin to the campus to quell tensions.
We received those messages and we shared those with the president.
President's visit to Georgia comes as recent polls show him trailing former President Trump after flipping the state in 2020 with the support of black voters.
Morehouse is a place that the president wants to hear from, even as we hear from him.
Engineering graduate Fabian Waduba is keeping an open mind.
Honestly, I just want to work for Sunday.
For CBS Mornings, Nicole Killian, Atlanta.
That's it, baby. Let's go. It's Johnny Harris time. Welcome Johnny Harris into our homes. We are going to be talking about the Houthis today.
The banks of the most important waterway on Earth sits the country of Yemen, a place that was two countries for decades until the year 1990, when it was unified into one. A fragile patchwork of groups, all with different tribal backgrounds, religious beliefs, and political aspirations. The story I want to tell starts in the 90s, when one group forms up in the northern mountains of Yemen. It started by a group of religious Yemenis who call themselves the Believing Youth, who were members of a Shiite Muslim sect called the Zaidi. Zaidi Muslims used to be the majority when the country was split in two, but in the new unified Yemen, they became a minority and felt neglected and discriminated against. At first, the group focuses on rebuilding the Zaidi religious identity, hosting summer camps for young men and offering religious education. But in the late 1990s, the group starts to change in important ways. A member of Yemen's parliament resigns in protest and joins the Believing Youth. He felt that the government of Yemen was corrupt and far too influenced by Yemen's neighbor to the north, Saudi Arabia. Al-Houthi blamed outside influence for many of the country's problems. So as he leaves the government, Al-Houthi uses his wealth and family connections in the Zaidi community to become the leader of the Believing Youth. He wants an Islamic revolution, modeled after the one in Iran, one that kicks out any foreign influence and restores Islamic values. With Al-Houthi's influence, this group of young men in the mountainous region of Yemen starts to change. They begin protesting Yemen's president, Ali Abdullah Saleh. Soon they start taking up weapons, taking over territory, and eventually setting up their own security checkpoints in their region. The Believing Youth are starting to look a lot less like a summer camp and a lot more like a militia, like a rebellion. President Saleh, who had previously supported the Believing Youth, is starting to get worried. And then in 2001, the entire Middle East would change forever. After 9/11, the U.S. launches a war on terror. They ask President Saleh for help, and he cooperates, taking military aid and allowing American special forces to operate inside Yemen, where the terrorist group Al-Qaeda has a presence. 18 months later, the U.S. presence in the region would balloon even more when the American military invades and occupies Iraq. For Al-Houthi and his group...
I just want to point out something here. Al-Qaeda still has a presence in Yemen. Al-Qaeda still has a presence in Yemen, and they are using American weapons, or did still have. I don't know what Al-Qaeda looks like in Yemen now, but up until like 2016, 2017, 2018, Al-Qaeda literally operating just like they used to at the behest of the Saudi government was straight up participating in the fucking genocide of the Yemen population being directed by Saudi Arabia. How'd they get the American weapons, chat? One must ask themselves how they got those American weapons. It wasn't a fucking accident. They were working with the Saudi government. Much to consider here.
Of young men, this crosses a red line and deeply radicalizes the movement. Al-Houthi criticizes the president publicly for pandering to what he sees as American imperialism in Muslim lands. And many in Yemen agree, joining the movement and bolstering their numbers. Al-Houthi adopts the violent slogan that sits on the flag of his movement to this day: God is great, death to America, death to Israel, curse on the Jews, victory to Islam. President Saleh feels threatened by the growth of this increasingly radical movement that is taking control of territory in the north. He issues an arrest warrant and a bounty for Al-Houthi and brutally cracks down on their protests. In response, the Believing Youth launch an armed rebellion in the north of Yemen, leading to counterattacks by the Yemeni military. Shortly after the fighting begins, Al-Houthi is...
I'm not gonna lie, Johnny Harris videos are kind of a banger when you think about it, because like if you've already made up your mind about American imperialism being bad or the war on terror being bad, things that he and his audience take for granted as like, you know, kind of problematic, but ultimately in the right direction, then yeah, it's like he's not wrong. He's literally like, yeah, the Houthis believed that the Saleh government was working alongside American imperialists, and it's like, yeah, no, it's not wrong. It is correct.
Killed in a cave in the north. The rebels he leaves behind fight on with new conviction, and the world would know them by the name of their martyr, a symbol of imperial resistance that would soon be firing rockets at Israel and hijacking cargo ships in the Red Sea. This Yemen story is about to get really fascinating. I'm going to pause for a second because I need to thank the sponsor of today's video. The sponsors are how we're able to do our journalism here on YouTube, so thank you Incogni for sponsoring today's video. I've been using Incogni for about 18 months now, and it has really changed my digital life. Most of us don't know that our information, our name, our date of birth, our address, our browser history is a commodity. It is bought and sold.
I'm doing ethical React.
Data market where data brokers make a lot of money selling our information to corporations or insurance companies that want to profit off of us. They have the right to do that. And yet we also have the right to request that our information be taken off of those lists. The problem is,
I understand the last line of their slogan is not good, but people like Norman Finkelstein explain why, even though we should not agree with it. Shouldn't be surprised they have it. Yeah, I have never said that the Houthi slogan is good, nor do I care particularly about their way of conduct or their domestic affairs. It is almost identical to my perspective on the Iranian government. I am not a fan of the Iranian government's domestic affairs at all. Yeah, he did say data brokers have a right to sell your data. He did say that.
There's a lot of these lists, and they don't make it easy for you to take your name off.
Also, a lot of people keep asking me about this fucking Houthi teenager. Didn't you interview a Houthi teenager? He was not a Houthi. Okay, I asked him. He said he was not.
And that is why Incogni exists. You sign up for Incogni and you give them permission to act on your behalf, to go request that your information be taken off of these lists. And it's not like there's like 5 lists. There are, in my case, Incogni found like hundreds of lists that my name is on. Incogni shows you the lists that they found your information on, and then they start the process of taking your information off. And you get to watch while they do all the work. Month after month, Incogni.
It is pretty wild because like everybody fucking ran with that, him being a Houthi, which by the way, I maintain the position that I should be allowed to interview a Houthi if I want to as well, suck my dick. But also, not only was he not a Houthi, he got arrested. It's because you talked about One Piece with him? Yeah, I did. I was trying to get him to open up. You might not agree with my methods, but I don't give a shit. I'm going to humanize these people, okay? I don't care. You can get mad at the fact that I'm trying to humanize the Yemeni population. I don't care. That's precisely the reason why so many of these motherfuckers literally didn't even care about the contents of the interview, care about the fact that like BBC and many others actually also conducted the exact same interview, care about the reality that New York Times and many other outlets literally reached out to me to try to get connected with the kid. But yes, I am going to humanize a victim a survivor of genocide. That's number one. Number two, did they ask what his favorite anime was? Yeah, they did. And he was like, I don't know about One Piece, so they arrested him. And what a lot of people fail to recognize is that throughout that interview, obviously I didn't fucking debate him, right? But I asked him a couple questions specifically, pointed questions, like, how do you feel about anti-Zionist Jews? Are you shocked to find out about the reality that there are many Jews in America who are leading some of these anti-Israel protests? The reason why I asked that question to him was specifically because I wanted to see what his opinion was on the matter. Of course, nobody made mentions of that. They personally only were too predisposed with, oh, he's a Jew hater himself. He hates Jews, and that he's a terrorist. He's a terrorist. Okay. What'd they arrest him for? I mean, I'm pretty sure he's out of jail, but I don't know why he got arrested.
He is working for me to keep my privacy and my data safe, which is a really good feeling. So that's Incogni. I'm really glad they exist. I'm really glad they've come to sponsor a video because I started using their service and I am very happy with
They also then ironically claimed he was media trained and like lying. Fucking 19-year-old survivor of genocide. Again, is it classic white supremacist bullshit? By the way, they still bring that shit up every goddamn day. What? They community noted you? Oh, hell yeah. On most major issues that will likely be discussed in the debate, there are significant policy differences between Trump and Biden, including abortion access, tax policy, education, healthcare policy, and more. I mean, their community note is literally my second point. Look, maybe we should ask them what anime they watch. See, they always still make that snide remark. How dare you ask a victim, a survivor of genocide, questions that will make him realize that I'm not trying to fucking attack him and humanize him to the American audience. How dare I do that? Well, that's what I got for you. You can suck my cock. That media training thing is just something that the horsefucker V made up. Yeah. Yeah. Also, the Houthis, on the other hand, simultaneously have like curse the Jews on their fucking slogan, but they're also simultaneously doing media training to be like, yeah, anti-Zionist Jews. Wow, that's cool. I like that. Why wouldn't he just say, I hate the Jews? I think I have more hatred in my heart for 35-month losers in my community that literally go, you were just community noted. Who cares, man? It is the dumbest fucking thing to give a shit about. You're that fucking Twitter obsessed. You are literally just as Reddit as like Divorcelli's fan base is. Just letting you know. The community you made, smile. Yeah, well, yo, when are you going to start watching MasterChef again so you can know what you're talking about? Terrorist, genocide. Genocide? In sarcasm? You think it's the Saudi and UAE caused genocide in Yemen is genocide? What happens to Israel dick riders? Do they just like automatically, like there's something really fascinating that happens to people who love Israel that literally just say like, there are no genocides. What is it? Is it just the Holocaust? No other genocide has ever happened on the planet? Is that what you're saying? Like, what the fuck is going on here? What is this argument, dude? Yeah, no, it is literally a genocide. And that's not just my assessment either. That's like, you know, every international group has agreed that it was a genocide. What the fuck? This is the whole point. This is the issue. This is the issue with people that just like have like a reactionary position and get negatively polarized against me. They end up fucking taking like unhinged positions. I would much rather have the community that I've cultivated than dumb fucks like you in this community. I'm gonna be honest with you. Dumb fucks that literally hear me say something is a genocide and immediately automatically go, genocide, lol. Like, you just didn't even hear what I said. You just automatically went, oh, Hasan thinks something is a genocide, so it probably isn't. Yeah, my community is fucking awesome. We don't deny genocide, dipshit. Suck my dick. 2019 follower. I know exactly what pedophilic debate pedophile community comes from.
So there's a link in my description. It is incogni.com/Johnny Harris. Click the link. It helps support the channel.
Go fucking debate. Go debate the ethics of CP and how age of consent should be lowered. And, you know, actually it's a phebophilia, not pedophilia. Come on.
Johnny.
Go back to your fucking community.
Harris, and you will get 60% off the yearly plan of Incogni. Use that code so they know it came from this ad read. That is very helpful to me. So yeah, you can try it out, get a big discount, and see if Incogni helps protect your privacy while also reducing the amount of junk mail and robocalls that you get. Thank you, Incogni, for sponsoring today's video. With that, let's dive back into Yemen. By 2004, the Houthis have morphed into a full-blown rebellion, fighting against Yemen's government from their northern strongholds. They know this land well, and they have local support, allowing them to fight a guerrilla campaign against the government forces, blending in with civilians, hiding in mountains and caves, and allowing them to resist the much better equipped Yemeni army. As the conflict turns more violent, more tribes in the region would feel that the military is being overly brutal, leading them to join the Houthis. And it's at this time that the conflict goes international. The Houthis say that Saudi Arabia is letting the government of Yemen position troops right across this border. So they invade into Saudi Arabia, killing Saudi soldiers and taking hostages. This pulls Saudi Arabia into the conflict as they respond with airstrikes and troops and push the Houthis.
That just pulled them in, dude. It was crazy. It was crazy. They definitely weren't doing the thing that they were correct on. Again, come on, dude. Israel style. Yeah, Israel style. They were just defending themselves.
He's out of their territory, punishing them for this invasion. Now, over here, Iran is watching this war. and they see an opportunity. The Houthis are now fighting directly against their biggest rival, Saudi Arabia. So they start secretly sending weapons to the Houthis. At least that's what Saudi Arabia claims, saying that they intercepted an Iranian ship filled with weapons and military trainers on their way to the Houthis. It looks like Iran is directly supporting the Houthis now, though how much support they provide behind the scenes will always be intentionally unclear. As the conflict between the Houthis and the government continues in the north, Saudi Arabia has been fighting their own war on terror against a branch of Al-Qaeda operating in Saudi Arabia. Seeing that their days are numbered, this branch of Al-Qaeda flees south over the border into Yemen, where they merge their forces with the Yemen branch of Al-Qaeda. They create Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, or AQAP, one of the most dangerous and well-funded versions of the group to ever exist. The group's goal is to create a strict Islamic state across the whole region, while violently waging holy war against foreigners in Muslim lands. This puts them at odds with both the Yemen.
The Saudis hate Al-Qaeda as much as Israel hates al-Nusra, okay?
Yemeni government and the Houthis. The conflict is getting more complicated. Around 2011, the region starts to change in big ways. In one country after another, there's an outpouring of public anger on the streets, demanding change from their government, removing old leaders. This is called the Arab Spring. It's upheaval that spirals the region into hope and chaos. Iran and Saudi Arabia see this as an opportunity to strategically choose sides in all of these countries in hopes that when the dust settles, they will come out with a stronger hand of allies in the region. And one of their main focuses is Yemen, a country that is also rising up, calling for President Saleh to step down. The corrupt dictator of Yemen is running out of time, which is something the Houthis have been fighting for years. But Saleh refuses to step down, adding fuel to the uprising. Saudi Arabia sees this situation at their southern border and decides to step in with the help of the UN, convincing Saleh to transfer power to his vice president in exchange for immunity from prosecution. On his way out, Saleh takes the billions of dollars that he corruptly amassed during his time in office, and he also retains the loyalty of key parts of the military, fighters that are only loyal to him. But the people aren't satisfied with this new Saudi-backed president. The government remains weak and unorganized. Meanwhile, the Houthis are taking advantage of this infighting and only getting stronger, taking more and more territory from the government, adding to their forces and receiving more support from their backer Iran, who is supplying them with more training, missiles, drones, and other advanced weapons. They used these weapons in the fall of 2014 to march into southern Yemen, taking over large swaths of territory. Now that the Houthis have momentum, the former president...
That's crazy, and it wasn't even us this time? Bro, fuck you mean it wasn't even us? Bro, he's literally talking about direct Saudi involvement. Of course it was us. What do you think Saudi Arabia is? Who is Saudi Arabia? What kind of weapons do you think they're manufacturing in Saudi Arabia? What kind of targeting systems does the domestic Saudi weapons manufacturing industry have, you think? No, that's us, man. We did that.
Saleh joins them in an alliance of convenience. In fact, Saleh's forces are critical in helping the Houthis take the capital city of Sana'a. Saleh is now working with his former enemy.
The reason why he now mentions Saleh is corrupt is because of this, by the way. A chatter was like, oh, now he mentions that President Saleh is corrupt. It's because of this. He was trying to get you to understand he's bad now. He didn't mention it when the Houthis were resisting against him. He only mentioned it when he's aligned with the Houthis for a brief moment.
Against his own vice president, the man he had to give power to when he stepped down. President Hadi and his government flee south as the Houthis take over. But the Houthis are right behind them. So Hadi has to flee to Saudi Arabia, trying to govern Yemen from there. But the Houthis just keep gaining momentum. By the middle of 2015, they now control the capital city completely, where they create their own government and take control of the government's military weapons, helping them expand even further into the south. Now that the Houthis are in power, they run an oppressive regime that silences free speech, crushes dissent through arrest and torture, and recruits children.
I don't get it. It seems like they're doing free speech.
To the south. Now that the Houthis are in power, they run an oppressive regime that silences free speech, crushes dissent through arrest.
That's free speech, brother. What are you talking about? Being able to burn the American flag is American style free speech too. You know, under Saleh, Yemen was a thriving liberal democracy, but he is also partially corrupt and brutal. I will only mention that he's corrupt when I'm about to say that he like aligned with the Houthis for a brief moment. Also, the shining beacon of liberal democracy that Yemen was changed dramatically when the Houthis came into power. And not that like they basically maintained the same business as usual in the midst of a fucking civil war. Kind of odd that these guys are random people and yet they are able to galvanize massive chunks of the population. I don't know how. Agree with him or not. It's just odd that he keeps saying that like this is a, you know, this is a fucking militia group backed by Iran, nothing to do with Yemen kind of, but also simultaneously very popular seemingly.
And torture, and recruits children as soldiers, all while imposing strict religious laws that undermine women's rights. Meanwhile, Saudi Arabia is getting nervous. Their southern neighbor is now controlled by a group that is funded by their biggest enemy. So,
I mean, they strip women of individual freedom and rights. Bro, what are you talking about? Listen to me. Number one, this is the same exact fucking Saudi propaganda that's hilarious. Yes, brother. Both in Saudi Arabia and in Yemen, women's civil liberties wasn't great. Okay? Before and after the Houthis. What are you talking about? This does not mean it's good. But remember how you only fucking bring that up for one side of the argument? When the other side is the genocidal force that has the exact same domestic policies, worse domestic policies. Yeah, when you say it like that, you make it seem like they have fucking pride rallies before the Houthis came, you know? Saudi girls in my college course in 2014 had never driven a car because it's illegal. Yeah, they also probably came to the United States of America with a male member of the family because they are because they can't travel on their own usually to the United States of America. I mean, it's cool that the government literally pays for your male family member as well for you to go to school in America, but like also not great that, you know, that's a thing. That law was removed. Oh, it is? Back when I went to college, it wasn't. It was definitely still in place. To be fair, Qatari dancer, I went to college in 2009. I am old. It might have been a part of MBS's charm offensive where he did some reformation. Not a lot, some. Like saying women are allowed to fucking drive cars and shit. Not sure what your point is. Saudis and Houthis are both shit for the people. Brother, you are in the United motherfucking States of America. What the fuck are you talking about? Our involvement in both of these countries have been objectively bad for both of these fucking countries. On the Saudi front, our maintenance of the monarchy and its fucking grip on power has created an environment where no real change will ever occur. On the Yemen front, we funded and facilitated the same exact type of fucking regressive thinkers, I guess, if you want to think about their fucking domestic policy, in funding and facilitating a genocidal campaign in Yemen. When we talk about these issues, people love bringing up like the domestic affairs of Yemen to be like, to just never really focus on what we're actually saying. What we're actually saying in this conversation is like, well, we have to intervene because Yemen is brutal and repressive in its regime. And it's like, dude, what are you saying? The people interfering are also brutal and oppressive in the exact same fucking way. And they're doing a genocide on top of that. Yes, you got the fascism from the West and Islamism from Iran. Yes, one must ask themselves how Islamism came to Iran to begin with in the degree that it came to Iran. What kind of foreign involvement, I wonder, happened in Iran that led to the Iranian Revolution? This is Americans refusing to learn the lessons from past involvement and then literally using the negative consequences of past involvement and intervention to be like, we have to do more of that. It is the most American idea, okay, to go, you know what the problem is? We have a lot of gun violence in this country, okay? Mass shootings are happening daily, right? We also have more guns in circulation than we have people in this country. What's the solution to this problem? More guns. Arm the teachers. Hello? It's the most American concept. Americans love looking at a problem that they fucking caused and then being like, you know what will fix this problem? More of the same problem. It's so dumb. I don't know what else to say beyond it. Yeah, traffic in LA, more lanes. But without local support, then the revolution could not have been taken over. Wait, what? Brother, I don't think you understand what the words that are coming out of my mouth. The local support for Islamist movements, fundamentalist movements, literally gain more momentum when they are launched against Western imperialism. It goes back to my argument. Okay? That is how people go, you know what? I'm not the biggest fan of the fucking fundies, but it turns out they're not wrong. It turns out maybe they're right about the fucking Shah. That's it. It is kind of funny calling the Iranian government fundies, because it is. They are fundamentalists, but it's just funny to call anything but Christian fundamentalists fundies.
They recruit the support of countries around the region and invade Yemen with the goal of removing the Houthis from power.
Is permission from a male guardian? They don't have to join them on the trip? Not better just saying, oh.
Power. The war is led by Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, Saudi Arabia's up-and-coming leader and defense minister. He starts with a widespread bombing campaign and a naval blockade that prevents shipping in and out of the country, with the goal of trying to cut off support coming in from Iran. The Crown Prince turns to the United States in need of more weapons for this war. While the US leaders are reluctant to get involved in another Middle East conflict, they also want to maintain a good relationship with Saudi Arabia, who is their major security and energy partner in the region. They also have an interest in weakening al-Qaeda's growing presence in Yemen. So in addition to supporting this war with logistics and intelligence, President Obama approves billions of dollars of weapons, planes, tanks, and even weapons banned by most of the world for how dangerous they are for civilians, like cluster munitions.
Reluctantly.
This quickly turns Saudi Arabia into the largest importer of American weapons for the next...
Guys, you don't understand. Obama did it reluctantly. Obama reluctantly did a genocide in Yemen. Reluctantly. Just like Joe Biden is reluctantly doing a genocide in Gaza. Reluctantly. By the way, once again, American foreign policy is bipartisan, as I've said time and time again, because reluctantly, Donald Trump also funded and facilitated and continued the genocide in Yemen. This is the genocide I was talking about, by the way. That chatter was like, genocide. Reluctantly. Hey, good thing this wasn't us, though. Yeah, exactly.
4 years. So it's 2015, and Yemen is in a full-blown war between the Houthis and Saudi Arabia and their coalition. This is when
Trump definitely didn't do so reluctantly. Guys, there is no difference between Obama aesthetically claiming that he's doing it reluctantly while still doing it versus Trump saying, no, who's going to buy the weapons? Are you going to buy $10 billion worth of weapons? Guess what, dude? They both have the same exact energy on the issue. One is just pussyfooting around it. That's why at the time I literally openly, I wouldn't say praise, but openly fucking said, hey, at least he's honest. He's a giant piece of shit and a genocidal warmonger, but he's fucking honest. Go back and find it. Go back and find my coverage after Jamal Khashoggi was chopped in a Istanbul Saudi embassy. There's no difference between aesthetically posturing as though you are against the genocide and the genocidal ambitions versus openly stating why you're doing it, because they're buying $10 billion worth of weapons. The Saudi consulate in Istanbul.
Al-Qaeda, who's not on either side, takes advantage of this chaos and makes a land grab in the middle of Yemen. They take major cities and clash with government forces. Also taking advantage of the instability is the terrorist group ISIS, who come to Yemen and fight the Houthis and Al-Qaeda at the same time, though their attacks are scattered and they don't control significant territory. The US then gets more involved by launching airstrikes at Al-Qaeda and ISIS targets to stop them from gaining any more territory. They try to kill their leadership, but the US has to do this carefully because they don't want to engage the Houthis. Their fight is with Al-Qaeda and ISIS. In May of 2015, the Houthis...
That's so strange that the Saudi government was bombing the Houthis and fighting against the Houthis. And it's so weird that so was ISIS and Al-Qaeda. What? What's that about? In the same time frame, al-Nusra, which is like the Syrian version, was also getting help from the Israeli government. That's very strange. How peculiar. I just don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't know what I don't know what it's about. Link to your comment on him being honest.
Well, against everybody, including Russia. And
it's so funny. He's just like the conversation is so easy to have when a politician is honest about their dishonesty, right? And that was the brilliant part about Donald Trump. He's just straight up saying it. He's like, what are you, stupid? Do you not understand? Like, no, we're selling the weapons, dumbass, because they give us money for those weapons, dumbass. And low gas prices. What do you want to fucking increase gas prices and also on top of that, fucking allow someone else to sell the weapons to Saudi Arabia? No, we're gonna fucking sell it, stupid. Like, he's like shocked that members of the media who clearly know this, by the way, like, there's no way people are that stupid that they don't fucking recognize that, like, this is the real reason why, this is the real reason why, like, liberals are also not fucking punishing MBS. That's it. This is the reason. And he's saying it. And, again, he's being honest about it. And, Joe Biden is being dishonest about it. That's the reality. Sorry. It doesn't mean he is. Damn, bro. Damn, that's crazy. Who's this guy? Benefit of foresight, dude? What the fuck? He's saying that in 2021, March 3rd, 2021. How's this guy cooking so hard? That's a whole ass 3 years ago. Fuck's that about? How'd that happen? Huh. That's weird. I'm saying Joe Biden's being dishonest about it. How did I know? How did I know? What? How did I predict how Joe Biden would react against Yemen later down the line? How? A good person. He is a fucking monster. The things he's saying are monstrous. But that's precisely why I get frustrated with the Joe Biden administration, because if you think that this is monstrous, then you have to recognize that what Joe Biden is doing is also monstrous.
And I'm going to keep it that way. And I'm not going to tell a country that's spending hundreds of billions of dollars and has helped me do one thing very importantly, keep oil prices down so that they're not going to $100 and $150 a barrel. Right now, we have oil prices in great shape.
Chatters back then also demanding gaming. Chatters back then also demanding, okay, buddy, 2 hours into the fucking broadcast. That's awesome.
These attack a city just across the border in Saudi Arabia, killing 2 and taking hostages, forcing an airport to shut down. The Crown Prince doesn't take being attacked on his own soil lightly, especially by Iran's proxies. So over the next 24 hours, the Saudis launch 130 airstrikes in Yemen, hitting homes, schools, and hospitals. Thousands are forced to flee from their home. Hundreds are reported dead, though we'll never...
Bro, this is literally... Yo, Johnny's literally doing like Israel-style propaganda, but this time for Saudi Arabia, which I think is cool. Like, at least it's a unique perspective. It's refreshing to hear it. He's defeating the Islamophobia allegations pretty aggressively, in my opinion. You could verbatim repeat exactly the same things he said without changing much of the words. Like, substitute Houthi for Hamas, not even change all that many letters, and substitute Saudi for Israel. Keep Iran the same in the equation, and you literally have one-to-one why Israel must do ethnic cleansing in Gaza. Straight up. But yeah, once again, I want to cherish Johnny Boy here. My man is so pro-Islam. He's pro-Saudi government. I respect it. It's cool. What is it? The fuck? Uh-oh. Fix it. The fuck? Uh-oh. Fix it. Was my picture more clear back then? No.
Never know the real death toll. These strikes are almost immediately called war crimes, but the Crown Prince doesn't back down. His coalition then sends in ground troops from the south, pushing back the Houthis and taking back the city of Aden. He's behaving as if he's fighting his greatest enemy, Iran. It's a vicious cycle that is common in proxy wars like this, and it lands the people of Yemen in the worst humanitarian crisis in the world. The international community tries to intervene with diplomatic efforts to stop the fighting, but over the next 6 years, those efforts would fail, and Saudi Arabia would continue its brutal campaign, all using American weapons. The Houthis continue to fight to show that they are...
The international community was like, oh, please stop it. Also, here's billions of dollars of weapons. But please stop it. Guys, we can't stop it. We can't. We want to stop it. We just simply can't. Guys, our fucking hands are tied. This is why you must understand why we offer unconditional support to Israel. Because we offered unconditional support to Saudi Arabia. Okay? This is why I laugh when motherfuckers say, Hasan, don't you think that Jews control American politics? It's like, yeah, dude, so does Islam, I guess. Hasan, don't you think that Islam controls American politics? After all, Saudi Arabia's genocidal campaign was not put an end to under identical terms until a power player came to actually play power. China. China stopped this shit, not America. Don't forget that. Yeah. Perhaps it is not Islamo-Judaism that controls the media or America, and simply American foreign interests, American State Department, American capitalism, American imperialism. I don't know. Or maybe it's actually Islamo-Judaism. Now, to be fair, the American government also not Islamophobic. Look at, after all, they did the same level of care and consideration for Saudi Arabia's ethnic cleansing operations as they are giving the same care and consideration to Israel. Just saying. Of course, the victims are always Muslim, whether it is ISIS, the Saudi government, or Israel conducting its operations. It's always the Muslims that are getting fucking ethnically cleansed and displaced by the millions. Fuck it, even the Turkish government in the northern Syrian corridor. It's always the Muslims.
They are legitimate, that they are the government of Yemen. They aren't just doing Iran's bidding. The war continues to destroy cities and land, and the blockade continues to keep trade out. The Saudis continue to bomb indiscriminately. And with time, 2 million Yemenis are displaced.
Like, Saudi Arabia literally did Israel shit in Yemen for years. There were people who criticized it, myself included. Dude, it is like clockwork. It only, people who are 30-month subscribers are the only people who say this. I'm beginning to recognize a pattern here. Brother, who cares? Brother, who cares, brother? Have you guys noticed what I'm noticing as well? There was another one that I didn't actually point out. It's almost always 30-month plus subscribers that fucking immediately go, dude, I can't believe you got community noted. Yeah, dude, they're fucking Nazis, man. It's the Nazi website. Who cares?
Forced to leave their homes to flee this violence.
50,000 civilians have had no.
But this doesn't stop the Houthis from escalating their offensive. They start attacking Saudi Arabia directly with missiles and drones in their capital city and their civilian airports, using weapons.
They went nutty mode. Bro, they fucking, well, I don't know if they blew up the oil refinery during Formula One, or maybe if, I don't know, it might have come from this side. I'm pointing my mouse on this direction. Who's to say? But it was pretty crazy. That's part of the reason why the Saudis then recognized maybe we shouldn't fuck with the Houthis. Maybe we shouldn't fuck with the Yemen population no more. You're crazy if you believe this stuff. Wait, what? What do you think is happening? Dude, that's awesome. It's like, chatters are like, dude, nothing happened in Yemen. You're crazy if you believe this shit, dude. Your first reaction to being community noted was that of excitement. Then you flip hard for whatever reason. Yeah, because at first it was funny, but it's like annoying when so many chatters care about it and they're like, oh my God, you got community noted. It's a fucking Nazi website filled to the goddamn brim of Nazis. And the fact that people keep repeating it over and over again is fucking annoying. Yeah, to be honest, I usually agree with you on stuff, but I don't know if I can stomach it. The top of the hour ad break is something you have to stomach, okay? Yeah, exactly. Poopy pee-pee man. Yeah, get fucked. Get fucked. Get fucked. I'm half Saudi, and even I don't defend this shit. Chatter has brainworms. Yeah, chatters are like, no, you don't understand, bro. Saudi Arabia, fucking, if they're America's ally, we're on board. Anyway, pee-pee poo-poo chatter failed, but it doesn't matter. Although he had to eat the riposte. Ultimately, one thing is unchanging, that there is a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. The scale of the Houthi oil refinery attack was kind of amazing. Well, we don't know if it was actually the Houthis. We don't know. We don't know who did it. The Houthis did take credit for it. That was genuinely a change of pace in the conflict in general, where Saudi Arabia was like, oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Turns out this is costly. This is hella costly for us. Maybe the Houthis were doing it because they were pro green energy. We will never know. Yeah, they read how to blow up a pipeline.
Weapons that most believe are coming from Iran. In December of 2017, the Saudis and the UAE convinced President Saleh to break his alliance with the Houthis and return to power as president of Yemen. They hoped that Saleh, the former dictator, might be able to hold on to power and rule more effectively. Saleh takes the deal and changes sides yet again, breaking with the Houthis and joining the Saudi-led coalition.
Now he's no longer a corrupt dictator. We've decided now he's a kind individual who is good, actually.
Fighting breaks out between the Houthis and Saleh's militias, and Saleh is killed just 2 days later. Meanwhile, in the United States, there's a new president. President Trump orders increased drone strikes and...
Some ultra leftists told me it's Ansar Allah instead of Houthis because it is Ansar Allah. Ansar Allah is like the new coalition that is comprised of both Houthis and other factions as well.
Raids against Al-Qaeda,
So that ultra
helping
leftist is
government
correct.
forces take back large amounts of territory. Despite the war crimes committed using American weapons, Trump approves more weapons sales to Saudi Arabia to wage this war. And then,
Wait, what? Was he not reluctant?
Then in 2018, the conflict takes on a new dimension. The UAE, who's a part of this Saudi-led coalition, is starting to lose faith in the direction this war is going. They don't like the current government of Yemen, and they're losing soldiers on the ground. It's damaging their reputation on the world stage. So the UAE leaves the coalition, but they still want to influence who will ultimately control Yemen. So they start backing a new group in the south called the Southern Transitional Council, or STC. This group isn't aligned with the government or the Houthis. They're calling for a separation of the southern part of Yemen. They want their own state. They want their own country. So the UAE starts to withdraw their troops from the south of the country, and the STC separatists start taking control of southern provinces. The Saudi coalition is fracturing, and yet another group is jumping into the fighting, showing just how up for grabs Yemen has become. By the fall of 2019, the war has reached maximum complexity. You've got the Saudi coalition backing the former government.
So complex, bro. American-backed coalition forces did a genocide in Yemen against the popular uprising comprised of both the Houthis and many other groups against the corrupt dictatorship. These groups, in their domestic affairs, aren't exactly woke either. They were, however, definitely anti-imperialist. These groups also got funding and facilitation from Iran as a consequence of the coalitions that were attacking Yemen. Who were the coalitions that were attacking Yemen? Well, the Saudi government, American imperialism's very own brown face in the region, UAE as well. It is not that complex. It is yet another instance where we are talking about the genocidal ambitions of America and their allies in a very important part of the fucking country, a very important part of the planet for international trade. That's it. It's not complex. Hey, man, I'm trans and I think I decided to vote for Trump. Shut up. You do this every fucking day, dude. You do this every day. Shut the fuck up. We know you're not actually trans, and we know you're not. Actually, you might actually be a Trump voter. You do this literally every fucking day. Stormy Echoes, you literally come into the chat every goddamn day to fucking troll. Okay? Every day. I haven't banned you. I should. Okay? Oh my God. Oh my God. Just shut the fuck up. Just take a day off. Okay? Every fucking day. Chatters know your name. Why is chat laughing? Wait, what do you mean why is chat laughing? We're laughing because we see Stormy Echoes every day try to do new fucking baits while we are Yemen maxing at the top of the hour. Wait, we'll do that later. I got accused of being a spy in a Palestinian protest. Wait, what?
Government of Yemen, mostly relegated to the east of the country, the UAE is now backing this separatist movement in the south, who are fighting against the former government of Yemen. The Houthis, backed by Iran, still maintain majority control of the major cities in the north. Al-Qaeda and its militia allies are still fighting to control small slices of the country, and the US continues to conduct airstrikes against Al-Qaeda and ISIS, while supporting and selling more weapons to the Saudi coalition. Yemen is fracturing further, and if there's any hope for peace, power needs to be consolidated. So Saudi Arabia and the UAE make amends. And then, together, they convince the government of Yemen and the separatists in the south to form a new coalition.
I just don't understand. I don't understand. Only one of these groups is not an internationally sanctioned and you know, well, I guess I was going to say is not an internationally sanctioned terrorist organization, but they do consider the Houthis to be terrorists, or at least Trump did. Joe Biden took them off the list and then said he's going to put it back on. But only one group is comprised primarily of the Yemen population and is led by the Yemen population, which is the Houthis. The other guys are fucking assholes who are aligned with foreign foreign nations in the region. I don't understand it.
To fight against the Houthis together as a united front. But it doesn't stop the Houthis, who are getting really good at fighting and are firing more Iranian missiles and drones.
It's weird how you present Iran's actions as are anti-imperialist when they're doing similar moves to Erdogan with funding Islamic Brotherhood in the region. Yeah, Iran's actions are anti-imperialist. It's just the reality. They're the ones who are literally fucking funding and offering logistics and trading to popular uprisings against imperialist forces. So yes, what they are doing is anti-imperialist. Doesn't really matter at the end of the day, even if you don't fucking agree with them or not. And I don't know if you are actually a Saudi chatter or not, considering that you always bring up the fact that, why don't you mention the history of the region's Western resistance? Saudi Arabian king was assassinated when he made OPEC with Iran to cut oil to the West, pressure against weapon shipments to Israel, then Iran regime change, and Egyptian socialist anti-imperialist presidents. Focusing on Iran makes it seem like Iran now doesn't have imperialist actions in the region like everyone else, and after resisting the West was made impossible. The reason why I talk about Iranian action in like both Yemen and Iranian action in Gaza or in the Palestinian Palestine is that because they are the only game in fucking town when it comes to genuinely resisting against American imperialism and its influence and its most violent actions. Osama bin Laden is an anti-imperialist. Yeah, definitely. That's why he was, he's such an anti-imperialist. That's why he was armed and trained by both the Saudi kingdom and also by America. You know, a rabid anti-communist. Ultimately, Iran doesn't have to imagine a world where American involvement exists in their country. They lived in it. And if they want to be reminded of how shitty things can be, they could just look to every other fucking regional actor. Same with Cuba and American involvement in Latin American countries.
Into Saudi Arabia, hitting state-owned oil refineries and threatening to drive up oil prices globally. By January 2021, the Houthis, a group started to provide religious summer camps to young men, are now battle-hardened, and they control 70 to 80% of the population of Yemen. Later that year, the UN announces that approximately 20 million of those people are dependent on humanitarian aid for their daily needs. And at this point, the war starts to settle in to an uncomfortable stalemate. In April 2022, the UN brokers a ceasefire, and the fighting stops.
At worst, you might say that Iran is aggressively expanding its sphere of influence. You can't even call them irredentists because they never try to claim any more territory. Yeah. Iran is a regional actor with its sole purpose as foreign policy, trying to end American involvement and interference. Iran's foreign policy beyond that, or Iran's interest beyond that, certainly could be the implementation of like a Shia-style control similar to Iran in other countries where Shias do exist. But that is not the point. That's neither here nor there. That is insignificant in the grand scheme of things. You don't believe that yourself? What do you mean? Everyone knows that Americans got rights in America when that one foreign superpower came in and blew the place up. Yeah. The irony, of course, is that Iran would be in a dramatically different place if America did not interfere in Iranian politics during the Mossadegh era, because British Petroleum thought it was completely unacceptable that their refineries were seized by the Iranian government after Iran decided to nationalize its oil production. If you don't want Iran to gain more prominence in the region, then don't fucking blow up the entire region. Iran never nationalized their oil production until 1979. Iran moved to nationalize their oil production, and that was a bridge too far for British Petroleum. That is the reason why they went to the CIA, or OSS, I guess, at the time. Or no, I guess it was CIA at that point.
Stops. Behind the scenes, Saudi Arabia and Iran have been in diplomatic talks, sponsored by China. Regional tensions are cooling, which means that their proxy war in Yemen...
Damn, put some respect on it. Put some respect on it. Let's run that part back, dude.
Iran have been in diplomatic talks, sponsored by China. Regional tensions are cooling, which means that their proxy war in Yemen is also cooling. Saudi Arabia has had enough of the fighting. President Hadi resigns and hands power over to a council meant to govern Yemen and manage the war, and both sides are tired of the fighting. So when that ceasefire is set to expire in October 2022, the conflict mostly stays quiet, even without a new agreement. By 2023, Saudi Arabia and Iran have officially restored their diplomatic relations. Saudi Arabia hoping that this means Iran will stop supporting Houthis to attack their southern border. But the Saudis keep their maritime blockade around the country, making life in Yemen unlivable for millions. But at this point, the heaviest of the fighting on all sides has stopped. But then, in the fall of 2023, the Houthis were back in the news. After the Palestinian group Hamas launches a brutal attack into Israel,
Bro, where's that chatter? Guts team. Iran had no problem working with NATO to destabilize Iraq, Afghanistan for its own ambitions. Hell, it didn't even have an issue with taking Israel support against Saddam. This whole anti-imperialist narrative is just a response to being kicked out of the club, just like Russia. Not gonna lie, you're way off the mark here. Iran is hated in the region for its Shia expansionist goals. I don't think you're understanding the words that are coming out of my mouth. I literally openly mentioned that while there is Shia expansionist momentum from Iran, Iran at times has even reduced its support to Hamas. There would be no Hezbollah. There would be no Hezbollah. There would be no force of popular resistance against Israel in Lebanon. There would be no force of popular resistance in Palestine against Israel without Iran helping them. If you don't want Iran to have more power in the region, then don't fuck with the region. That's what I'm saying. And no, Iran didn't refuse to work with America and NATO in Iraq and Afghanistan. That is correct. It is absolutely correct. He's not wrong. You are wrong if you think that Iran did not offer direct Al-Qaeda targets to America. They did. Iran also literally fought ISIS in these regions as well. So you are wrong. That chatter is right, but not in the way that he is framing the issue. That's why it's so funny when Americans are like, dude, fucking Iran, dude. Fucking Iran, they're part of that axis of evil, baby. What the fuck? Yeah, let's give them hell. It's like, bro, Iran, even after being put on the axis of evil list by that same dipshit that we were listening to earlier today, chirping about the civility of American Congress, still continued to offer targets to American security forces in the region. Yeah, like the time they wanted to ally with the U.S. to allow them to carry their imperialism, but Israel refused. But I agree with you, the current imperialist regime is a direct result of Western expansion. Wait, what? They wanted to ally with the U.S. to allow them to carry their imperialism, but Israel refused. Okay, that I'm confused as to what you're saying. It's not like Iran is wholeheartedly in support of Palestinian emancipation beyond utilizing popular Palestinian resistance groups to destabilize Israel. If they were legitimately interested in defending the Palestinians and engaging in Palestinian emancipation, they would have fucking rocketed Israel on October 8th, okay? It is a reality that the Palestinians are aware of as well, or at least the resistance groups are aware of as well, which is why they didn't even collaborate with the Iranian government on October 7th. A fact, by the way, that was reasserted by the Iranian government, the Israeli government, and the American government. Anyway.
Israeli military invades the Gaza Strip, vowing to destroy Hamas and free the hostages that they took. The campaign leads to tens of thousands of Palestinian civilian deaths, and it provokes a response from...
Yeah, Iran and Hamas had a brief pause in their allegiance. I don't know if it was, I guess it was between 2011 and 2017. I don't remember the exact details, but I do know that they're not like when people try to say that like Hamas is being directed by Iran, or when people try to say that Ansar Allah is being directed by Iran, that is not correct. Okay, these can be considered Iranian proxies to some degree, as long as their interests are aligned. Hamas originally, and still is, by the way, a Sunni group, for the record. They're not even Hamas itself is not even a fucking Shia group. They're Sunni. It is originally a fucking, oh shit, Aldani Marki. Imperialism in the Marxist sense would, at the very least, presuppose some sort of profit incentive. Iranian support for various armed groups in the region is at best a net negative for the Iranian economy. They're losing money on this. Iran having relations with non-state actors, funding them and supporting them is not imperialism. Iran is bleeding money through this policy. I would probably agree with the argument that Iranian influence in Iraq has been for the worse, but to speak of Iranian imperialism in Yemen is far-flung lunacy with no basis in reality. Holy shit. What's up, Alden Markey? Is this the same person from Twitter? Yes, lol. Respect. Yes. Iranian interest in the region is born out of anti-American imperialist desires. That's it. 100%. And there have been times when Iran has withdrawn support or even refused to support to the degree that they claimed they would if Israel violated red lines. Remember, Iran only struck Israeli soil after Israel tried to open up another front of war against Iran in an effort to possibly bring America into the fold in a more meaningful capacity. Iran did not strike Israel after Israel violated previously set red lines that Iran had never really enforced because they never technically had to. Iran struck Israel after Israel struck the Iranian consulate compound. Okay? That should at least have make you, understand what the Iranian ambition is here.
Iranian-backed groups all throughout the region. The Houthis are one of those groups. They launch drones and cruise missiles into southern Israel, vowing that their attacks won't stop until the invasion of Gaza stops. And then they start firing their missiles and drones at cargo ships that are traveling through the Red Sea, where 25% of container traffic travels, a major artery in our global economy. In the days after these missiles start flying, traffic through this Red Sea route declines by 73%. In response, the US and UK shoot down Houthi missiles and drop bombs on Houthi military targets in Yemen, pulling the US and its allies deeper into this enduring conflict. The reason I wanted to tell you the story...
Yeah, America was they forced America's hand again, dude. It's just so crazy. The other side of this is never mentioned. Israel, no power whatsoever in the... Israel, small being. America, also small being. Poor America had its hand forced. It's just like the brave people of Yemen across the board, which is united on this front, by the way, which people should remember when talking about Yemen. The most uniting principle for the entire country that was under insane blockade and genocide, what united everyone, including those who fought previously against Ansar Allah, was what was happening in Gaza. America could get Israel to stop doing a genocide in Gaza. They could. They just choose not to and then act like the only mechanism of enforcement that they have is by attacking anyone and everyone that has something to say about the genocide in Gaza. Iran by no means is a wonderful country. The Iranian government, I mean. Iran is a wonderful country. It's a beautiful country with beautiful people in it. The Iranian government, on the other hand, is not necessarily a great government at all. It's just that America, with its actions, is leaving more people to look at Iran in a different way. You don't think cooperation doesn't come with some sort of unequal exchange? I'm not saying America good. I'm not saying America good. I'm saying get your money up, not your funny up. What? You can say the beautiful people part again. It's true.
Of this conflict in Yemen, because it represents the vicious cycle present in a lot of proxy wars, where geopolitical rivals use their neighbors as battlefields instead of fighting each other directly. They fund and add fuel to local conflicts, escalating them to the entire country and often to the entire region, leaving violence and power vacuums in their wake, which are then filled by bad actors trying to take advantage of the instability. All of this changes borders, destroys cities, and ruins lives. It's the story of powerful countries. And
did Johnny say USA once? Yes. Johnny Harris only brought up the United States in this conversation to say that Obama reluctantly gave billions of dollars of weapons to Saudi Arabia to conduct the genocide, which he didn't say was a genocide, by the way. I don't think once did he ever mention that it was a genocide. Okay? He also then mentioned that America reluctantly was forced to deal with the Houthi plight after the Ansar Allah government started blocking ships from going up this little passage right here. Hello, I'm from Spain, and I don't know how people from the Western world can be okay with terrorist groups funded by Iran. How can people like a group of terrorists? That was not a Spanish accent. I know, I fucked up. Yeah. Hello, I'm from Spain, and I only like terror cells that are funded by the American government or entire states that are doing terrorism, as long as they're aligned with the American government and our interests.
And their cynical scramble for influence and power in vulnerable places, leaving behind them a wake of tremendous human suffering.
Okay. GDF had a good video about how Israel vetoed Iranian efforts in the 90s to befriend America and to be seen as an ally. That's what I meant. In the context of Yemen, things are different. I agree. Okay, let's move on. Russia not aiming to take Kharkiv from Ukraine, claims Putin. It's because American analysts think that Russia is gearing up for a Kharkiv offensive, specifically so they can turn around and easily take over other territories in eastern Ukraine. That's what the American military analysts think, by the way. That's not my assessment. I don't know. I don't know enough.
Ukrainians are fleeing with what they can. Quick, this policeman shouts. If you want to live, let's go. Officers are going door to door, guns at the ready.
I think your takes on Iran, while mostly true, is accidentally misleading. Iranian government not being good is a huge understatement. Iranian government is the most horrific tyrant in the Middle East in terms of behavior towards their own people. Bro, there is not a single fucking day where I've been like, yo, I love Iran. Iran is actually fucking awesome. I don't know why chatters literally turn around and repeat things that I also agree with. Like, it's so fucking stupid. I don't know. I don't know what else you guys want from me. What do you want me to say? Like, I don't understand it. The Iranian government is awful. And we are directly responsible for its power and influence, both in the region and both in Iran as well. Oh my God. I don't know why. I don't know why people make it seem as though I'm not aware of this. Aren't UAE and Saudi Arabia like actual slave states though? Not that Iran is good, but it's not like they're much worse. Yes, this is at the end of the day, people never expect me to fucking criticize UAE or Saudi Arabia under the similar terms of Iran, even though they do the exact same shit. The only difference is that they literally just have American support. So Americans are not trained into being like, well, what about all this other stuff that's going on in Saudi Arabia or the UAE? That's it. None of which is good, by the way.
As they evacuate citizens in Vovchansk, which for a week now has been the focal point of a Russian advance that has stunned Ukraine.
The town is constantly shelled. More than 20 guided bombs hit Vovchansk just yesterday. It is dangerous to stay in the town.
Russia today said they had now taken 12 settlements in the Kharkiv region, with Ukraine's top commander warning of heavy battles to come. Ukraine's military released video of what it said was their soldiers firing at Russian forces, as President Zelensky said they were stabilizing the region.
Thanks to our forces, we've managed.
There's more slavery in the U.S. Than Saudi by far. What do you mean, source chatter? He's not wrong. We house 25% of the entire fucking planet's prisoner population. The fuck do you think is going on? That literally, the fact that you said source to that unironically implies that we are so far removed from the reality. It's the same principle behind those guys have work camps and gulags. We have prisons. Okay? Our enemies have gulags. We have prisons. It's different. It's not fucking different. It's just a way to shelter Americans from the truth that our country is not the freest country on the planet. Far from it. That's it. Yeah. Those countries are barbaric. They engage in bribery. We, on the other hand, are not barbaric. We do lobbying. Chatters are... Here's why I know I have a great community, because chatters already fucking know all the talking points. So they turn around and say it in the chat over and over again. I love that. Nah, Saudi is not a place you want to go whataboutist on this, though. The indentured servitude there is insane. Yeah, all the Gulf states have fucking insane indentured servitude. Except, what are we talking about here in America? Not only do we have fucking prisons, but we also have literal immigrant detention facilities where there is still also, like, we have slavery in our prison system, and we have a fucking unlimited amount of undocumented immigrants that we abuse. Once again, yes, Saudi Arabia brings in immigrants, or Gulf nations bring immigrants and then take their fucking passports and enslave them. That is true. We don't take people's fucking passports, but we literally abuse them all the same. We put them in the poultry facilities, though, instead of having them come and fucking clean our houses, and we throw them out off of the houses or whatever. It's across the board bad. It's across the board immoral and wrong. But you have to remember that. All the while, we're having this conversation on which country has taken what position on genocide. And it is pretty obvious what the Saudi government's position is, pretty obvious what the American government's position is, okay, directly funding and facilitating it. Saudi is aiding and abetting it. America's directly funding and facilitating it. Israel is doing it. Iran, on the other hand, is at the very least funding the Popular Resistance Front against it. So there you go. This conversation is specifically on those terms. Genocide. Who's doing it? Who's resisting against it? That's it. I agree with everything you said, as I am Saudi myself, but we do not hold passports. Where'd you get this from? Fox News? You think, first of all, Saudi chatters, do you think Fox News would ever say the Saudi government or there's a system of indentured servitude in Saudi Arabia where they withhold passports? Are you crazy? They only say that about Qatar. They never say that about Saudi Arabia. Mohammed bin Salman gave an English interview to Fox News. Mohammed bin Salman gave his only English-speaking interview to Fox News. Just saying.
Managed to build confidence in the direction of Vovchansk. However, Russian shelling and threats persist. Our counterattacks are ongoing, including in other parts of the Kharkiv area.
That chatter is not wrong. In these 2 years, holding passports has become illegal in the country. First of all, great. I'm really glad that the Saudi charm offensive is working in Saudi Arabia. Okay. Listen, I want to go to Saudi Arabia and play at the Live Golf tournament just as much as you do. Okay. Just as much as the next guy. And the takes will continue on this front as well. It still happens regardless of whether the government has now officially made it illegal or not. It's kind of like saying, excuse me, Hassan, it is actually illegal for corporations to hire undocumented immigrants in this country. Hello, we are a nation of laws. Oh yeah? Is that why fucking Purdue and other agricultural producers sick ice on their own fucking facilities? I thought that shit was illegal. Turns out these very same American corporations utilize the Department of Homeland Security as a mechanism to clean their ranks of laborers that are maybe speaking out against the horrifying conditions. Doesn't matter. It's not about whether something is illegal. It's about whether there is enough enthusiasm to enforce that. Let's continue.
It was last Friday that Russia mounted a ground assault in the Kharkiv region, with their forces now advancing near Vovchansk, as well as Lipitsy and Kupiansk. Today, Ukraine said they were also preparing for a possible assault on the Sumy region, claiming that Russia had a small unit of forces gathering there. That would open yet another front in this war, with Moscow's heaviest strikes still occurring in the eastern Donetsk region, with Russian soldiers also advancing on Donetsk city. Vladimir Putin may be thousands of miles away, but he still has a firm grip on events. He was in Harbin today, celebrating Russia's ties to China. Trade with Beijing is now up 64% since the war began. He said that the assault in Kharkiv was to create a buffer zone to protect Russian cities from Ukrainian attacks.
As for what is happening in Kharkiv, this is also Ukraine's fault. They continue to shoot residential areas in the border territories. We will be forced to create a buffer zone. This is what we are doing. As for Kharkiv, there are no such plans today to capture the city.
Ukraine unleashed drone attacks, with this one setting fire to an oil refinery on the Black Sea, forcing an emergency shutdown. Russia has blamed Western forces for allowing these attacks deep inside Russia and warned them they were playing with fire. Yet it is Moscow who started this war and began the flames that still burn from Kharkiv down to the south, as yet more and more Ukrainians flee for their lives.
Super Bowl champion Chiefs kicker Harrison Butker getting some backlash after his commencement speech at a Catholic university for comments he made about gay rights, abortion, and the role of women in society. Stephanie Ramos has the story. Good morning, Stephanie.
George, good morning. Super Bowl champion Harrison Butker delivered his roughly 20-minute address at the Catholic private liberal arts school in Atchison, Kansas. It's near Kansas City. He hit on a number of topics, including the roles of men and women, to the COVID response and President Biden's policies. He kicked the longest field goal in Super Bowl history to lead the Kansas City Chiefs to victory over the 49ers.
That is now 9 consecutive makes from outside 50 for Butker.
But this morning, Butker is making headlines for his remarks off the field during a commencement address at Benedictine College, a conservative Catholic liberal arts school in Kansas.
It is safe to say that over the past few years, I've gained quite the reputation for speaking my mind.
Butker sounding off about working women.
I think it is you, the women, who have had the most diabolical lies told to you. How many of you are sitting here now, about to cross this stage, and are thinking about all the promotions and titles you are going to get in your career? Some of you may go on to lead successful careers in the world, but I would venture to guess that the majority of you are most excited about your marriage and the children you will bring into this world.
Butker then referring to Pride Month, which celebrates the LGBTQ community, as a deadly sin.
Not the deadly sin sort of pride that has an entire month dedicated to it, but the true God-centered pride that is cooperating with the Holy Ghost to glorify Him.
I couldn't believe it was such an outdated, antiquated view on LGBTQ people and women, and using religion in a way.
Butker also mentioning priests who become too familiar with parishioners, illustrating his point by borrowing a line from a song written by a certain famous teammate's girlfriend.
Because as my teammate's girlfriend says, familiarity breeds contempt.
That line from Taylor Swift's Bejeweled quickly drawing the ire of Swifties. One writing, "I don't think you grasped the message of the Taylor Swift song you quoted. Go listen to all her albums as homework." The NFL reacting to the speech, saying Harrison Butker gave a speech in his personal capacity. His views are not those of the NFL as an organization. The NFL is steadfast in our...
Dude, okay. All right. I really wanted to cover this story. I'm very excited that we covered this story. I didn't know anything about this fucking guy, the kicker dude, because, I don't really care about this kind of thing. However, I do obviously have to make a statement. When I found out his mother is like an accomplished physicist, it blew my fucking mind. Like, it made it so much funnier to me. Read my last chat. I went to GT with this guy. I went to university with this guy. He was in the fraternity that is Mallard Ball, and all the members dress up as in Confederate uniforms and take pictures with girls in bell bottoms. Nice. Apparently has a Grindr account and has had past relations with a male cheerleader at GT. It can't be CTE. He's a kicker. What happened is religion, baby. This is Kansas slander. Get this Missouri ball kicker out of here. It is funny, to me at least, that he's like talking about how women should stay in the fucking kitchen or whatever, and he's simultaneously like descendants of women who definitely did not do that. He's gotten sexually involved with men on campus, apparently. He went to conversion therapy. Can we watch the Yemeni communist agriculture? Word? Dude, we missed it. We had Alden Markey in the chat, and he left. We scared him away. Chat, you scared him away with your takes, with your bad takes. He read your bad takes, and he was like, boo, I'm leaving. You did that. Harrison Butker prayed for his wife, Isabel, to convert to Catholicism while they were dating. Bro, that is so lame. What the fuck? In an interview on the Unravel podcast, Isabel, who began dating Butker in high school, recalled how the football player became more devout in Catholic faith while attending college. He in college had a reversion experience. One of his now best friends convinced him, hey, when was the last time you went to confession? Oh my God. Catholic rivers are the biggest weirdos, dude. Holy shit. It's like every Catholic I know is literally desperately running away from Catholicism their whole fucking lives, except for the reverts who are like, oh, dude, it's the greatest. Whether they do it because they get a nice little New York Times mention or whether they're doing it because they're counterculture is pretty funny. Like most born Catholics are just like normal ass fucking people, okay? In spite of their upbringing. Dudes who revert, though, they are so wild. What is this? This is what every gay couple in Seattle looks like. This person has entirely too many fucking flags in his Twitter bio for me to take him seriously. Reverts in all religions seem so fucking unhinged. Oh, yeah. I mean, yes, I agree. Islam, too. It's always giving, what's that guy who, like, tried to join ISIS? The white guy? That's what I immediately think of. It's just like born-agains are always going nutty mode with it. Perhaps something to be said about American Anglo-Saxon Protestantism in this country, evangelical Protestants. Another HasanAbi principle: reverts of all religion are crazy with it. Yeah. Patrick Mahomes tried to tell us about Harrison Butker.
Harrison all year long, man. I just let him do his thing.
Don't talk to him. Go say hello.
Not like in the lunchroom. You say hi in the lunchroom?
No, we sit right beside each other in team meeting, and I don't say one word to him, only before the season and after the season. That's the only time I talk to him. I don't talk to Harrison all year long, man. I just let him do his thing.
Don't talk to him. Go say hello.
It's not like in the lunchroom. You say hi in the lunchroom?
No, we sit right beside each other in team meeting, and I don't say one word to him, only before the season and after the season. That's only.
That's hilarious. As a born Latino Asian Catholic, revert white Catholics are seen as the same as evangelical Protestants. Yeah, it's just like, I don't understand it. Regarding Catholic converts, Elizabeth Bruning. Wow, wait, so you're saying Vatican II was illegitimate? Dasha. Yeah, exactly. Not a true ecumenical council. Gotta go to Byzantine Rite churches to receive the true sacrament. That's praxis. You don't understand. Real Catholics sometimes dabble in a little bit of pedophilia. It's just counterculture. You don't get it. It's counterculture to do so. I've tailored my entire identity around whatever the fuck liberals are advocating for. I'm against it. So sometimes I end up advocating for really silly things. Stop talking like this. Why? Maybe the Red Scare girlies will like me more if I do that. Charlie XCX reveals the Rolling Stone in the UK. She's listening to Red Scare and enjoyed their Lana Del Rey episode. I wouldn't say I'm deeply invested in edgelord culture, but if I scan the text, sure. That would be indeed impressive because that show is damn near unlistenable. Loma Al, she really told on herself here. You couldn't pay me enough money to say something like that out loud. Racism enjoyer. One of us. That's it. That is the perfect representation. Dude, guy with a friend account. Guy with a fucking friend avatar going, yay. You love Red Scare? That's awesome. I can't believe those girls literally saw the career trajectory of that one Australian woman who literally looks like a fucking scarecrow that got banned like 11 times off of Twitter, and we're like, that's it. That's my shit. What's that chick? Amy Teresi, right? That's the one. The one that's like sucking on a light Red Bull, sugar-free Red Bull on her avatar. If I saw that woman in the dark, I would shit my pants, okay? She literally looks like she is out of The Ring, okay? The Babadook herself. Who is this Charlie girl? I'm 25. Am I old now? No, dog. You're both not white and you're not gay. I don't have an issue with Charlie XCX, by the way. Anyway, a far-right racist piece of shit congressman said today in the Portuguese parliament that Turks were not known for being working people. The Congress president defended his right to free speech. With that being said, I think you should start streaming for 20 hours a day to prove him wrong. Yeah, no. Guys, if you don't know what the Red Scare podcast is, it's great. Don't know. You are so much better off not knowing. Japanese people done did it again. The Yasuke discourse continues. Westerner, Japanese people must be angry that the main character of Assassin's Creed is a black samurai. Japanese person, wow, it's Yasuke. How cool. And then this guy replied, to me, black people are like superhumans at an ethnic level. I feel a great sense of security when I have one on my side. Oh, that's awesome. He's like, is that wholesome racism? Yes. Yeah. It reminds me of Japanese philo-Semitism, thinking like looking at the protocols of Zion or whatever and being like, that's so sick. Oh my God, we must collect the Jews like Pokemon. They hold secret power. Wait, what? They're the money guys with super wizard powers? What are you guys doing trying to kill them? Give them to us. Oh, that's great. Listen, man, he's just collecting, okay? My favorite response from Japan regarding the whole Assassin's Creed, we're used to seeing games where Oda Nobunaga is a girl. There is no reason to make a fuss over a black samurai now. Yeah, it is so funny. It is so funny to think about like all of the anger that these like right-wing nerds have presented towards Assassin's Creed having a black main character. Half of the game is a black dude, Yasuke, like based off of Yasuke, who was a historical figure, a person that existed throughout in Japanese history. And white nerds are mad, very mad. Meanwhile, it seems like Japanese people don't give a shit and think it's cool. So Here's some more video on the matter.
英語では胡椒が retainer に訳されてるってことなんですかね。ちょっとごめんなさい。日本人なんでわかんないんですけど。とりあえず辞書引いとく。安家の位に関する記述って残っていなくって、胡椒あるいは武士のどちらかだと思われてるんですよね。どっちも侍です。ありがとうございました。
Yeah, it's great. It's good stuff. Is TikTok voice a thing across culture? This is the most TikTok voice Japanese person I've ever heard. That is true. How the new Assassin's Creed conversation is going so far?
About assassins. Fictional, not real. Sometimes you can jump off a building and just land in a haystack and you survive. Right. And the new character is based off of a real guy. That makes sense to me. His name is Yasuke. He's a black dude. You should have led with that. No. So it's a fictional game.
I forgot to do the Sean P. Diddy Combs stuff. Popular Japanese TV program, Sekai Fushigi Hakken, aired a whole episode in 2013 focused on the story of Yasuke, who they described as a samurai serving Oda Nobunaga. The full episode is not online, but here's some info from their website. Yasuke is said to be tall and strong. On the day of the Honnoji incident, he took astonishing actions. And he's also, once again, appeared throughout popular Japanese works time and time again. So it is rather strange that white Americans, and just like gamers, actually, I'm going to say gamer Americans, okay? Man, this DEI stuff's really getting out of hand. I'm not going to lie.
Like, just
oh my God.
Dark, we've become.
Oh my Jesus, is that true?
That's delightful.
What is that actually happened?
Of course it happened.
No, these races are LARPers as gamers. Yeah, I'm going forward. I'm going to talk about gamer as its own entire category. It's one that transcends boundaries, I think. Like, it has been established as its own ethnic group with its own religion. DEI is diversity, equity, and inclusion. It is the new version of saying black people. It used to be woke, then it was CRT. Now it's DEI. It's people that have a negative opinion of black people, women, any kind of like marginalized community. When they see it, they turn around and get very upset and in their feelings. The TikToker you watched, the HasanAbi head.
Good morning, guys. We woke the fuck up again. When is this gonna fucking stop, Bob?
Good morning. It's a beautiful day.
What?
Don't.
Why did you send me that? What the fuck? Oh my God. Oh my God. She is. Oh my God. Oh my God, the shirt. Oh my God, she follows me. Oh my God. Yo. Let's go. That's sick.
Oh no, a black samurai on the new Assassin.
I like this too. Let's go. Dude, this community is on the right side of this issue and every other issue, okay? Let's go. Even if these nerds were right and Yasuke was a slave in feudal Japan or whatever, Assassin's Creed would still pick that character because Assassin's Creed is all about the underdog. These racist fucking gamers are just fucking posers. Oh yeah, 100%. It's great. She made this, Le Mafeal.
I'm half white. Womp womp. Cry.
Please comment on this fuckery. You have to stop sending me Asmongold clips, dude. Like,
I find it to be so fucking...
Be slave, only job is carrying weapons for other men. Jabs dress. Oh my God, I can't believe I read that. Japanese people dress you as samurai because they think you'll end up in battle, immediately surrender, get enslaved again 3 years later. The legendary black samurai. Why? Dude, I'm never... Stop. Don't fucking send me that. Don't send me that. I'm not looking at that. Okay? Stop. I don't care. Fuentes got caught watching gay porn. Yeah, dude, I don't care. Yes, he's gay. Okay. Your daily struggle? I started rewatching Dragon Ball Z Kai, by the way. So scared of Asmongold, lol. No, I just don't want to have a fucking... I don't want to have like an idiotic debate against the Asmongold video, okay? That's why. Ew, don't watch Kai. Okay, everybody, don't even. I'm an adult. I don't have enough time. No, wait, did I like Kai? I don't remember. Yeah. Kai is fine. Oh. So scared of Asmongold, except for his occasional homophobic screeds. Dude, you know what my take is on this shit. I don't know why you have to have me also repeat those same takes over a fucking Asmongold video. Okay? I don't know. I don't know why you want this so desperately. Like, it's just, yeah, because they really want to clip it and post it on LSF. I think that's why, yeah. They want it because saying it, again, means more clips. Say you hate Kai Cenat. Yeah, I'm not gonna say that. Will you watch the new Dune show? Oh yeah, Dune Prophecy's coming out for HBO Max. Oh, here, let's do the Diddy thing. Jesus Christ. Trigger warning. We are now going to look at Sean P. Diddy Combs's, also known as Diddy's, resurfaced video footage where he was seen physically assaulting Cassie Ventura in 2016, according to surveillance video obtained by CNN.
New surveillance footage obtained exclusively by CNN appears to corroborate some of the allegations of abuse against music mogul Sean Diddy Combs. The video, captured on multiple cameras, shows Combs assaulting his then-girlfriend Cassie Ventura in a hallway at a Los Angeles hotel in March 2016.
Jesus
a lawsuit
Christ.
filed by Ventura in November last year and settled the next day referenced actions that seem to match those seen in this video.
In the
There is
towel,
no
too.
audio.
What the fuck?
According to the complaint, Combs became extremely intoxicated and punched Miss Ventura in the face, giving her a black eye, which, according to the lawsuit, prompted Ventura to try and leave the hotel room. The surveillance video obtained
She tried to escape while he was in the shower. Is that what happened? And he's like running after her in his goddamn towel.
by CNN begins as she enters the hallway. The complaint says as she exited, Mr. Combs awoke and began screaming at Miss Ventura. He followed the hallway of the hotel while yelling at her. The complaint goes on to say he grabbed her and then took glass vases in the hallway and threw them at her. In the surveillance video, Combs can be seen grabbing Ventura and throwing her to the ground. As Ventura lies on the ground, Combs then kicks her twice and attempts to drag her on the floor back to the hotel room. Ventura is seen picking up a hotel phone. Combs seems to walk back to the hotel room, then returns and appears to shove her in a corner. Moments later, he can be seen throwing an object in her direction. According to Ventura's now settled lawsuit, the pair began dating several years after they met in 2005. They parted ways in 2019. Combs' attorney said the decision to settle was in no way an admission of wrongdoing. Ventura declined to comment on the video, but her attorney told CNN the gut-wrenching video has only further confirmed the disturbing and predatory behavior of Mr. Combs. Words cannot express the courage and fortitude that Miss Ventura has shown in coming forward to bring this to light. The video hasn't been seen publicly before and comes on the heels of a series of civil lawsuits alleging Combs' involvement in sex trafficking and sexual abuse. Allegations Combs has repeatedly denied. In a December 2023 statement, Combs responded to the claims in all the lawsuits, saying, "Sickening allegations have been made against me by individuals looking for a quick payday. Let me be absolutely clear. I did not do any of the awful things being alleged." Now, we have reached out to attorneys for Sean Diddy Combs. We have not heard back yet in response to this video.
Christ, dude. What was Trump doing at the Diddy parties? Wait, what? Ain't no fucking way. Bro. Dude, he got caught with... Of course he was there. He's with Diddy. He's with Epstein. Who is he not with? Diddy built his career out of the blood of Biggie. Justice has been a long time coming for him. Perez Hilton claims Diddy paid the hotel $50K to have it destroyed when it happened, but the video resurfaces after the raid on Diddy's house last month. He saved it, and this is how it's public. That's crazy. That's crazy that, like, ain't no party... Shut up. Guys, stop talking about LeBron James. He never hung out with Diddy. He never said, ain't no party like a Diddy party. Okay? He never said that. Shut up. He was saying, like, there's no other party like a Diddy party because it's weird. The vibes are weird. He was investigating. He was investigating the misdealings in the Diddy parties, and he didn't like what he saw, and that's why he's no longer going to the Diddy parties. Yeah, that's right. Has he been to a Diddy party recently? No. That's right. LeBron is such a famous liar. He was lying about going to Diddy parties. Oh, that's a good one. Thank you, Professor Girth. That's what it is. LeBron was just lying about going to a Diddy party. As you guys know, he's a serial liar. Except all the other times where he said like, oh, I knew that thing was going to happen or whatever. Like that was actually true. Yeah, he was warning us saying like, ain't no party like a Diddy party. Guys, look out. Watch out for the Diddy parties. That's what he was. Did you see what happened to this dude for talking about Drake's lyrics?
I got a cease and desist from OVO for that video. Out of the million people on the internet, he sends me a cease and desist. There's no way. There's no way. Like, all I did was break down your fucking lyrics, Drake. I don't know what the problem is. Like, why?
I don't think that's real. It's got to be fake. Yeah, it's fake. LeBron was undercover at Diddy parties for more evidence. Thank you. That's what I'm thinking too. 34 MKD50. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs.
I play a lot of chess, not in real life. I've actually, a lot of people have told me you should play chess because you'll be great. I've never played chess, but in my mind, in theory, I feel like I play chess on the floor. Yeah. And I feel like if I could.
Yeah, it's valid. Y'all are just haters. This is yet another example, a clear-cut example of white supremacy rearing its ugly head. In this community of all communities, LeBron is saying everyone else is playing checkers while he's playing chess on the basketball court. And he's right. Okay, he's so right about it. And that's what he was. In many ways, he was playing chess when he said ain't no party like a Diddy party, because he was saying like, my mind is an enigma. Like I'm sometimes scared of my own mind. Like the decisions that I'm making, okay, 8 steps ahead. Like I'm a dark guy. Okay, I got crazy thoughts up in here. I went to the Diddy party to investigate what was going on, and I wanted to warn everybody that the Diddy parties are unlike any other party I've ever been to because there's bad stuff happening there. It's chess. He was playing chess there too.
Get AR and steal AR and that confidence in that fourth quarter to make plays and win that game, it was just going to pay dividends for the rest of my time with him and the rest of his time when I'm not with him. You know, I love seeing the success of my teammates.
He does
more than anything.
Yeah, that's why he's like playing chess.
Like, and so to have the ability now to be just like, I pick my spots. Hey, D-Lo, you got it. You know, AR, you got it. You know, it means a lot. Not only for me, but for our ball club. I play a lot of chess.
Yeah. Has anyone been like to his face, what are you talking about? No, because they understand what he's talking about, because they're not white supremacist Klan members wearing a robe, okay? And yes, you heard me. If you don't glaze LeBron, you might be in the second camp. You ride harder. You ride for people harder than your haters. Just LeBron, because he deserves it. I will do tricks on it. Okay. LeBron later clarified that he started playing chess after his adopted uncle Ariel. Dude, that's not true, dude. LeBron literally is secretly actually giving Hamas the Yasin rockets. Okay, shut up. Shut up. Stop. LeBron has been actively petitioning, lobbying the American government so that Palestine could have its Iron Dome. Meanwhile, you guys are over here literally fucking stating that he is a Zionist. Remember when he was dick riding China? Remember that good times, those good times? This brain rot will be in your orbit until you address it. Stop it. We're not doing this. We're not doing this again. Okay, we covered the Diddy stuff. Not much else to cover. This is your funniest bit? Yeah, it's a bit. I don't really mean it. You're LeBron's DJ Academics? I wish, dude. Are you kidding me? That would imply that LeBron is personally texting me from time to time. Dude, I would honestly be way more unbearable with my LeBron defense if LeBron actually had an open line of communication with me in the same way that Drake has for DJ Academics. You think what I do is like a bit, or you think what I do is like exaggerated, which it is, okay, if we're being serious. But literally, I would be so much more insufferable. I don't even watch sports. It doesn't matter. I still love him. Yeah. Remember when LeBron weighed in on Iran retaliating against Israel? And he said, just two goats going at it, doing what they're best known for. You know, remember that? Did you play with him in 2019 before COVID? No, I never. What? No. This British reality TV show is pure evil.
What do you get when a soon-to-be married couple is given all the money they need for their dream wedding? But the groom has to plan the entire thing by himself, while the bride is kept in the dark about everything until their actual wedding day.
Bill Burr or LeBron on stream, pick one. Oof. That is literally, whoa. That is the first fucking time I've actually not picked Bill Burr. That's crazy. Fuck, I don't know. I think I like Bill Burr as a stream guest more. It depends. Do we get to play basketball and develop a long-standing relationship? Because like Bill Burr on the stream one time versus a lifetime of friendship with LeBron because he sees my vibes and he's like, I respect you so much. You're pretty good at basketball. Like, I want to take you under my wing and I want to actually teach you how to ball like myself. Then, you know, LeBron every day. It's just like, it sucks that his son, Bronny, probably has only heard about me in very negative connotations, if at all, due to Aiden Ross and that relationship that they have. I don't even want to think about that any further than I've already given thought to it. I love how you have a full-on LeBron fanfic headcanon. What? It's normal. These are normal feelings that people have about the GOAT. That's all I'm saying. Like, we play basketball together. I accidentally call him dad. There's a brief moment where he pauses and he says, "It's okay, my son." And then it's like we have a real connection in that moment. And then, you know, he's like, "I will give you the secrets. Like, this is how you will be able to dunk like me." He's like 6 years older than you. Shut up. And then he cradles me in his strong arms. Thank you. How do I unsub? If you don't have this level of admiration for LeBron, you are a Klansman. Okay. Wow. A lot of racists in the chat today. I'm normal. You guys are not. Yeah. It's crazy how many white supremacists are in here, dude. It's fucked up.
Spoiler alert, you get some of the worst weddings that have ever taken place. And this was the premise of the British reality TV show, Don't Tell the Bride. And we're gonna watch a full episode today, but I thought it'd be fun to do a quick run through of some of the worst weddings that have taken place on this show. One episode featured a Beauty and the Beast themed wedding, which is already a pretty gnarly decision because you know how I feel about Disney weddings. But the groom absolutely went for it. He dressed like Beast, like with animal prosthetics and stuff. And it's like, dude, Beast turns into like a regular hot guy at the end of the movie. Just dress up like that. What does that say about the groom, right? Well, it's the most important day of my life, so I might as well dress like a furry. There was another episode that featured a groom who really likes to play darts, so naturally he planned a darts-themed wedding. The bridesmaids wore dresses with dartboards on them. It's probably not safe to do at a darts-themed wedding. Inside the reception, they had a bunch of dartboards, and they even got a professional darts player to officiate the wedding. And of course, that's what a professional darts player looks like.
Dude, that's just literally a guy who just wanted to get better at darts, using this TV show as a vehicle while simultaneously fucking up his like once in a lifetime wedding to just learn about darts in a way that he wouldn't otherwise be able to. Okay. Also, this guy dresses up in the way that you think I dress up. Okay. That's just the New Jersey guy that owns a pool hall. Yeah, this guy is dripped out the fucking wazoo, rich enough to give gifted subs to everyone in the chat at the top of the hour, sometimes 20 minutes into the hour when you forget to run the ad break at the top of the hour directly. Now, of course, if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free. Let's Prime. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Looks like, man. Why would you want a guy that looks like that officiating your wedding? Now, before the husband and wife say bullseye do, if there's anybody in the audience who objects...
What is this? Okay, guys.
...to this marriage, speak now or forever hold your peace. You object? No, it's your bling, sir. It's so bright. Where the hell did you even get all of it? Target! Okay. So I think you guys get the gist of the show. Guys are super dumb and pretty much clueless when we're left to our own devices, and it's hilarious to watch. But my favorite part about this show is seeing like the husband's logic and how they arrive at the choices they make. And I found a great episode that demonstrates that pretty well. So without further ado, let's watch an episode of Don't Tell the Bride.
With just 3 weeks and £14,000 to throw the wedding of a lifetime.
So yeah, that piece of information like almost excuses any of the insane decisions that the grooms make. Because, I don't know if you guys know this, but my wife and I actually had 2 weddings. And let me tell you, each of those weddings took way longer than 3 weeks to plan. And they cost much more than $14,000. Or sorry, they use pounds. They use
He's a baller. Fucking baller, dude. Flex on him.
Pounds in the UK. 14,000 pounds is $24,000. So yeah, it's not like a super low budget, I guess. It's not that bad, but still, like, things add up when you plan a wedding, trust me. You'll see going forward that even with the budget and time constraints, there is no excuse for the wedding that is put on by this groom. This episode follows 33-year-old Adam and 23-year-old Bianca. And the episode starts with a little blurb about how they met.
When they met 18 months ago on a dating app.
When I first saw Adam, I was attracted instantly because he had like the rugby photo, the action shot.
She looked like she squatted, so she had a nice bum.
Nice bum.
Sorry,
British people are insane, bro. They need to fucking not. I don't know. They just need to not. Don't do it. Don't be British, not even for a moment. What's happening here? She looked like she had a fucking bum. Yeah. Fuck it out. They're perfect for one another, by the way, just saying.
I never cry, but sometimes you hear something so nice and you just can't help it. Nice bum. And this next part of their origin story is pretty wild because apparently Bianca was not planning on getting into a serious relationship whatsoever because she had a big trip planned in a few months.
I knew I was going away, my tickets were booked.
But when Bianca left for the trip, Adam really missed her, so he decided to join Bianca on her 9-month-long vacation.
We went from just being, casually dating to literally spending 9 months in each other's pockets.
Take notes, boys. That's a good dude right there. That's what you gotta do, man. If a girl says she's not looking for anything serious because she's going on a really long...
Here from Live SF, can you please explain how the Allies' atomics used in Japan was colonial or imperial act when Japan was literally an empire and declared war on the Allies? Yes, I can. It's called watch the rest of the clip, you fucking idiot, instead of being clipped out of context like a dumb fuck, which I very clearly pointed out literally immediately after where that clip conveniently stops. Instead of coming in here and being like, no, of course Japan did its own fucking litany of war crimes. Here from LSF. Literally just watch the rest of the clip. Many of you would be able to personally understand a whole bunch of other things that you're confused by. Lamau, how can I watch the rest of the clip if that's where it ends? That's the full clip? Do you not know how clips work? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Bro, I swear to God, it's like talking to a fucking 4-year-old, dude. Bro, these motherfuckers literally don't have object permanence. When you click on a clip on Reddit, when people clip shit on Twitch, there's a button right there that says watch more. Chat, if you ever feel useless, remember this guy. Now, here's the problem. Here's the problem. The question you have to ask yourself is, do I know how clips work? Do I know how Twitch stream works? Twitch streaming. Do you think I went live, said that, and ended the stream? Do you think my stream 3 days ago or whenever that clip was actually from was just a 58-second stream? Do you think that's what I did? Do you think I just went live, said that, and then ended the stream? You think that was the entire conversation? That was a 30-second stream, 50-second stream, however long the clip is? Do you think it was just I did a TikTok clip stream that day? I feel like they're just trolling. No, I think they might be that stupid. Smartest HasanAbi hater. Not really, no. And I don't care. You still said it when it's hardly justifiable. But like, you said it. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. I know in his mind he thinks he's owning me too. That's the worst part about it. Is it's just like he thinks like he's too stupid to recognize that of course there's further context beyond the 20-second snapshot that he got. I wasn't even hating. Feels like you're just insecure about the answer that you gave, so you're just lashing out. Brother, of course, Imperial Japan is a fascist imperial entity that did its own war crimes. America's nukes had nothing to do with the rape of Manchuria. Okay? That's it. America's use of atomics in Japan as the Japanese empire, or not Manchuria, sorry, Nanking. Oh my God, that's it. That's it. America's utilization of nukes against the Japanese empire was not born out of a desire to liberate China or other Japanese colonies, especially considering that Japan was already drawing up conditional surrender, according to American admirals themselves. Once again, you could have personally looked for additional context before coming in here and chirping. How difficult was it not to say family atomics? I always want to say family atomics. That is, of course, if you did care about the context, but you clearly do not, because you were motivated by a Reddit clip chimp.
Trip in a few months. That's an open invitation, brother. And at the end of their vacation, Adam decided to pop the question.
I came up with this idea of making a heart out of rose petals.
The fact that he set it up, you know, that's something that I wouldn't expect Adam to be capable of.
Okay. That's definitely something every guy wants to hear from their fiance. Yeah, I never knew he was capable of setting things up. You know, I asked him to set up the patio furniture one day. He got so scared he called the cops. Well, he tried to, but he never really figured out how to set up his phone. And shortly after their engagement, they discovered that Bianca was pregnant.
18 months after first swiping right, the couple now have a new life together in South Wales.
So now we got a good understanding of the couple, and at this point of the episode, they asked Bianca what her ideal wedding would be if she could make all the decisions.
My ideal wedding would just be a glamorous, classical day. I don't want a theme or anything related to what we've done before. I want this to be a new chapter, you know, a new experience. No jokey, gimmicky things, you know, just very elegant.
Okay, so classy, elegant, simple wedding, no theme, no jokey gimmicks or anything.
So does it make it colonial? No, man. American imperialism and American colonial action was in reference to literally everything else that we talk about when we talk about a country that has been historically wronged by the Western world. Okay? America's usage of nuclear weapons in and of itself, well, I guess one could make the argument it did turn Japan into not a colony directly, but instead a vassal state. But that's not what I'm talking about there. It's obviously responding to a broader context, which you refuse to acknowledge. I don't know how else to describe it to you. No, America's usage of the atom bomb twice in Japan is not an imperial action or a colonial action. That was more so in the broader context of the conversation that we were having about racism against a dominant group. God, I'm trying so hard not to fucking ban people. It's hard. It's getting harder and harder. Oh, let's continue.
Not referencing anything they've done in the past. Try to remember those when we hear Adam's ideas.
Fate has played a huge part in my life, so I'm going to let fate decide the major decisions of the wedding. I will come up with various options, and Bianca will unknowingly choose her own wedding.
Absolutely 10,000 IQ play right there. He's gonna make Bianca randomly choose what her wedding is going to be like with the use of sealed envelopes, because
it gives me sort of a get out clause, because ultimately if the day doesn't work out, then it's Bianca's fault.
Nice, man. That's a good guy right there. Just totally absolves himself of any responsibility and puts all of it on her still. Even though he is doing everything, all of the pressure is still on her somehow. Good guy. So while Adam plans the wedding with his brother for the next 3 weeks, Bianca is sent away on a little family vacation that Adam isn't allowed to invite himself to this time. And as Bianca sadly drives away, Adam immediately starts to work out the details of the wedding. Or sorry, I think I said too many words.
Okay, it just took 50 minutes. Okay, that's a reasonable answer. I don't know why you're so pissed. It's because you're fucking annoying, smarmy, douchey, got motivated by a clip chimp subreddit clip that is specifically hater fuel. I'm banning you permanently. And also you wasted 17,754 people's times while in the process of, you know, making the entire stream about yourself, greatly abusing the charity that I try to maintain when talking to chatters in general, because I value it as, you know, a teachable moment potentially. You also personally said you refuse to seek out the context and instead try to duke me out in the marketplace of ideas. Those are the reasons why I banned you, okay? I'm glad you agree with me at the end of it, though.
Adam immediately starts to work out. Imagine he just doesn't get anything ready for the next 3 weeks because he's just been working out the entire time. Bianca shows up at like an empty church 3 weeks later and he's at the fucking altar like,
oh, how do I look? Spent 14,000 pounds on steroids. I hope that's chill.
Okay, this is when we find out Adam's 2 ideas for the possible themes of their upcoming wedding. So already it's not looking good because Bianca clearly said she does not want any themes.
I don't want a theme.
And both of Adam's ideas are themed weddings.
Me and Bianca fell in love through travel, maybe getting married on a plane. And the other option is obviously a big part of my life before Bianca came along. Well, obviously I was a prison officer. So
what?
We'll look at getting married in a prison.
What?
Get married in a prison.
Yeah, his 2 options are either getting married on a plane or in a prison. I mean,
dude, marry the 2. Prison plane, like that Nicolas Cage movie. What was it? It was like Con Air. Holy shit. Okay, Con Air would be it would go hard. I think Con Air wedding would be actually kind of nutty. I hope he does that. If he does that, that's sick.
What's the difference? Get me out of here, I'm innocent. So to remind you, Adam is gonna have his brother present 2 options, like 2 sealed envelopes to Bianca for her to decide like major aspects of their wedding. But she doesn't know what she's picking really. So if it ends up bad, it's all Bianca's fault.
Do Con Air. Oh my God, this guy could have the best of both worlds. Oh my God. Why choose when you can have both? Why choose when you can have both and have the best of both worlds as a consequence, as a direct consequence, literally automatically making the situation incredible.
Quote unquote.
If the day doesn't work out, then it's Bianca's fault.
You know, because she chose.
And also, Nicolas Cage personally would probably officiate the wedding because he's always doing shit like that. You know what I mean? He's in like deep debt. Please.
Chose it, right? And it's like, not really. That's really not how that works, especially when both the options are bad. No matter what she picks, it's gonna be a shit wedding. Also, like, as bad as the plane idea is, at least it like kind of makes sense. They love traveling. You travel on a plane, but getting married in a prison because Adam used to be a prison guard? That's fucking insane. Obviously, don't base your wedding off of a job you used to have. What the fuck? So right around here is where the wedding will take place. Looks perfect. Can I ask why you want to get married in the desert anyway? Well, I actually used to work out here, so it just felt right. Oh, okay, that makes sense. What'd you do for work? I used to disarm active minefields. Oh, cool. Well, if you would just follow me this way. I never said I was good at my job. Okay, so Adam's brother heads over to Bianca so she can make her first decision, prison or plane. She's obviously pretty nervous and confused, but she ends up picking the right envelope. Not the right envelope, because like both of them are wrong, I think, but she picks the envelope on the right.
I'm gonna go right.
And that means...
Yes. We're doing the plane, yeah?
So they're getting married on a plane. And at first I thought this was gonna be like a regular plane with like strangers on it and shit, which would have been fucking insane, but like I've seen crazier shit on airplanes, so I guess it's not that big of a deal. If I had to choose between seeing someone get married or seeing somebody like pick their toenails on a plane, I'm picking the wedding every time. But Adam at least has the decency to book out an entire airplane to fit all the wedding guests. I know Taylor Swift would be so proud of him. Just a joke. And you may be thinking, now this plane that Adam is renting, is it going anywhere? Is this plane whisking everybody away to a beautiful wedding destination? Is the plane taking people to the reception, at least? No. None of those. The plane actually isn't fucking going anywhere. Adam is spending 5,000 pounds to put everybody in a plane that will take off into the air, fly around the airport for a bit so they can get married while they're in the air, and then it's gonna land back in the same airport. That's such a dumb idea. When a girl dreams about walking down the aisle one day, I don't think they're picturing that type of aisle. And also, dude, Bianca was 8 months pregnant at the time of filming this. I don't know what it's like to be pregnant, but I can assume it's pretty uncomfortable. And I think being on a plane, the most uncomfortable place like in the world, it's probably a bad combo for a pregnant person. And dude, the next part of this episode is like so hard to watch. Bianca and her mom take a tour of Bianca's like dream wedding venue. And before we go any further, yes, I know, I'll talk about it. I'm thinking the same thing. Holy shit, that hair is gnarly. Impressive, really. I want to know how many moms took a screenshot of this episode, printed it out, and immediately sprinted to their hairdresser. Because this is the ultimate Karen cut. Dude, if I was working a retail job and I saw her...
Wait, I thought this was... Oh my God. I thought it was Photoshop. I thought he was making a joke about like the hair that he Photoshopped onto this woman's head. Oh my God, that's actually on her head. it literally is so, it's so fake looking. It's actually insane. This is like in video games and like shitty video games, when in the character creation screen, you have this option to get this haircut with this exact color. Only when you tweak around with it too much. And even then you're like, come on, this is so ridiculous looking. And she went and did that to her own head in the real world.
Walk in, I am quitting on the spot. All jokes aside, though, as diagonal as her...
Also, someone needs to check Kurtis, because right now he's literally using racial slurs like Karen. Unacceptable racial slurs. Much worse racial slurs, according to Redditors, than the N-word. Like, if I'm a Redditor, and of course as a Redditor, if Kurtis had said the N-word here while referencing her, without malice, of course, like if he had said this N-word, I would be less mad than the fact that he said she is a Karen. How is Karen a slur? What? Well, you know, since using the term cracker against a white person is the most heinous race crime that anyone could ever commit, Karen is on the same exact category.
Her bangs are, she's actually the most level-headed person in this whole episode, I think. And this part is just so hard to watch because all Bianca wants is a nice classic wedding to celebrate their love. You know, just no bells or whistles, super simple. And you'd assume that would be easy for Adam to pull off. Peace and love, he seems like a pretty simple guy. But while Bianca's looking at this wedding venue, Adam is on like a cramped airplane like, yeah, this will be good, bro. Perfect for a wedding. Yeah, maybe they'll even have a...
It's only funnier that he's like kind of a giant too, which is like, as a big boy myself, I absolutely despise planes because they're so cramped.
A movie playing on the little telly screens.
Is being 17,000 feet in the air pregnant gonna make her happy?
Well, she hasn't got a choice. That's the situation I've left her in.
Such a shithead. Sorry, I'm being a little mean. Maybe he'll redeem himself with the wedding reception. Unfortunately, he wants the reception to be themed as well.
Adam wants to hold a Thai beach party reception.
Because they got engaged in Thailand. And although the plane...
Okay, I think this dude secretly just wants her to have the child in international airspace so that he can like have one of those once in a lifetime babies that has like, how does that work? Do you get like an international passport if you're like above the sea or something? You know what I mean? If you're in like no country's territory, technically, do you get to have a citizenship for every country? How does that work? Especially because the plane is not going to another airport. What? That has to be a myth? No, you are a citizen of the country that flags the craft. Departing airport, it's based on where the plane is registered. Wait, really? What if you are above? What if, okay, what if the plane, this is so stupid. What if the plane departs from Heathrow and as it's like literally over the ocean with no destination set whatsoever, and the lady gives birth? What happens? What happens then? Do all countries accept babies born there as citizens? No, they don't. America does. But what would happen if you're in the air?
Plane is a bad idea. Maybe he'll pick a pretty venue for everybody to eat and dance away the memory of their terrible...
I think they should just give the baby like a cool new status where the baby can be a citizen of every country. How many times is it going to happen anyway? You know what I mean? And just air baby. Okay. And when you ask the baby, like, oh, what country are you from? And the baby's like, I'm Mr. Worldwide. I don't know why the baby is able to speak and knows about Pitbull, but he's like, I'm air baby. That is probably the premise of a 90s rom-com. Back when they used to pump those shits out. Air baby. Mr. Worldwide. Dale. And Nick Cage is there too. Dude, you could film it right then and there.
High altitude wedding. Let's see what he picks. Oh, who the fuck looks at this venue and thinks wedding reception? An actual ghost could look at this venue and be like, no thank you. This is way too scary. Like, this is where the final...
Per the U.S. State Department, a child born in international waters should list place of birth as at sea. If a child is born in flight in a region which no country claims, he or she would officially be classified as born in the air. The U.S. unusually grants citizenship to any child born on a plane over the U.S. territory or within its airspace. Okay, I think my idea is cooler.
Fight of a ninja movie takes place. This is where house. This is warehouse. This old dirty warehouse with a leaky ceiling is the venue that Adam chooses for the reception. And he hires this guy to transform the building into Thailand.
So I want all my guests to be transported to Thailand.
It's also super funny that he says he wants all of his guests transported to Thailand after being on a vehicle that could literally transport them to Thailand.
We're not going to get a better space in this, are we, really?
I don't think so.
So
Well, the reality is, I don't think you can fly everyone to Thailand on a $14,000 budget.
I'm going to shake your hand on it.
Guys.
14,000 quid budget, yeah? It's not going to be enough to fucking fly everyone to Thailand, yeah? Why Thailand? Because he loves Thailand. Pick up the fucking pace. Figure it out, why don't you? 40,000 quid.
You must know better places exist, right? Feel bad for these guys. Okay, so they're now halfway through their 14,000 pound budget, but all they have is the plane ride and the reception venue. They still need to buy rings, dresses, suits, shoes, food, drinks, and a bunch of sand to be transported to the warehouse so it can look like Thailand.
We want to fill it with sand.
You know, the things that every wedding has. And you know, as much as I'm making fun of these guys, budgeting, it's pretty difficult, right? It's hard to do for a wedding. It's hard to do in our everyday lives, which is why I'm so excited to talk about the sponsor of this week's video, Rocket Money. That's right, this video is sponsored by Rocket Money. Folks, a little while back, I found out that I was being charged every month for a podcast hosting service that I stopped using like a year ago. And this has happened to me several times in the past, where I sign up for something as like a free trial, and then the 30 days
Ethical reacts, lad. I'm playing a fucking ad.
go by, they start charging me, I completely forget about it, and then by the time I remember it, it's too late. We've all been there. Well, today's sponsor, Rocket Money, is here to help. Rocket Money is the personal finance app that helps you cancel subscriptions, lower bills, and manage your money better. And I'm using Rocket Money to cancel all these unwanted subscriptions. They make it so easy to safely and securely identify recurring charges because they can cancel all those unwanted subscriptions for you. You can even cancel from within the app with just a few taps. And that means you don't have to worry about lengthy, awkward customer service calls. I'm also using Rocket Money to set budgets. With Rocket Money, you can analyze your spending habits to create a custom budget that fits your lifestyle. Automatically monitor your spending by category and get notifications when you've exceeded your limits. So whether you're saving up for something specific or just trying to improve your spending habits in general, Rocket Money is perfect for you. Rocket Money has helped save its customers up to $740 a year when they use all their features, with over $500 million in canceled subscriptions. So if you want to save more and spend less, join the over 5 million members using Rocket Money today. Just go to rocketmoney.com/Kurtis or simply click the link in the description to get started today for free. You can also unlock even more features with premium. Again, that's rocketmoney.com/Kurtis to get started today for free. You hear that? For free. Okay, thank you Rocket Money for sponsoring this video. Back to me. And next up is the dress. One of the most important parts of the wedding day. You know, some girls go their whole lives dreaming of their perfect wedding dress. It's an incredibly pivotal part of the wedding. So with such a big decision, Adam has no choice. But Bianca does. She has to choose whether she wants a cheap dress or an expensive dress.
Ideally, we want the least expensive.
And they say chivalry is dead.
I don't want too much booby, see?
I like this one with the cleavage.
But unfortunately, she chooses the cheap dress.
So the cheap choice it is then.
In this next part, Bianca goes dress shopping so we, the audience, can see what type of dress that she would choose if it was up to her. And this is when she voices her concern about Adam choosing the dress.
I'm a little bit worried because I'm 7 months pregnant now. Hopefully Adam thinks about that as well when he sort of thinks about his choices.
Honey, you've got a big storm coming. But no, that's totally fair. Like I said, I don't know what it's like to be pregnant. I can't imagine what that would feel like to have like a fucking baby inside of you. That's weird. Not weird. It's a miracle of life. Being pregnant, that's probably the craziest, hardest thing a person can do. I'd like to think most husbands-to-be would consider that, obviously, if they had a pregnant wife. But we did just see Adam choose the birthplace of hepatitis for a wedding reception, so obviously, he doesn't take that into consideration at all. Bianca chooses a beautiful designer dress, while Adam orders a 160-pound dress off the internet. The current
160 quid dress, yeah, it's nice. It's fucking nice.
pounds, by the way. Not like the dress doesn't weigh 160 pounds. Although that wouldn't fucking surprise me if he did that.
No, put it on. It'll be a good workout.
Dress for women is probably the most important thing. It sort of determines how they feel on the day. But ultimately, she picked that option for it to be the cheapest dress. So if she doesn't like it, then that was her fault.
Like, Yo, no, it's not. What a fucking asshole, dude. That's so mean. She didn't pick it. She picked a random envelope that you showed. She didn't fucking know, dude. I can't imagine Bianca watching this episode back for the first time and not divorcing him immediately. His logic is just so flawed, you know? Like, imagine on the plane, Bianca is like, why did you pick a plane to get married on? This is so dumb. I didn't want this either.
Guys, the entire fucking premise of the show is that the husbands fuck up the most important day of these ladies' lives. That's the whole point, okay? That's why it's TV magic. Stop yelling. Like, she kind of, at the end of the day, she literally personally decided to be on this TV show knowing exactly what the premise is.
You picked it, okay? We could have been getting married in a prison right now. It's like, dude, no matter what she picks, it's gonna suck because you suck. Sorry, I digress. Now it's time for Adam to show the bridesmaids the dresses that they'll be wearing at the wedding. And for some reason, he picks 10-pound neon pink and yellow dresses.
Oh,
I don't know the reasoning behind.
Bro, 10 quid? 10 fucking quid for the dresses? They look like fucking highlighters, mate. What are you doing then? Fucking hell.
And that decision, I feel like maybe he watched an episode of Power Rangers and he was like, oh, okay, so pink and yellow are girl colors. Got it. And I feel like for this whole episode, Adam's been kind of operating on like another planet. Every decision he's made has been objectively awful, but everyone around him is like, oh, yeah, all right, mate, this sounds pretty fucking chipper then, bruv. But this next part of the episode is when Adam finally gets a dose of reality from the sand delivery guy of all people. Yeah, I never had a sand delivery guy at my wedding, but his presence was missed for sure. So the Sandman quotes them 2,500 pounds for the amount of sand that they'll need to completely cover the warehouse floor, which by the way is roughly 16 times more expensive than Bianca's wedding dress. But really, what's more important, ladies? A nice dress? Or 150 tons of sand? You can't make a wicked baller castle out of a nice dress, I'll tell you that. Ladies, say no to the dress, yes to the sand. Power over spice is power over all. But
literally the only reason why sand would be even remotely fine, I guess, in a wedding is if you're doing it at like a beach or something. In every other context, sand is so bad. It gets in every fucking orifice. It just doesn't make sense. He's literally bringing sand to an area where there could be no sand. It's awful.
After the Sandman quotes them on that price, he goes on to warn them about the safety of the warehouse.
You've got rainwater coming in. There's going to be electrical wiring everywhere. You have, in my opinion, massive health and safety.
I know my entire community is full of fucking boomers who are at least 35 plus because so many of you motherfuckers are like classic Anakin take. All of you soy-facing Star Wars boomers, dude. Oh my God. Oh my God, dude. You guys are literally watching me in between your fucking shelf that has all of your Funko Pops neatly aligned, okay? All of your Star Wars Legos. My Funko Pops. It's a classic meme. Stop.
Implications that you really need to take seriously.
So Adam moves on from that dingy warehouse because of the safety hazards. And this was the perfect thing to happen to them because now this is a fresh start. They can pick a completely different venue that will suit their needs much better. And they do find a new venue. Goodbye, old dirty, stinky warehouse. Hello, new dirty, stinky warehouse. Yeah, man. He just finds a different dirty warehouse. Oh, that old warehouse was absolutely fucking filthy, mate. But this warehouse is dirty. Adam then heads to a department store, buys 2 wedding rings.
£69.
Hilarious. He then spends £500 on a suit, which is wild, considering he only spent £160 on his wife's dress. He then tops it all off by spending £130 on plastic buckets. I'm not 100% sure why he got the buckets. Ooh, maybe they'll be handed to the guests when they walk into the venue because they'll probably puke upon seeing where they are. It's pretty smart. This next part is pretty wild. This is when Bianca gets her first glimpse into what her wedding
Wait, they're gonna make sandcastles, dude. What do you mean?
Is going to look like. Before, it was just her pointing at random envelopes.
The husband is a perfect example of a literal gorilla painted to blend in with British humans. Oh,
now
Jesus
she has
Christ.
to face reality when her wedding dress is delivered to her house.
Are you joking me? I am literally gonna cry.
Alright, so things aren't looking too good right now. Who knows, right? Maybe when she finally sees the dress, she'll fall in love with it.
I love that everything is more expensive than the dress.
The neckline's crap, the arms are crap, the length of his crap, the material's
shocking.
rubbish.
Why play games with me now?
Okay, this is really sad to watch, obviously, but it's even sadder because...
No, it's awesome. Because they're British.
Like, of what we know. Like, I'm sorry about your dress, but you don't even know the half of it. You don't know anything about the dilapidated warehouse that's being filled with sand. It's about to get so much worse. And this is the challenge of the show, I guess. Weddings are inherently expensive, so if you spend a big chunk of your budget on one aspect of it, the other aspects are gonna suffer. So it's just a matter of knowing your partner and what they value the most.
The premise of the show is awesome, dude. Dudes are so fucking stupid.
Sometimes dudes don't know their partners that well at all. And it's just so frustrating because it's like, you could just get married in like a pretty part of a public park, right? Kind of like Eminem there. I got married in a pretty part of a public park. But no, seriously, just fucking get married in a park for free. Rent out like a big cheap tent for the reception. And then spend the rest of the money on stuff that like matters, right? Like, why does there always have to be a fucking theme in these episodes? It's like, you know, an Extreme Makeover Home Edition when they're showing the family the renovated house. And then when they get to the...
Are you for an expensive wedding? Fuck no, dude. I don't, look, listen, I'm very weird. I'm not the best person when it comes to this sort of stuff. I'm not like a big fan of birthdays. I can't stand, like, no disrespect. I went to the commencement ceremony for my mother. I love her. But I'm not like a big fan of that sort of stuff either. And I am not like, I'm not a fan of any of that shit. Okay? I'm not. It's just entirely dependent on who your partner is and what their wishes are. Okay, that's what you gotta go along with it. That's it. Would you stream your wedding? Fuck no. That's insane, dude. What is going on, dude? Absolutely not.
The kids' room, they're like, hey Braxton, we heard you like swimming. So we actually drilled all of your bedroom furniture to the bottom of your pool. This show is like that, but with wedding. But we're getting close to the end now, so let's get back to the episode.
I was speaking to my dad the other day, and he said a line, and it just resonates through my head all the time.
At most, I'll vlog it, put it on, and then Austin Ox can maybe get around to uploading it 8 years later, right around the time where I'm fucking filing for a divorce.
Now, listen, son. If she loves you, she'll forgive you.
Good attitude to have, brother. All right, guys, it's time. It is now the morning of the wedding day, and everybody is getting ready. Bridesmaids are wearing their neon dresses. Bianca's mom has got her neon hair. And I can only assume Bianca is going to have her neon Adam's neck when she sees it. The guests arrive at the airport, and they got high hopes for the wedding.
Had to have high hopes for the wedding. That's the only information we got told was a passport. We're hoping he's going to fly us to Spain.
Okay, super messed up to tell them to bring their passport, right? That is diabolical. A passport implies the act of leaving a country. They're not even leaving the same airspace, really. They're just flying above the Bristol airport. Why'd you tell them to bring their passport? That's fucking mean. Like, imagine if someone invites you to their birthday party and they're like, I don't want to give anything away, but make sure you pack a bathing suit. And then when you get to their house, they're like, all right, you're gonna help me nail my kid's furniture to the bottom of the pool. I saw it on TV. All right, guys, it's go time. Adam shows up to the airport in his finest sneakers, boards the plane, and waits for Bianca to arrive. Bianca enters through the back of the plane.
Adam and best man Alec are hiding up front.
I wouldn't really call that hiding. I don't think you can really hide anywhere on a plane. All Bianca has to do is look to the front of the plane, which is, by the way, the usual direction people look when they're on a plane. Like, does she really not see him? God, I'm so excited to get married. And on a plane, too.
Are we seriously getting married on a plane?
That's so stupid. I hate planes. And I'm pregnant too.
Oh yeah.
This is so uncomfortable.
If our marriage happens on this plane today,
this will officially be the worst thing that has ever happened on any plane ever.
Okay.
Don't be stupid. It's time for you to give fucking birth, yeah?
Whatever, I'm
on a plane. That's why we did it. So the child could have a fucking place of birth in international waters, right? That's what I did. That was my fucking goal. Air baby. Also, air fucking born, mate.
Over it. At least we know the baby will be safe. You know, they say flying is the safest way to travel.
Welcome on board, everybody, to this very special flight on this gorgeous Boeing aircraft.
I want a divorce!
And this next part is fucking terrific. They reach their cruising altitude, and then they call Bianca up to the front.
Would Bianca John please join us at the front of the aircraft?
Dude, and she still doesn't know that this is the wedding. She still thinks they're flying to a destination for the wedding. And like, the poor dad doesn't even get to walk her down the aisle. It's like, well, I mean, like, I don't know how he would have in the first place, because it's airplane aisles are pretty small. I will warn you, a little cringe warning. The actual wedding on the plane is like really rough to watch, so strap in.
Let your marriage be a time of waking each morning and falling in love with each other all over again.
That was the official, like, wedding then?
That was...
We haven't got those!
Yeah.
What are we doing now?
What do you mean, what are we doing now then? You should know! You planned the wedding, man. What are we doing now then? What are we doing? Dude, no vows, nothing. The wife walked up to the front of a plane, a guy said a nice sentence, and then that was it. Like, what did Adam expect to happen?
Why did he want to... Why? Why did he want to do this? Why did he want to do this on a plane? It makes no sense.
Rough, dude, but we're almost done, okay? Bianca is understandably a little confused by the wedding ceremony.
How is the prison the better option of the two options that he had for the wedding?
But Adam really thinks the whole day is going to turn around when she sees the reception venue.
When you see the next sort of venue, I think you'll be pleasantly surprised and amazed.
Just picture in your head
He's thick
what
as
you
fuck,
think
though.
the reception is going to look like. Now, whatever you have in your head, make it 1,000,000 times worse, and that's what it looks like. Oh my god, dude. What the fuck?
Do I have an option to unsubscribe? Yes. But you will see the ads at the top of the fucking hour then, mate. That's right. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. The top of the hour is upon us, yeah. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
That looks like shit, my man. That looks like poop. Looks like the unknown is about to pop out.
I don't know what you're talking about, mate. It looks like fucking Thailand.
Oh my god. Dude, I love the one tiny blue sky photo backdrop, and then the rest is just filthy brick walls, dude. And yeah, no cutlery or plates, nothing, just fucking buckets.
Babe, it's awful. So
Wow.
proper, like...
This wasn't the reaction I was expecting.
Adam is so dumb. I'm sorry, he's such an idiot. I can't imagine how many criminals escaped under his watch when he was a prison guard. All they probably had to do was just ask Adam to be set free, and he'd be like, okay, no problem. What are we doing now then?
What are we doing now then?
And dude, I really feel bad for Bianca, because by the end of this whole day, she is a broken woman. She has lost all hope and sanity.
Suits are tacky, the dress is tacky, the flowers are tacky, the shoes are tacky. At least you get to link.
Like, dude, this is her Joker origin story, dude.
Wanna know how I got this wedding ring?
So the episode ends with Bianca and Adam enjoying the rest of their night to the best of their ability, and then we can only assume they live happily ever after while they raise their baby boy together.
Yeah, she's crying because of how awful the wedding is.
So that was an episode of Don't Tell the Bride. This is an evil show, I think. Give dudes a small budget and a limited amount of time to plan like the most important day of their lives. That's bad news. And I'm not sympathizing or anything. I'm not trying to cut Adam any slack here. But like, this is a dastardly television program. And that is proven even further when the credits roll and it is revealed that this show was devised by John Rowlands. It all makes sense. This is a show that only could have been devised, okay? It was not created. No more wedding planners, okay? We need wedding devisers.
I devised some plans for us tonight, bro.
We gotta use that word way more. Now, I thought this was gonna be the end of the video. It's not. Bianca and Adam's story does not end here. It turns out I was wrong. They did not go on to live happily ever after. I found an article about this couple that came out a little while after their episode aired, titled, "Don't Tell the Bride Star Who Had Disastrous Wedding in a Sand-Filled Warehouse Recalls How She Uncovered Her Husband's Affair While He Was in a Coma." Now that's what I call turbulence. Let's read some of the article because holy shit, this is insane. Bianca was at the gym and Brock, their son, at the nursery when Adam called her from their home one day in September 2017. He was slurring his words, not making sense, and he said he didn't feel right. I phoned for an ambulance and the controller said it sounded like a stroke. By the time I got home, he was semi-conscious on the floor. The ambulance arrived just after me and I followed it to the hospital. It later emerged that Adam, who had just taken part in a bodybuilding contest, was suffering from rhabdomyolysis, the breakdown of muscle tissue that leads to the release of muscle fibers into the bloodstream. The rare condition, often occurring in endurance athletes, can be life-threatening. I called Mom on the way to the hospital to tell her what had happened, recalls Bianca, and as we were talking, my phone battery died. I had Adam's phone with me, so I switched to his. He never made a secret of his security codes, and it pinged as a message came through. It read, "What are you doing today, babe?" I thought, babe? That's a bit cozy. But I laughed and told myself it was probably completely innocent. Okay, first off, how the fuck did he even go into a coma? That doesn't make sense to me. How can one slip into a coma when there's already zero brain activity, right? At the hospital, Adam was in intensive care and I sat in the family room distraught, anxiously waiting for news. Then another text came through, just 2 question marks. I thought, what the hell? I clicked on the profile photo of the sender, which showed 3 women. I thought, this isn't right. I had a little word with myself, don't do anything, he's really poorly. But I couldn't help it. I turned detective to find out who had messaged my husband. Bianca, who had never suspected Adam was being unfaithful, scoured social media and uncovered the identity of the woman with whom he had evidently been having an affair. On a Rugby Mates WhatsApp group, he found that Adam had shared photos of his lover in her underwear, together with graphic details of their clandestine sex life with his friends. Yeah, now I don't feel so bad calling him dumb so many times. I think Adam was putting a little bit too much stock in that advice from his father.
If she loves you, she'll forgive you.
And if you're wondering what happened next, Adam woke up from his coma and completely recovered. And once he did, Bianca immediately left him. Crazy turn of events, dude. Not really shocking that the guy that didn't really think about his wife at all during the wedding planning continued to not think about his wife at all once they were married. So what did we learn, guys?
He was thinking about this other lady.
Guys are dumb as hell and probably shouldn't be in charge of large decisions.
And that's the whole sentence. I really didn't need to say anything after that.
Now, is that new information? Not at all. Is it important? Yes! All right, that's it. Thank you so much for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed it. If you did, please press the like button, because 1 like equals 1 grain of sand I will bring into my office. And leave a comment. Let me know what you think about this whole thing. I'm excited to see what you guys have to say about this one. And guys, subscribe. Subscribe right now. What are you doing? Almost at 5 million. Let's friggin' get it, okay? And as soon as you press the subscribe button, you become a valued citizen of Kurtistown. If you didn't know, Kurtistown is the best place to live in the world, and I'm the mayor. So you have to be nice to me. It's the law. And check the description.
Respect. His second wedding was the prison wedding? No way this was the actual wedding? No woman would actually agree to that? No. They're British. That's it. I think you failed to comprehend that they're British. There's an episode on a pig farm where the bridesmaids wore pig onesies. I don't know if we talked about it. What the fuck? Alright. That'll be all for today. Okay, we'll do the Chuppel video on bread tabs. Not today, but tomorrow. Alright, everybody. That'll be all for today. I'm tired. I love you all. There's a match. There's a fun matching happening on the Creators for Palestine charity, as you can see above my head. Up to $1,500. Love you all. And I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Peace, everybody. Oh, might have Don Lemon on tomorrow. He's in town and he reached out, so we'll see. Bye.
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord agitprop, great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right wing pipeline can suck you in. frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming.